many people pop back up on. That sucked. Well, if you're on TikTok or Instagram, we are live over on YouTube. YouTube.com. What is up, Jason Bourne 4242069? Bro, if you here, thanks for being here. We had quite a few people here, and the live went down, so we had to jump back up. All right, Jason, I'm just waiting for my main buddy. I don't know, but Jeff definitely lagged out. We are back up, bro. It says it's a private video. It should be back up. Yeah, it's back up and it's public. We back up. You can go back. Shells, I'm gonna pull you on TikTok if I can. And bro, I got you back up on YouTube. You should have that invite. Oh shit, thank you. Oh, you have been telling me that on there. Oh, thanks. We got back up and running. I appreciate that. Thanks for the FYI all the way across, everybody. I'm gonna send an invite to Shells here, or accept the invite. And V, I think you should have that email to be able to get back on the YouTube. There we go. Let's see, Shells. I gotta hit that invite for you again, Shells.
We back.
Boom, boom. All right, for those people that were here on YouTube, we were just starting the Brother Lusting story, so we're going to start back on that. I will apologize for everybody that got disconnected. Let's see here. Shells. I'm trying to invite Shells over on the TikTok. There we go. I think we got you that time. We can get the audio, the video going. Well, that just makes me want to go live longer. But that's okay. You know, the video will be up and everything is groovy.
Oh, look at this. This is so cool. It's like sun through the tree.
Oh, I see that.
There it is.
Sweet. Okay, cool. And anytime you want to chat Shells or whatever the case, go ahead and throw in. I'm glad that disconnection happened, because if the disconnection didn't happen, I wouldn't have noticed Shells, because I wasn't looking over at TikTok at all. And over on YouTube, because I'm running it on the phone and not the laptop, it allows me to only have one guest at a time. So I've got a guest, I've got my best buddy over on YouTube, and then second best buddy. I'm just gonna say that because he does coins and you do Shells. So to me right now, if somebody casts those kind of things, I'm like, you pretty darn good buddy. And so that one's there. To the individual that was sending the information about YouTube. being frozen up a little bit. Thank you for doing that. It just goes to show you how much I don't look at the comments. Anyways, we're just gonna jump right back into it. What do they call it? Blinker check?
Yeah, blinker check, magic blinker check. That's what they were typing, I think.
I gotta get this one on my necklace. An 8-pointed star. It's technically has 4 points, and then it has the 4 rays coming out. When I got it, people were like, "Oh, that's a Sumerian thing." I'm like, raw. Sumerian, Shamash, Gilbil, Gera, like, they're all the same, man.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, without further ado, thank you for everybody coming, jumping back in. Brother Lusting. There was once on a time a great war, and when it came to an end, many soldiers were discharged. Then Brother Lusting also received his dismissal, and besides that, nothing but a small loaf of contract bread and 4 cruisers in money, with which he departed. St. Peter had, however, placed himself in his way in the shape of a poor beggar, and when Brother Lusting came up, he begged alms of him. Brother Lusting replied, "Dear beggar man, what am I to give you? I have been a soldier, and I have received my dismissal, and I have nothing but this little loaf of contract bread and 4 cruisers of money. When that is gone, I shall have to beg as well as you. Still, I will give you something." Thereupon he divided the loaf into 4 parts, and gave the apostle one of them, and a cruiser likewise. St. Peter thanked him, went onwards, and threw himself again in the soldier's way as a beggar, but in another shape. And when he came up, begged a gift of him as before. Brother Lusting spoke as he had done before, and again gave him a quarter of his loaf and 1 cruiser. St. Peter thanked him, and went onwards, but for the 3rd time placed himself in another shape as a beggar on the road, and spoke to Brother Lusting. Brother Lusting gave him also the 3rd quarter of bread and the 3rd cruiser. St. Peter thanked him, and Brother Lusting went onwards, and had but a quarter of the loaf and 1 cruiser. With that he went into an inn, ate the bread, and ordered 1 cruiser's worth of beer. When he had it, he journeyed onwards, and then St. Peter, who had assumed the appearance of a discharged soldier, met and spoke to him thus: "Good day, comrade. Canst thou not give me a bit of bread and a cruiser to get a drink? Then am I to procure it? Where am I to procure it?" answered Brother Lusting. "I have been discharged, and I have got nothing but a loaf of ammunition, bread, and 4 cruisers in money. Met 3 beggars on the road, and I gave each of them a quarter of my bread and 1 cruiser. The last quarter I ate in the inn, and had a drink with the last cruiser. Now my pockets are empty, and if thou also hast nothing, we can go a begging together." "No," answered St. Peter, "we need not quite do that. I know a little about medicine, and I will soon earn as much as I require by that." "Indeed," said Brother Lusting, "I know nothing of that, so I must go and beg alone." "Just come with me," said St. Peter, "and if I earn anything, thou shalt have half of it." "All right," said Brother Lusting. So they went away together. Then they came to a peasant's house, inside which they heard loud lamentations and cries, so that they went in, and there the husband was lying sick unto death, and very near his end, and his wife was crying and weeping quite loudly. Said, "Stop that! Stop that howling and crying," said St. Peter. "I will make the man well again." And he took a salve out of his pocket and healed this man in a moment, so that he could get up and was in perfect health. In great delight, the man and his wife said, "How can we reward you? What shall we give you?" But St. Peter would take nothing, and the more the peasant folks offered him, the more he refused. Brother Lusting, however, nudged St. Peter and said, "Take something. Sure enough, we are in need of it." At length the woman brought a lamb and said to St. Peter that he really must take that, but he would not. Then Brother Lusting gave him a poke in the side and said, "Do it, you stupid fool. We are in great want of it." Then Peter said at last, "Well, I will take the lamb, but I won't carry it. If thou wilt insist on having it, thou must carry it." "That is nothing," said Brother Lusting. "I will easily carry it," and took it on his shoulder. Then they departed and came to a wood, but his brother Lusting had begun to feel the lamb heavy, and he was hungry. So he said to Peter, "Look, it's a good place. We might cook the lamb there and eat it." "As you like," answered St. Peter, "but I cannot have anything to do with the cooking. If thou wilt cook, there is a little kettle for thee, and in the meantime I will walk about a little until it is ready. Thou must, however, not begin to eat until I've come back. I will come at the right time." "Well, go then," said Brother Lusting. "I understand cookery. I'll manage it." Then St. Peter went away, and Brother Lusting killed the lamb, lighted a fire, threw the meat into the kettle, and boiled it. The lamb was, however, quite ready, and the Apostle Peter had not come back. So Brother Lusting took it out of the kettle, cut it up, and found the heart. "That is to be the best part," said he, and tasted it. But at last he ate it all up. At length St. Peter returned and said, "Thou mayest eat the whole of the lamb thyself. I will only have the heart. Give me that." Then Brother Lusting took a knife and fork and pretended to look anxiously about amongst the lamb's flesh, but not to be able to find the heart. And at last he said abruptly, "There is none here." "But where can it be?" said the apostle. "No, I don't know," replied Brother Lusting. "But look, what fools we both are to seek for the lamb's heart, and neither of us to remember that a lamb has no heart." "Oh," said St. Peter, "that is something quite new. Every animal has a heart. Why is a lamb to have none?" "No, be assured, my brother," said Brother Lusting, "that a lamb has no heart. Just consider it seriously, and then you will see that it really has none." "Well, it is right," said St. Peter. "If there is no heart, then I want none of the lamb. Thou mayest eat it alone. What I can't eat now, I will carry away in my knapsack," said Brother Lusting, and he ate half the lamb and put the rest in his knapsack. They went farther, and then St. Peter caused a great stream of water to flow right across their path, and they were obliged to pass through it. Said St. Peter, "Do thou go first." "No," answered Brother Lusting, "thou must go first." And he thought, "If the water is too deep, I'll stay behind." Then St. Peter strode through it, and the water just reached to his knee. So Brother Lusting began to go through also, but the water grew deeper and reached to his throat. Then he cried, "Brother, help me!" St. Peter said, "Then wilt thou confess that thou hast eaten the lamb's heart?" "No," said he, "I have not eaten it." Then the water grew deeper still and rose to his mouth. "Help me, brother!" cried the soldier. St. Peter said, "Then wilt thou confess that thou hast eaten the lamb's heart?" "No," he replied, "I've not eaten it." St. Peter, however, would not let him be drowned, but he made the water sink and helped him through it. Then they journeyed onwards and came to a kingdom where they heard that the king's daughter lay sick unto death. "Hullo, brother," said the soldier to St. Peter, "this is the chance for us. If we can heal her, we shall be provided for life." But Peter was not half quick enough for him. "Come, lift your legs, my dear brother," said he. that we may get there in time. But St. Peter walked slower and slower through, though Brother Lustig did all he could to drive and push him on, and at last they heard that the princess was dead. Now we are done, said Brother Lustig. That comes of thy sleepy way of walking. Just be quiet, answered St. Peter. I can do more than cure sick people. I can bring dead ones to life again. Well, if thou canst do that, said Brother Lustig, it's all right, but thou shouldst earn at least half the kingdom for us by that. Then they went to the royal palace where everyone was in great grief. But St. Peter told the king that he would restore his daughter to life. He was taken to her and said, bring me a kettle and some water. And when that was brought, he bade everyone go out and allowed no one to remain with him. But Brother Lustig, then he cut off all the dead girl's limbs and threw them in the water, lighted a fire beneath the kettle, and boiled them. And when the flesh had fallen away from the bones, he took out the beautiful white bones and laid them on a table and arranged them together in their natural order. When he had done that, he stepped forward and said 3 times, in the name of the Holy Trinity, dead women arise. In the name of the Holy Trinity, dead women arise. In the name of the Holy Trinity, dead women arise. At the 3rd time, the princess arose, living healthy and beautiful. Then the king was in greatest joy and said to St. Peter, ask for thy reward, even if it were half my kingdom, I would give it to thee. But St. Peter said, I want nothing for it. Oh, thou tomfool! Thou Brother Lustig, thought Brother Lustig to himself, and nudged his comrade's side and said, don't be so stupid. If thou hast no need of anything, I have. St. Peter, however, would have nothing. But as the king saw that the other would very much like to have something, he ordered his treasurer to fill Brother Lustig's knapsack with gold. Then they went on their way, and when they came to a forest, St. Peter said to Brother Lustig, now we will divide the gold. Yes, he replied, we will. So St. Peter divided the gold and divided it into 3 heaps. Brother Lustig thought to himself, what craze has he got in his head now? He's making 3 shares, and there's only 2 of us. But St. Peter said, I have divided it exactly. There is 1 share for me, 1 for thee, and 1 for him who ate the lamb's heart. Oh, I ate that, replied Brother Lustig, and hastily swept up the gold. You may trust what I say, but how can that be true? Said St. Peter, when a lamb has no heart. What, brother? What can you be thinking of? Lambs have hearts like other animals. Why should only they have none? Well, so be it, said St. Peter. Keep the gold to yourself, but I will stay with you no longer. I will go my way alone, as you like, dear brother, answered Brother Lustig. Farewell. Then St. Peter went a different road, but Brother Lustig thought, it is a good thing that he has taken himself off. He is certainly a strange saint after all. Then he had money enough, but did not know how to manage it, squandered it, gave it away, and when some time had gone by, once more had nothing. Then he arrived in a certain country where he heard that a king's daughter was dead. Oh, thought he, that may be a good thing for me. I will bring her to life again and see that I am paid as I ought to be. So he went to the king and offered to raise the dead girl to life again. Now the king had heard that a discharged soldier was traveling about and bringing dead persons to life again, and thought that Brother Lustig was the man. But as he had no confidence in him, he consulted his counselors first, who said that he might give it a trial, as his daughter was dead. Then Brother Lustig ordered water to be brought to him in a kettle, bade everyone got out, cut the limbs off, threw them in the water, and lighted a fire beneath, just as he had seen St. Peter do. The water began to boil, the flesh fell off, and then he took the bones out and laid them on the table. But he did not know the order in which to lay them, and placed them all wrong and in confusion. Then he stood before them and said, "In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, I bid thee arise. In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, I bid thee arise. In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, I bid thee arise." And he said this the thrice time in vain. "Confounded girl that you are, get up," cried he, "get up, or it shall be worse for you." When he had said that, St. Peter suddenly appeared in his former shape as a discharged soldier. He entered the window and said, "Godless man, what art thou doing? How can the dead maiden arise when thou hast thrown about her bones in such confusion?" "Dear brother, I have done everything to the best of my ability," he answered. "This once I will help thee out of thy difficulty. But one thing I tell thee, and that is that if ever thou undertakest anything of the kind again, it will be the worse for thee, and also that thou must neither demand nor accept the smallest thing from the king for this." Thereupon St. Peter laid the bones in their right order, said to the maiden 3 times, "In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, arise. In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, arise. In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, arise." And the king's daughter arose, healthy and beautiful as before. Then St. Peter went away again by the window, and Brother Lustig was rejoiced to find that all had passed off so well, but was very much vexed to find after all he was not to take anything for it. I would just like to know," he thought, "what fancy that fellow has got in his head, for what he gives with one hand he takes away with the other. There is no sense whatever in it." Then the king offered Brother Lustig whatsoever he wished to have, but he did not dare to take anything. However, by hints and cunning he contrived to make the king order the knapsack to be filled with gold for him, and with that he departed. When he got out, St. Peter was standing by the door and said, "Just look what a man thou art, and I did not forbid thee to take anything, and there thou hast thy knapsack full of gold." "How can I help that?" answered Brother Lustig, "if people will put it in for me?" "Well, I tell thee this, if ever thou settest about anything of this kind again, thou shalt suffer for it." "Ah, brother, have no fear. Now I have money. Why should I trouble myself with washing bones?" "Faith," said St. Peter, "the gold will last a long time. In order that after this thou mayest never tread in forbidden paths, I will bestow on thy knapsack this property, namely, that whatsoever thou willest to have inside it shall be there. Farewell, thou wilt now never see me more." "Goodbye," said Brother Lustig, and thought to himself, "I am very glad, and thou hast taken thyself off. Thou strange fellow, I shall certainly not follow thee." But of the magical power which had been bestowed on his knapsack he thought no more. Brother Lustig travelled about with his money, and squandered and wasted what he had as before. When at last he had no more than 4 kreutzers, he passed by an inn and thought, "The money must go," and ordered 3 kreutzers worth of wine and 1 kreutzer's worth of bread for himself. As he was sitting there drinking, the smell of roast goose made its way to his nose. Brother Lustig looked about and peeped, and saw that the host had 2 geese standing in the oven. Then he remembered that his comrade had said that whatsoever he wished to have in his knapsack should be there. So he said, "Oh, oh, I must try that with these geese." So he went out, and when was outside the door, he said, "I wish those 2 roasted geese out of the oven and in my knapsack." And when he had said that, he unbuckled it and looked in, and there they were inside it. "Ah, that's right," he said. "Now I am a made man," and went away to a meadow and took out the roast meat. When he was in the midst of his meal, 2 journeymen came up and looked at the second goose, which was not yet touched, with hungry eyes. Brother Lustig thought to himself, "One is enough for me," and called the 2 men up and said, "Take the goose and eat it to my health." They thanked him and went with it to the inn, ordered themselves a half-bottle of wine and a loaf, took out the goose which had been given them, and began to eat. The hostess saw them and said to her husband, "Those 2 are eating a goose. Just look and see if it is not one of ours, out of the oven." The landlord ran thither, and behold, the oven was empty. "What!" cried he, "you thievish crew, you want to eat goose as cheap as that? Pay for it this moment, or I will wash you well with green hazel soap." The 2 said, "We are no thieves. A discharged soldier gave us the goose outside there in the meadow. You shall not throw dust in my eyes that way. The soldier was here, but he went out by the door like an honest fellow. I looked after him myself. You are the thieves, and shall pay." But as they could not pay, he took a stick and cudgeled them out of the house. Brother Lustig went his way and came to a place where there was a magnificent castle, and not far from it a wretched inn. He went to the inn and asked for a night's lodging, but the landlord turned him away and said, "There is no more room here. The house is full of noble guests." "It surprises me that they should come to you and not go to that splendid castle," said Brother Lustig. "Ah, indeed," replied the host, "but it is no slight matter to sleep there for a night. No one who has tried it so far has ever come out of it alive." "If others have tried it," said Brother Lustig, "I will try it too." "Leave it alone," said the host. "It will cost you your neck." "It won't kill me at once," said Brother Lustig. "Just give me the key. Just give me the key and some good food and wine." So that the host gave him the key, and food, and wine, and with this Brother Lustig went into the castle, enjoyed his supper, and at length, as he was sleeping, he lay down on the ground, for there was no bed. He soon fell asleep, but during the night was disturbed by a great noise, and when he awoke he saw 9 ugly devils in the room, who had made a circle and were dancing around him. Brother Lustig said, "Well, dance as long as you like, but none of you must come too close." But the devils pressed continually nearer to him, and almost stepped on his face with their hideous feet. "Stop, you devil's ghosts," said he, but they behaved still worse. Then Brother Lustig grew angry and cried, "Hola! But I will soon make it quiet," and got the leg of a chair and struck out into the midst of them with it. But 9 devils against 1 soldier were still too many, and when he struck those in front of him, the others seized him behind by the hair and tore it unmercifully. "Devil's crew," cried he, "it is getting too bad. But wait, into my knapsack, all 9 of you." An instant they were in it, and then he buckled it up and threw it into a corner. After this all was suddenly quiet, and Brother Lustig lay down again, and slept till it was bright day. Then came the innkeeper and the nobleman to whom the castle belonged, to see how he had fared. But when they perceived that he was merry and well, they were astonished and asked, "Have the spirits done you no harm then?" "The reason why they have not," answered Brother Lusting, "is because I have got the whole 9 of them in my knapsack. You may once more inhabit your castle quite tranquilly. None of them will ever haunt it again." The nobleman thanked him, made him rich presents, and begged him to remain in his service, and he would provide for him as long as he lived. "No," replied Brother Lusting, "I am used to wandering about. I will travel farther." Then he went away and entered into a smithy, laid the knapsack which contained the 9 devils on the anvil, and asked the smith and his apprentice to strike it. So they smote with their great hammers with all their strength, and the devils uttered howls which were quite pitiable. When he opened the knapsack after this, 8 of them were dead, but one which had been lying in a fold of it was still alive, slipped out, and went back again to hell. Thereupon Brother Lusting traveled a long time about the world, and those who know him can tell many a story about him. But at last he grew old and thought of his end. So he went to a hermit who was known to be a pious man, and said to him, "I am tired of wandering about, and want now to behave in such a manner that I shall enter into the kingdom of heaven." The hermit replied, "There are 2 roads. One is broad and pleasant, and leads to hell. The other is narrow, rough, and leads to heaven." "I should be a fool," thought the Brother Lusting, "if I were to take the narrow, rough road." So he set out and took the broad and pleasant road, and at length came to a great black door, which was the door of hell. Brother Lusting knocked, and the doorkeeper peeped out to see who was there. But when he saw Brother Lusting, he was terrified, for he was the very same 9th devil who had been shut up in the knapsack, and had escaped from it with a black eye. So he pushed the bolt in again as quickly as he could, ran to the devil's lieutenant, and said, "There's a fellow outside with a knapsack who wants to come in, but as you value your lives, don't allow him to enter, or he will wish the whole of hell into his knapsack. He once gave me a frightful hammering when I was inside it." So they called out to Brother Lusting that he was to go away again, for he should not get in there. "If they won't have me here," thought he, "I will see if I can find a place for myself in heaven, for I must be somewhere." So he turned about and went onwards until he came to the door of heaven, where he knocked. St. Peter was sitting hard by as doorkeeper. Brother Lusting recognized him at once, and thought, "Here I find an old friend, I shall get on better." But St. Peter said, "I really believe that thou wantest to come into heaven. Let me in, brother, I must get in somewhere. If they would have taken me into hell, I should not have come here." "No," said St. Peter, "thou shalt not enter." "Then if thou wilt not let me in, take thy knapsack back, for I will have nothing at all from thee." "Give it here then," said St. Peter. Then Brother Lusting gave him the knapsack into heaven through the bars, and St. Peter took it and hung it beside his seat. Then said Brother Lusting, "Now I wish myself inside my knapsack." And in a second he was in it, and in heaven, and St. Peter was forced to let him stay there.
Awesome. As you were reading this, look at what I made, bro.
That's amazing.
I was
Wow.
like, just I was inclined to make it out of stuff I had, and as like a, I don't know. And I love the story. I love everything.
That's amazing. What jumps into me is like you do what's in your heart, but it jumps
Yeah.
into me like your pendulum goes at the end of it, and so you can literally
Oh,
hold your staff or you can hold your wand, and then like
that's
it
more
will
like the one
literally be a pendulum for you. And I don't know.
that shall be incorporated.
You made that while I
Bro.
was reading. That's cool.
Yeah,
I thought you had a quartz crystal or something on there. That's cool, bro.
I literally made it as you were reading. Just and I will put this as well. Let's see. Okay.
See, like the pendulum could, yeah, it could be. It doesn't have to go on there all the time. Like the
Yeah.
pendulum, like sticks around. It's mainly your necklace, but you could use it to like read something in the moment and then put it back on as a necklace.
What an awesome sauce day, bro.
Bro,
Already.
bro.
Nature is beautiful, huh?
Yes, yes, bro. So
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I'll forget. Evander, Mr. Crow told me to they've been trying to like reach you over Instagram, but it's glitched and yeah, just to let you know about that. They have some like information.
you remember what I told you yesterday?
Uh I just got a message, so I
You
okay.
remember. You're good.
Yeah, yeah.
Shells, you're there if you want. Let me raise up my volume. If you've tried to chat or whatnot, I do apologize. I believe my volume was completely like on zero. So if you were talking, Shells, I didn't hear you. Do you want to give a audio check real quick?
Listening.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. You can stay on there. That's totally groovy. And if you want to chime in at any point, please go ahead and chime in. We've got that going. Boom, boom. Getting more and more
Here it is,
effectively
bro.
set up with all these places. Oh yeah.
I was going to ask, what was your main takeaway from that story?
From this on, oh, let me grab coffee.
Okay. That's really cool, V.
Thank you.
So
It's improvised.
my main takeaway immediately is from that story is a sharp mind. A sharp mind will save your tuchus. Anybody will save my tuchus. Your tuchus. A sharp mind will get you. And the dude, like he knew he wasn't going to be getting to heaven, so he didn't even try. He's like, I already screwed up. I already know. That's just dumb. I'm gonna go down the easy path. That's for me, and that's what that's what people did. They went down to hell, and because of their
Mm-hmm.
horrible atrocities, hell doesn't even want them. Or get away from here. We don't want you. You're disgusting. We actually have some order down here, and so people like they go back up to heaven. They're like, hey, can I, knocking on them pearly gates? Can I get in? Can I get in? And humans are not very smart on their feet. Not for the majority. And so they wind up stuck reincarnating over and over and over and over on Earth. They're that lukewarm water. Lusting is that lukewarm water, not hot, not cold, stuck to a foolish way. But with some smarts, that mofo got into heaven one way or another. and and immediately my mind goes immediately. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, but I gotta share. My mind immediately goes to the construct of Satan Lucifer or Cain, the first killer, and they would be stuck. They would go down the road to hell. Like that individual, they're going to hell. Like they already know. Just let me go that way. But they did some good deeds along the way, returned a favor or two, and all of these Japanese guys that I read, I got a deck on these guys. These are like most of them are they were demons. They were like evil, but they decided to protect humanity. So they took their powers and they decided to protect humanity. So that's the road is always possible. It can change at the last minute. Anything could change. Like you might have been heading this way your whole life, and you might just get a pass to heaven. Who knows?
Yeah, yeah, and then you think about like what is really the definition of heaven and hell. And
Now, with V, for us, heaven in the ancient Egyptian, they spell it Aru, Aru, Aru. Scandinavian, Norse, their Norwegian, you have Valhalla. So Valhalla, like these dudes were like fight. They fight every day because they're warriors. Like they died in battle. Like this is the way they are, and they drink and they have a good time together. That's their afterlife. And so I do agree with you that the term heaven has been very much skewed. If that's
yeah,
anything of what of your, because yeah, Aru, Valhalla, like there are definitely afterlives, if you will, other than Earth.
right, right. Like for me, my understanding, because I'm a recovering Catholic, it's not. You know what? I mean, it's the head. The heaven is the head, and the hell is the heel. See?
Ooh, yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Bam.
Now this is why. This is why you're awesome. And the shells gave it away. This gave away why you're awesome. And for those on YouTube, she Shells is talking is relating hell to the heel and heaven to the head, which on the ancient understandings, when we're reading these ancient stories and the Norse legends, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about quantum mechanics, about understanding the body, about understanding the map of the body. Sorry, where is I got right here. It was right here. About understanding the map of the body. If we can understand the map of our own body, reasoning from micro to macro, then we can figure everything out. It's not about a religious system. It's not about Christian. It's not about Egyptian. It's about understanding our own multi-dimensional reality. Every single one of these forms on the around the body, these are dimensional realities that we can tap into. We can converge all of this
Right.
into one. We can separate it out over there, and all of these stories, everything. Yes, 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 yes.
Very much so approved by me and bro, as you know. No, you're awesome for real.
Yeah, the
That's
kingdom of
very
God is within. That's Luke 17:12.
Boom. That's it. That's exactly.
it's actually here around me if you look around. It's nature.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
he's sitting outside right now. If you've got YouTube or not, we're over there. You could see his video over there. And be on TikTok or Instagram at the same time. Anyways, in any regard, Shell's like, yeah, yes, yes, it is, and that's you're correct. You know, like Luke mentions it, 12:17. You said, I believe, the kingdom of God is within. So if the kingdom of God, if heaven is within me, then I don't have to pay anybody one of these things. Like, that means to get to heaven, I don't need this. To get where everybody wants to go, you don't need this because this is not inside of you. You don't. This is crap. It's no good.
Not only do you not need it, it makes the way there harder. But humans don't want us to know that. But here we are. We exposed it. Let it be known.
Right. Can I read a little bit here what this book says?
Yeah, definitely, please.
Okay, cool. So this is the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1 by Harry Joseph. He is a TikToker. And it's funny, he got his book, he wrote his book. He worked in a warehouse and he would just listen to esoteric stuff, and he compiled this with all these images. Makes it easier to understand. So head is heaven. God, higher self, is reaching / stretching over to try to connect with Adam, lower self. And Adam is relaxed, showing no effort. This painting is showing all you have to do. Move up to the higher mind to reach your higher self. The higher self is always speaking and giving commands, but the lower self dominates. All you have to do is follow the commands of the higher self, higher mind / thoughts. The head is heaven because it is the place of consciousness in the center of the brain. The pineal gland is the place of thine consciousness, and it has access to the astral plane. Picture of Adam and God. And the mind really is consciousness. It's all one universal mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you don't have the mind, you don't have the body.
Well, because without the mind, the body is just acting through instinctive nature, instinctive reaction, which is animalistic. Animalistic doesn't have thought processing. It just reacts to its environment. And so then thus to become heavenly, to become divine, we're not reacting to our environment. We are creating something that's beautiful, something according to nature, something that is not going to have errors within it. Because we can constantly, like you said, Adam is the lower form of Adam is the more relaxed, the lower one, just chilling. So allow moving Adam up so that Adam becomes to the point to where it's like the best way I can relate it is grapes. I found no, not grapes. I love olives. I love olives, and an olive tree takes the entire span of a human life, nearly 60 to 80 years, for an olive tree to grow from seed to full maturity. Before it starts dropping its first olive, before it grows its first olive, it takes a whole lifespan. So to think of the future generations.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And the thing about money, I just wanted to backtrack there for a sec. It's, to me, it's an energy, and it's like it is necessary in the world. It's not all about it, because people can get greedy with it like anything, but yeah,
Using it,
unfortunately.
somebody told me best, they said the proper viewpoint to have money, the proper viewpoint of money is, and this, I like this on my spiritual route, on my shamanic journey, was I don't need money. Money needs me. Because I found what I needed without it. And if money comes and says, "Hey, I could use your help," then we could work together. And so it's not a dependent. It's not a codependence. It's an interdependence, and the interdependence is what is healthy.
Yes.
That's it. That's it.
For sure.
I gotta say, I was really happy, Shells, when I read your message last night because I was really concerned about because I think there was somebody else, and I had literally I know they were in the middle of a reading, and I completely got distracted, and completely, but yours I didn't happen that way. So I was like, okay, phew. Do you know how I can get on an idea or a subject of talk, and I'm right out the door.
Yes, it's okay. I understand that, and you know, we're in Mercury retrograde until the 20th. So
Interesting.
to me, that means communication is, yeah, that is interesting. And it's like time goes backward, um, and then it goes forward. I don't know much about it, but what I take from it is technology can break down a little bit. Communication can break down, but yeah.
That's
So,
that's actually
you know,
cool to know because we had the YouTube. It kicked off the live earlier. We had that glitch dealio had happened earlier,
yeah,
and
I know, and I just laughed because I'm like, that's just Mercury retrograde.
it's funny because whenever I hear retrograde is happening, especially with Mercury, I'm like, oh, okay. There's because normally there's like this is going to sound this is personal, complete personal comment, but everybody normally is losing their crap during retrograde and they're all smooth when it's no retrograde. Well, when it's no retrograde, that means humans are just doing whatever they want. And usually for me, that means energy is chaotic in the world, so I'm constantly balancing shit out. But when retrograde hits, I'm like, this is what I like. And everything just seems, there's that little tick, that little interference, that little thing here, but that was all that was. It wasn't any major spell work. It wasn't any major reading to adjust. Whatever just happened.
Yeah, yeah, it's like a reset, like a rethink, like it's a good time to reflect, I guess.
And I'm always reflecting, so
Yeah, right, right. Like this is my time to shine.
yes. Yeah, yeah. I literally I got used to being calm while the storm is raging. And so that storm is people's emotions and chaos. And I just go back to a little kid in my room playing with my toys, and mom's just she take care of whatever. I don't know what's going on, but everything will be okay. She'll take care of it. And I just have that mentality in the whole world. It's the full moon. I learned this after years of working with it. So the new moon is when, you set a new well, you already know, but for everybody else out there, new moon, you're setting intentions of what you want to do with your life. And by the time the full moon comes around, you wrap that stuff up. That part of your journey, your leg is done. You're moving on with your life. So if you didn't finish up that new activity that you started at the new moon, and everybody does, we all go through it, a natural cycle. And so people are rushing and losing their stuff when it's the full moon because they gotta finish up 2 weeks worth of stuff. They didn't do their homework for the past 2 weeks, so they running around like chickens with their heads cut off, and I'm like, "Oh, that explains that." I mean, I've been witnessing
Yeah,
that.
yeah, but it's actually opposite.
Is it?
It's actually opposite. Like the new moon is the time to is when you receive everything, all the intentions you set during the full moon. Like the new moon is the full moon is the release.
Okay, so
My understanding, okay?
you are correct, and you can put this together like your verbiage can explain it better than I can. Though this is what I wind up doing on the regular. I've been doing it for years. It just happens like this naturally every single time. For instance, the new moon's coming up, and it's like I know I do my new moon ceremony, whatever jam stuff I do. And then but
Yes.
I wind up, without looking at the calendar, moon, or schedule, or anything, I got it into my knickers to do it on that night last night, and it was the night before. And then when the night actually comes, I'm like, I have no inclination, I have no feeling, I have no desire to do nothing. And now I check all my spirit team and everything, and they're like, nope, you already did what you needed to do. And so you literally, like Christmas, all of it, every single special. My birthday's on the 23rd, 12/23, so at the turn with the solstice and all of that stuff, and how all that goes. And I'm always a day early on the special days. And then when that moment's actually happening, I'm sitting back and chilling. And the only
Mhm.
what I put together from that is that in my working, my time space, like my time that I'm actually connected to, is more synchronized with the actual current energy flow. And so it literally creates the energy that everybody winds up tapping into.
For sure. I mean, everybody works their magic differently, you know, and like we all have an effect.
Yeah, exactly.
What do
It,
I
go
can I
ahead.
answer this question? What do I think about Scorpio? A Scorpio is a I don't know what I think
So
about
here's what I'm gonna share with you. You are beyond the questions and the comments. You're flying faster than them. I came to this realization quite some time ago. And if I spend time answering everybody's questions, then I'm doing no more or less than chasing my own tail, and I already know how it looks and works. People want to they want teachers, they want instructors, they want helpers, and yet they don't want to change their life as you have actively done, as I have actively done, as V and others in the world have actively done. And I have watched a good amount of our sort on this path, get completely sidetracked by entertaining people's questions.
Yes, yes. It's like a lot of ADD in the world, I think, because things happen so quickly now. So, and the scrolling and the swiping and this and this.
And so
And,
now,
you know, I mean, the number one is to go within.
boom. And you've and I'll mention this now, this much is healthy for anybody on their journey. So we have 7 personality types. We got what, 9 planets, and we got 12, 13 constellations. The 7 personality types, slave, king, helper, all of those it's not slave, it's more servant, but they turn anyways. You got the 7 personality types, and everybody starts out as one. But once you master all 7, now you're an alchemist, and you could be any personality type at any moment. So then that one's nipped in the butt. So then you move on to your planetary types. You become all of those, one after the other. You master all of those. So now we can jump between any of those 9 and alchemize any of that. Then we move to our constellations. We were born in one, but we master them all. And so then we can turn those technical 13 or 12, and we can alchemize all of those. So now you can be a true alchemist with 3 major centers of understanding, and you can utilize low, medium, and high magic to affect your future.
Can I write those down? I'd like to write down the seven.
Yeah. And it's funny because I wrote this, I put all this information down. This is my own personal book from notes that I put from many sources, many things I liked. I combined it all into one, and this became my book. And when I started looking for the personality types, they got a whole bunch of different crap listed nowadays. But the 7 personality types, if I don't find them here in my book, I know servant, king, healer, warrior. I always fall short of a few of remembering them all. I want to say there's like your comedian, like your jester.
Comedian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jester.
I went. That's just pulling it off my mind. Let me grab my other phone because with those ones, maybe I can find the other couple for you.
Okay.
And but yeah, that's that's the key though, is mastering all of them, learning how to shift your energy, and primarily that's done through meditation. And ultimately, it's the rate of breathing. The rate of breathing determines the meditation, or aka the trance state that the body is going through. So, depending upon your trance state, depending upon your breaths per minute, that is controlling essentially the pressure inside your body. So, depending upon the pressure within your body, is the trance state that a person becomes. So, literally, you can.
Yeah.
Uh,
Forget to breathe sometimes. I hold my breath.
yeah.
Pressure.
I'm going to be going for like a walk around here.
Okay,
Is
cool,
that
bro.
okay?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, do your
I'll
thing.
see you, V. I'll see you with your wand.
Yeah.
I'll stay here. I'll like take you while I'm walking around. I'll be listening.
Okay. The
Yeah.
two that I let's see. Take Jester out. Artisan.
I knew I was gonna have to cross that out. I'm gonna leave it.
Artisan, yep. Scholar and scholar and priest.
Priest.
And take healer out
Yes.
and put sage in. Now, like,
Sage.
yeah, so on the technical, I'm gonna read these out. On server, it says focus on support and care. So server can also be, it's that there's artisan, of course you have creativity and craft. So your artisan, your jester can fall within the artisan category. Um and I'm seeing that like server healer can fall within the server category as well. Warrior is focusing on action and challenge. So, for instance, just real quick, you already process it for other people out there. If they don't, if by like, I want to do this, I want to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, but they never move into the warrior trance space, they never become the warrior personality, then they're not focusing on action or challenge, and thus every single time they never do it. Anyways, Scholar is focusing on knowledge and logic. Sage is focusing on communication and expression. And the priest is inspiration and spiritual growth. And of course, the king is power and leadership. And I'll read those back if you would like.
The healer was communication and what else?
Like healer, the sage. Sage would be communication and expression.
Okay, expression.
Yeah. So, like, literally for myself, I connect very heavily with the sage because I'm expression and community. People tell me, "Oh, you're so natural or authentic or whatever the case," and so that seems like that's what people need me to be right now. So
Yeah.
that's the role. Yeah. um,
Yeah, and then the priest had what else to it?
Inspiration and spiritual growth. So, like,
Okay.
yeah, that motivation person would be the priest, and then king is focusing on power and leadership. And I'll throw in there also that like for instance, perhaps the warrior is always present, so they do action and they confront challenge regularly, but they say, "Oh, I'm going to start eating healthy. I'm going to start eating healthier," but they never do it because they can't get into a king personality type, a king trance state of being, and they can't actually execute the leadership to make that choice.
Okay.
So yeah. And then essentially the way I personally view it is that once an individual masters the 7 personality types, and I've got some books, in particular this one. At the end of the broadcast today, I'll send you a PDF copy of this book. And this one teaches you how to shift your personality trait. You can shift your trance state of being like on a dime, literally. And that's why people can't keep up with me, is because I can go from being a warrior to a king to a servant to the sage, and they're like, "What the fuck just what?" And because they go to one of
Yeah.
those and they get hit with all this problem, and by the time they want to switch to another one, they still got all these old traits. They can't move. And that's what I found. The personality types and these trance states, these emotions and all of the experiences, it's, man, once we get it really working, it's like the fucking best shifter ever, man. You could be like, blah, boom, blah, boom, blah, boom. But people, they try to shift
Yes.
gears and they hit crash because they're following one or multiple of the 7 errors.
Yes, yes. And then what else was for servant? Because each of these have 3, right?
I think they were like, yeah, 2 or 3. Let's see here. Servant.
All right, I'm missing 2. I'm missing the other 2 with servant, and I'm missing the last one with artisan.
Artisan, you could put the jester on that one, the comedian on
Okay.
that one. And then the server is support and care
Yes.
and healing.
Okay, because the healer, but then that's also, there is a healer type.
Well, the healer would technically fall into the server because in order to
I got that.
and in order to be an effective server, essentially like to turn that to access the healer role, then one enters the sage and the scholar because they have to process knowledge and logic, and they have to work on their like communication or whatnot on the server front, and then they can serve those to people. And so it's real. It's yeah, yeah. Looking at the basic 7 really allows you to start mixing together, and people want to mix immediately. They just want to throw stuff in a pot and be like, "Yep, that's what I got." And what I found is,
Mhm.
okay, I live the server. We all started out as server. Everybody in this world, we start out at server because that's what they want. They want more people serving them at the top. And so to really access that artisan or that warrior or the scholar or the sage or the priest or the king involves research and personal heart. And yeah,
Bro, can you hear me?
yeah, you're coming
Remember
through
from
clear.
yesterday you told me like a building is an interesting portal, like circular. Look at that.
Whoa.
And there's like another one. over here. Like it's
Sure.
literally, yeah. And I don't know what's inside, but it's like a literally empty thing. Interesting.
Ah, that is interesting. That is really cool. I don't know why, but I'm just being me, but just make sure your pendulum, like, to me, I'm like, make sure your pendulum's like around your neck or something, because I don't lose that one. But I'm sure you
It
tied it
is.
on pretty good.
It is. It is.
Oh, you're cool. You're cool.
I love
Um,
walking in nature together. That's awesome.
I literally feel like I need to start reading a story. To for your journey, man. Like this is cool. Did you?
Yeah.
I'm playing pretend with my best friend V here, and wouldn't it be cool? Awesome. Wouldn't it be cool if like you wind up getting like people that started following you? Like maybe I start reading and you're like and they start following, and then every day they show up and you're just walking with the phone or whatever. You have this big group of people following you, listening to stories.
To be honest, everything is possible. Yeah, that would be funny.
I was gonna say that the stories really help me with my attention span, because it really helps me to focus and to follow along. And then afterward, like when you like kind of break it down, like what you got from it is really helpful. And then it gives me time to like work on my artwork stuff.
Aww, that's cool. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool. Okay. On that one, um, if you had like today, you asked your question like, what did I get from that? I operate like almost like a jukebox. You put the correct question gets the information out of me. Without the question from somebody, my brain's like going where it's going, and I'm laser focused as normal. And so that's another big thing why I love V being around, and I enjoy having you around. I love having you around as much. It's all happening naturally. Gotcha. And if I don't, and in the future, feel free to yes. What'd you get out of that, or whatever the case? Very cool.
Or out. Open window.
Hmm. Okay, so we read a story earlier about a lamb's heart that Mr. What was his name? Lusting, Mr. Lusting, Sir Lusting was wanted. Uh, and I just opened up the Volsungs on the Norwegian form of things, and it says Sigurd eats the serpent's heart.
Awesome sauce. As you know. I love the like how the idea of just randomly opening a book and that guiding it somewhere, as you told me yesterday. There's truly something in that. It's I'm a work on practice working that in your own words, not practice.
This is amazing. This is this is cool, amazing. Look, I can believe it because it's been happening to me for like 3 years. Like it's like um, I suck at the lotto. I proved that one. I can't win nothing at the lotto. That one, no good. I I proved it, dude. I don't. I'm gonna lose it. However, however, when it comes to this kind of stuff, sheesh, I'm right on point every time. So If you're good at something, go with it. Do it. That's what I'm doing. Anyways, I'm just gonna plug in this other phone, and then I'm going to get to reading this story. And if you weren't here earlier, this is going to be a really good story. It's not super long, it's a page long. And the story that we wound up reading earlier today, which turned out out of nowhere, was about a Sir Lusting. And Sir Lusting, him and his brother, St. Peter, they had got themselves a lamb. And well, Mr. Lusting lied and said that the lamb didn't have a heart when he actually cut it out and ate it himself. And then they wind up in heaven together because Mr. Lusting tricks St. Peter and gets into heaven. So we won't be talking about this story is Sigurd eats the serpent's heart, which is really interesting.
You said Seagull or Seagore?
Sigurd. Sigurd. Sorry about that. Just make sure that's going. Oh, all right. There sits Sigurd roasting Fafnir's heart. Better he should eat it himself, said a bird. Then he would be wiser than any man. Another said, there lies Regin, who wants to betray the only one who trusts him. Then a third spoke, he should stark Regin's head off. Then he alone would control the huge store of gold. Then a fourth spoke, Sigurd would be wise to follow their advice. Afterward, he should ride to Fafnir's den and take the magnificent hoard of gold which is there, and then ride up to Heimdallfell, where Brynhild sleeps. There he will find great wisdom. He would be wise to take your advice and consider his own needs. I suspect the wolf where I see a wolf's ears. Then a fifth said, he is not as wise as I thought if he spares Regin after having killed his brother. Then a sixth spoke, it would be a wise course if Sigurd killed Regin and took the treasure for himself. Then Sigurd said, it will not be my ill fate that Regin shall be my death. Rather, both brothers should go the same way. He now drew the sword Gram and cut off Regin's head. After that, he ate some of the serpent's heart and kept some. He then leapt onto his horse and rode along Fafnir's trail until he came to the lair, which he found open. All the doors were made of iron, as were all their fastenings. All the posts in the house were also of iron, and they had been sunk into the earth. There Sigurd found an enormous store of gold, as well as the sword Hroki. He took from there the helm of terror, the golden coat of chainmail, and many other precious things. He found so much gold that he expected it to be more than 2 or even 3 horses could carry. He took all the gold and put it into 2 large chests, and then took Grani by the bridle. The horse would not budge, and whipping was useless. Sigurd now discovered what the horse wanted. He leapt onto his back and put spurs to him, and the horse ran as if unencumbered. I won't keep reading. It says page 21 concerning Sigurd. Sigurd now rode a long way until he came up on Heimdallfell. He turned south from Frankland, Ahead of him on the mountain he saw a great light as if a fire were burning, and the brightness reached up to the heavens. And when he came to it, there stood before him a rampart of shields with a banners above it. Sigurd went into the rampart and saw a man lying there asleep, dressed in full armor. First he removed the helmet from a man's head and saw that it was a woman. He was in a coat of mail so tight that it seemed to have grown into her flesh. He sliced through the armor, down from the neck, opening out through the sleeves, and it cut like cloth. Sigurd said she had slept too long. She asked what was so strong that it could slash through her coat of mail and rouse me from sleep. Or is it that Sigurd, the son of Sigmund, has come, the one who has the helmet of Fafnir and carries Fafnir's bane in his hand? Sigurd replied, he is of the line of Volsung, who has done this work, and I have heard that you are the daughter of a powerful king. I have also been told of your beauty and wisdom, and these I will put to the test. Brynhild said that two kings had fought. One called Jalmgordnar was old and was a great warrior, and Ordine had promised him the victory. The other was Agnar, or Orda Brodiak. I struck down Jalmgordnar in battle, and Ordine stabbed me with a sleeping thorn in revenge. He said I should never afterward have the victory. He also said that I must marry, and I made a counter vow that I would marry no one who knew fear. Sigurd said, teach me the ways of mighty things. She answered, you know them better than I, but gladly I will teach you. If there is anything I know that will please you about runes or other matters that concern all things, let us drink together, and may the gods grant us a fair day, that you may gain profit and renown from my wisdom, and that you will later remember that we speak of it. Brynhild filled a goblet, gave it to Sigurd, and spoke. Beer I give you, battlefield's ruler, with strength blended and with much glory. It is full of charmed verse and runes of healing, of seemly spells and of pleasing speech. Victory runes shall you know if you want to secure wisdom, and cut them on the sword hilt, on the center ridge of the blade, and the parts of the brand, and name Tyre twice. Wave runes shall you make if you desire to ward your sail steeds on the sound. On the stem shall they be cut, and on the steering blade, and burn them on the oar. No broad breaker will fall, nor waves of blue, and you will come safe from the sea. Speech runes shall you know if you want no repayment, and hate words for harm done. Wind them, weave them, tie them all together at that thing when all shall attend the complete court. Ale runes shall you know if you desire no other's wife, to deceive you in troth, if you must. They shall be cut on the horn and on the hand's back, and mark the need rune of your nail. For the cup shall you make a sign, and be wary of misfortune, and throw leak into the liquor. Then I know that you will never get a potion blended with poison. Aid ruin shall you learn if you would grant assistance to bring the child from the mother. Cut them in her palm and hold her hand in yours, and bid the dizer not to fail. Branch rune shall you know if you wish to be a healer, and to know how to see the wounds. On bark shall they be cut, and on needles on the tree, whose limbs learn to the east. Mind runes shall you learn if you would be wiser than all men. They were solved, they were carved out, they were heated by Hropt. They were cut on the shield that stands before the shining god, on Orvak's ear, and on Olsvid's head, and on the wheel that stands under Hrungnir's chariot, on Sleipnir's reins, and on the sleigh's fetters, On bear's paw and on braggy's tongue, on wolf's claw and on eagle's beak, on bloody wings and on bridges' ends, on the soothing palm and on the healing step, on glass and on gold and on good silver and in whale and in wine, and on the witch's seed and human flesh, and the point of Gotnir and the hag's breast, on the Norn's nail and the neb of the owl, all that were carved on these were scraped off and mixed with the holy mead and sent on widespread ways. They are with elves, some with the Asir, and with the venerable Vanir. Some belong to mortal men. These are cure runes, and aid runes, and all ale runes, and peerless power runes, for all to use unspoiled and unprofaned to bring about good fortune. Enjoy them if you have learned them, until the gods perish. Now shall you choose as you are offered a choice, O maple shaft of sharp weapon speech, or silence. You must muse for yourself. All words are already decided. I will not flee, though death fated, you know I am. I was not conceived as a coward. I will have all of your loving advice as long as I live.
I love you, bro, best friend. That was
That was pretty awesome. That's pretty interesting. It really actually followed in line with his personality types. It really spoke
yeah.
exactly about the curing, the ailing, the runes. Um, oh, I'll write that one down. That was a good one I got up here. Okay, look, bro, check this out. You might want to make a note of this. You might want to do it right now. I'm going to make a note of it myself. He said something that sparked an idea in my mind. Now, as I would use other things, the I Ching, you know how the lines work?
Yeah.
Now, you would have to be very careful, but if you had something sharp, you could carve that into your fingernail without doing damage or going too deep. You could actually carve that
Yeah, like
into it.
carve the hexagram, right? That's oh, I love the idea. Okay, I'll oh, that's awesome.
You could write that down.
Wait, carve into a fingernail.
Okay, so when I was a kid, I would take my sharp canine tooth and I would literally go up and down the center of my thumbnail. And I don't know why I would do it, but I just do it. And then like I would kind of go too far, be like, oh, that's too far, and then I wouldn't touch it for a while, heal up or whatever. I wasn't trying to hurt myself, but technically, there's a little bit of room on that nail where carving can actually happen, a little etching. An etching, I guess an etching would be more a proper etching. And so, like, literally, you could, like, etch out an I Ching, a hexagram, a symbol, an ohm symbol, a rune, because every single finger correlates to a different planet, a different energy.
Why not just draw it?
You could,
Which one should we carve though, if I find something?
because in my head, if I etch it into something, then it's going to last. And if I paint it on something, it won't last so long. My eyeliner reminds me of that.
Okay. I love this idea. I very much so, bro.
That's because I'm always looking to increase talisman potency, and other than money being darn most popular talisman, the body itself is the greatest talisman to resonate the body to a particular frequency and degree from to every aspect. Um, there's some things I don't mind like my nails, like I could carve something into them. They're gonna grow out. It's not gonna stay forever. However, maybe the whole thing grows out and I could save it and then cut it off and then have it, like safely, like after it's grown or something. Who knows? Who knows?
I just realized I saw you make coffee like a million times and you never saw me make coffee, so here we are.
I love it. I love it.
Right. Coffee time.
Oh, shells. So, I'm not going to move the camera right now. However, we teleported, the grape and then the little wooden portal thing of bark. And there was a larger piece. And it was, anyways, advancement. Advancement. Always advancing. But again, I do find it pretty interesting how that story brought up a lot of runes and ways that truly, when used together, is a quantum mathematical reality.
Yeah.
Understanding the body. But yeah. And the whole world, gosh, something says I'm gonna pull some cards. Something said if you're on YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram and you'd like a card pulled, I do oracle readings
Let's do a
too.
collective.
Collective?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it. I'm down. If you'd like to throw down, just let me know and I'll make sure that we hear it. Something's
Okay, I mean, you could do that and then do a story and then I could go.
yes. Cool. Okay. And bro seems like he is creating today. He's on the creation level today, which is actually pretty stellar. I like that. I like that. Yeah.
It's awesome sauce, bro.
Yeah.
He's out in nature for us.
Yeah. Well, he got back home.
Now I gotta go out in nature.
Oh, you do now. You do.
Now I'm creating coffee.
That's it. That's it. That's it. You got it. You got it.
Alright.
Boom. All right. I got a fairy deck. I got a divine mother deck, and I've got Japanese deck. That's a collective. That's a good collective reading trio right there. Boom, boom, boom. I like this. I like this. So if you're new here, we are utilizing esoteric Buddhist oracle system. We also have Divine Mother, all set. Egyptian oracle system. We got a fairy deck. I pull from those three as a collective. I like that. I like that a lot better. Love it. Como cooking. This dude. He's a gold. I think of the natives, man. They go hunting. Real hunting. Fucking. So I gotta take a bite of that heart. Fresh heart. I've been moving to at least no meat. Last couple of oh, let me see a cup again, bro. I love
Best cup ever. I love this cup.
the strawberries.
Yeah,
I love it.
coffee from heaven.
I have to plant them, but look.
We are creating. And that's awesome because like bro, like I was in nature like a few moments ago. Now I'm making coffee and now you have these to plant in nature and now I have the mug. Yeah. Yeah, creating.
Hey, bro. So I'll be a little silly, but let's clinker glasses.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Works, I think, yeah. Yeah.
That's cool. That's stupid cute cool.
Mm-hmm.
Who knew life could be this cool? Boom. Mama, pillar of
All
light.
you needed was the best friend and some understanding of love on the same wavelength, and there it is.
And there it is. The rest is stories to be shared, memories to be created, and new things to discover. I mean, hey, Pinky. No, how does it go? You gotta ask if you're peak. Do you ever seen Pinky in the Brain?
It sounds
No.
actually. I'm not sure. I
Okay,
think I did, but
you
I'm
gotta
not sure.
you gotta write it down,
Is it like
and
a
you gotta
cartoon
check
or
it out.
something?
You gotta check it out. It goes. Pinky goes up to Brain and goes, "Hey, Brain, what are we gonna do tonight?" And Brain goes, "The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world."
Watch it.
Pinky
It's
and the
the.
Brain,
I did. I know. I did watch it, and it was like one of the most awesome things when I was like, again, a little kid. Yeah. Awesome. Sauce.
I'm gonna go.
Yes,
That was a good one.
thank you.
Dexter's Lab. Shit.
Yo. I love it. I'm having fun. That's what life's about right there. Having fun.
Oh yeah.
All right, we got our cards pulled here, and I'm going to go to those, get all that prepped up. So first is Como Kurtin. Om Virupaksanagid Patayasvaha. Om Virupaksanagid Patayasvaha. Om Virupaksanagid Patayasvaha. He's a protector of the West with eyes to see the true nature of all. He has his brush and paper with him. Let the quiet flame of passion burn brightly. Don't let past failures take hold of you. Fortune in realizing your errors. Write down your thoughts. Inside you right now, the flame of passion is quietly burning. You may, for some reason, be hesitant to let it burn brightly. However, before the eyes which see the true nature of all things, you will come to find the reason you're hesitating on your own. Perhaps you remember past failures, but you should know that you're lucky for realizing the error of your ways. Use the failures of the past to better your future, to help you understand that it might be a good idea to observe your surroundings closely and write down what you see. Komokutan is one of the four heavenly kings and a deity who protects the West. Of his messengers, he has a dragon whose power lies in his eyes, as well as a demon that the souls of those who die suddenly, without having been given rights, are said to become. He is a general who serves Taishakurten, the protector god of the Buddhist way. He is said to have the best eyesight of the four heavenly kings, Komoku meaning wide eyes. As such, he not only protects humanity, but reports to Taishakurten. This is why he is the only one of the four heavenly kings who holds a brush and paper as opposed to a weapon. Protection, improvement in penmanship, and calligraphy. Now, so we don't have to worry about anything bad. We can learn from the past. This is exactly what I've done with my life. And truly to be this is the shadow work. This is going within the evaluating what has happened in one's own history, because we can always use that information to make a better decision of what to do with our life moving forward. We do not have to repeat the past. We can make different decisions and choices today. We owe nothing one solid form of life without changing or shifting. And so, by doing these things and learning from oneself rather than learning from somebody else telling you or trying to point anything out, but from one's own personal journey of this will turn you and get you to become a pillar. Oop, I needed some bells happening with that one. A pillar of light. And so it says, Descent of the Star of Allset. Beings of light and divinity are calling you now. They wish to connect with you more strongly, and you are being guided to strengthen your energy field to allow more of the divine light that seeks to flow through your body safely and into expression. Beloved initiate, you are called to allow more divine energy and light to emanate from your body to help build your light body so that the love and healing of the cosmic feminine energies of the star of Allset, the Divine Mother, can descend through you, offering healing light and assistance to humanity and setting your own heart and soul on fire with divine love and passion. It is suggested that you first build and strengthen your natural pillar of light within your energy body, like building a broadband cable so that you can receive energy transmissions into your being more easily. Without such preparation, it would be like trying to run high voltage electricity through wires that are not equipped to handle it. Some fire and damage would occur, and the practice would not be safe or sensible. The pillar of light is the energy tube of pure white light that connects the soul star chakra above your head and the earth star chakra beneath your feet. The star of Allset will descend from above your soul star chakra, pouring in grace, light, and healing power until it eventually flows like a river into your Earth Star chakra, blessing the earth through your body. The star of also known as Sirius, rests in a state of bliss, joy, and has a soul presence of heart, great strength, and stunning spiritual light. This is the consciousness seeking to manifest more fully in service through you now, beloved initiate. You're becoming more and more ready to sustain such high vibrations. As pulling this card, then you are encouraged to start this practice on a daily basis as soon as possible. There are higher frequencies waiting to connect more consciously with you for spiritual enlightenment, healing, and guidance. But you will need to prepare your energy field for a connection so that the energy can flow without undue stress or strain on your body. Once you start this practice, you will get a sense of how often feels right for you. If you do it too often, perhaps more than once a day, you may feel lightheaded or ungrounded, too hot or cranky, hormonal or overheated inside, out of balance emotionally, and just not enjoying your practice. Moderation will lead you more quickly into success. It is recommended that you attempt this practice, this working, no more than once per day and for several minutes at a time, building up to however long feels correct for you. As you grow, you will feel the light descending and the energy ascending more and more strongly in your physical body. At first, you may feel energy or you may not, and that is fine. That is okay. That is acceptable. The exercise will work in your awareness of it at a conscious level and will grow with practice. You will also find that, like better internet connection as you continue to practice, your ability to be in conscious communication with your spiritual guidance, to channel healing and other spiritual activities such as meditation, will be stronger, clearer, easier, and more powerful. Remember to have mercy if you are then using these abilities with others. They may not be used to the degree of electricity that is coming through you, and you want to facilitate good, not cause harm to the person you're helping. Stay in your heart. Don't be attached to being powerful, and allow the Divine Lady also to manage the power that flows from you to another by asking for her help in unconditional love. I'm going to go ahead and read this guided meditation. So if you would like to participate in it, feel free to.
Sure.
And
Yes.
if I, cool. And boom. Resting quietly as we have been, imagine a deep beneath you in the earth, there's a ball of radiant light. It rises up, this ball of radiant light rises up through your body, connects with your heart, and then flows out through the top of your head until it reaches a ball of radiant light hovering above your head. The light above your head begins to flow down to your heart and continues on until it reaches the ball of light beneath your feet in the earth. Allow this pattern of light ascending from the earth to the heart and out through the crown and descending from the crown to the heart and down into the earth to continue for several moments, breathing easily as you intend this to happen. Few breaths as that is continued. As you're becoming aware again of the light above your head, and this time, as that light is beyond even that, it glows and radiates great love. Allow this light to descend a little towards the crown of your head and towards your heart. Allow as much or as little of this light as wishes to come, trusting that it is intelligent and will flow with wisdom. When you're ready, imagine the light beneath your feet and the earth becomes like a magnet, pulling all the light that has entered your being from above deep into the soil. Breathe into your heart and continue to breathe and exhale. Pillar of light, burning bright, earth star below, soul star above. Burn away all that is not light. Transform all into unconditional love. Star of all set, descend your blessing and peace without end. Grace us now with peace and protection, completely embraced by divine perfection. Pillar of light, burning bright, earth star below, soul star above. Burn away all that is not light. Transform all into unconditional love. Star of all set, descend your blessing and peace without end. Grace us now with peace and protection, completely embraced by divine perfection. Pillar of light, burning bright, our star below, soul star above, burn away all that is not light. Transform all into unconditional love, star of all set descend. Your blessing and peace without end. Grace us now with peace and protection, completely embraced by divine perfection. Rar, 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 semitoki shabu banani sum turbina, or semitoki shabu banani sum turbina, or semitoki shabu banani sum turbina, abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. And the last card, now that we're a pillar of light in all of this goodness and all of this wisdom coming through, the last and final card really, it does not require any additional words except to stand your ground. And stay living, stay doing what you do, stay learning, keep on that course. And that's I'll follow that up with a little story here.
That was awesome, bro.
I just got back.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Ooh, that. Did someone join?
Yes.
So you felt
That was
that
really
show.
good. Oh yeah.
And V felt that. He's like, I'm just picking it
Yeah.
up. I'm just kidding. I'm looking at his eyes right now. The dude's like, what the hell? What's going on?
That was a good little meditation. Like the imagining of the light up above, below.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This entire Oracle deck, I thank you so much because you said exactly, you called exactly the best course, and that was reading for everyone. You used a different word, a better word, but you could for a community, overall reading, and that's what came.
Good.
It's right on the line of Tahuti, of divine wisdom. What do people need to do? You don't need to go to
Yes.
nobody. Right, and learn from yourself. Learn from your own life. That's what Komokuti said. I'm gonna protect you while you learn from your own life. Boom. That's easy enough. And then Divine Mother comes in and says, yo, become a pillar of light. Divinity wants to connect with you. So you're protected. You've learned a few things. Shine a little bit brighter. Start it into a daily working practice, whatever exercise you want to label it as, and stand your ground in that. Yeah, and so these ones, every single one of these cards in this deck has one of those guided meditations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the stand your ground is important for sure. For
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. It's
The sovereignty
mm-hmm.
of your person. Yes.
I'm feeling beyond wonderful. I don't know how to put it into words other than just. Uh, that's what I'll say so far. Just like a very strong, powerful, magical.
Yes.
Yeah. Man, I knew this coffee was gonna be like heavenly.
Collaboration is so much funner than all the other junk that people do. Having fun and just in the moment, anybody could be the leader. Anybody could, yeah, we're gonna go that way. Okay, let's go that way.
Aye, aye, Captain.
All right. Okay.
Oh, I also liked how the deity that was on the card was more about like the brush and the pen than fighting. And because I've been getting more into my pen with my art, and there's like war going on and stuff, and I stay out of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, like that's early in my spiritual in my shamanic path in my shamanic career. If people want to look at it in that lens,
Yes.
which it became very evident very quickly to me that that those of that violent nature will take themselves out. Divinity does not need to send in anything to take them out. It just needs to separate. Divinity separates, and the way my mom would say it, the way Rosemary would say it, is stupid gonna take out stupid.
Yeah. And iron will sharpen iron.
Yup, yup. And we just be passing some holy divine ink, some thoughts.
Yeah.
That's yeah. This is my fun. This truly is my fun.
Our fun.
Our
Our.
fun. Our fun.
Okay, Crack Sparrow. No. How many times do you hear that a day?
That's the only time you spoke it. I don't look at them, and I don't pay them attention because if I did, I wouldn't have anybody watching this channel anymore.
Well, there's always people in here, so it's like, okay.
So okay,
Why would they want to call me?
I will entertain that one. Okay, I will entertain that question from you.
Trolls.
So to me, I don't like I don't like being called crack sparrow. I think it's very disrespectful and disgraceful and ugly and so many other things. However, there was one discussion and people were like defending me, and the people defending me, sticking up for me, and the whole thing referred to me as crack sparrow. So I can't be all that ugly or upset with it. It exists, and so I just don't fight with it or anything. People want to use it, they could use it. Just whatever. I just don't look or listen to it much. So they're not, not every. Some people mean it in a positive way. That's cool. It's our whole world. We're making it up as we go along. We're all making it up as we
I
go
think you get a
along.
kick out of it too because you don't take it seriously.
Well, yeah. Okay. So yeah, like it's cool to be the pirate. Like okay, this like
Yeah.
I was in New Mexico, and I'll walk up to the gas station or whatever, and that's what I'm go get whatever I'm gonna get and drink whatever, and I get back, and this lady pulls over on the side of the road to talk with me, And she's nice, and I'm like, yeah, well, let's have a chat. And she starts chatting, and she said, I just want to let you know, all the kids in the neighborhood, come to they call you the pirate. You're the pirate. I was like, oh, I'll take it. So then I jump on here, and everybody's like, "Yo, Jack Sparrow! I didn't know Jack. Well, this will count as Jack Sparrow." And then everybody else starts chiming in. I'm like, "Well, I'll be a pirate. Sure, pirates are pretty cool if I look at it. Sure, I don't have a boat or nothing, but my spirit team, they certainly like to think we ride on a boat. So I guess I got a boat nobody else can see, or maybe they can. That's why they call me. Anyways, I'll own it.
Yes.
I'll own it.
Yep. I
A
mean, it's
band of
like it's
interdimensional
programming.
pirates.
Yep. It's
Hey, pirates are cool. They have pirate fest over here. You know what I'm
yo
saying?
yo
It's fun. It's fun because there's a spirit to it.
boom.
There's a spirit of like, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want.
Exactly.
I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. I'm spiritually connected.
Now there's a big reality that I learned, and you know it, and V, if you don't know it, now you do know it. I did tell you, but if anybody else but if you follow divine law and order through and through, that's literally how you become a sovereign citizen. Because by following divine law and order, nobody gives you a hard time. Not on that spectrum anymore. You are following divine law and order, therefore your actions are pure and good. There is no bad that is coming or being emitted from you. Like, you think humans got satellites on this planet just to shoot TV shows back at you? They sending probes to all sorts of planets out, and who God knows who's where, and measuring. Oh yeah, it's got rocks, and we could tell it's got this thing on there. What do you think they can read on your signal?
Yeah, they definitely target certain people who are more enlightened and things, and they do it subtle ways, and they do it with the beams.
Boom, boom, boom.
But you stay above that.
Correct,
Don't overpower it.
correct. And staying in that positive energy, staying in that positive frequency, that's what allows positive things to continue and to develop, and errors or erroneous ways tend to be shaved off. And so, in the vein of a story, this one jumped out, and I don't want to read the name of the story because it could give the wrong connotation or the wrong whatever. But I glanced through it, and it's talking about the power, if a child has the power of wishing. And I'm like, that sounds like our kind of story. So I'm going to skip the name, and then at the end, I'll tell you what the name is.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna refill my coffee super duper fast. Okay. If you're on Instagram, it's going to kick us off in 22 seconds. So I will wind up jumping right back on the live. If you would like to, we are on TikTok under Setra, and we are on YouTube, youtube.com/Setra, SETCHRA. Though, if you want to stick on Instagram, we will be right back live momentarily. Oh, boom. Let me hit these buttons real quick. And then we'll be right back there. No, not that one. And it was funny because, well, I'm just going to hit that one. Yes. Oh, okay. All right. Here's the story. There was once upon a time a queen to whom God had given no children. Every morning she went into the garden and prayed to God in heaven to bestow on her a son or a daughter. Then an angel from heaven came to her and said, Be at rest. Thou shalt have a son with the power of wishing. So that whosoever in the world he wished for, that shall he have. Then she went on to the king and told him the joyful tidings. And when the time was come, she gave birth to a son, and the king was filled with gladness. Every morning she went with the child to the garden where the wild beasts were kept, and washed herself there in a clear stream. It happened once when the child was a little older that it was lying in her arms and she fell asleep. Then came the old cook who knew that the child had the power of wishing, and stole it away. And he took a hen and cut it in pieces and dropped some of its blood on the queen's apron and on her dress. Then he carried the child away to a secret place where a nurse was obliged to suckle it. And he ran to the king and accused the queen of having allowed her child to be taken from her by the wild beast. When the king saw the blood on her apron, he believed this, fell into such a passion that he ordered a high tower to be built, in which neither sun nor moon could be seen, and had his wife put into it and walled up. Here she was to stay for 7 years without meat or drink, and die of hunger. But God sent two angels from heaven in the shape of white doves, which flew to her twice a day and carried her food until the 7 years were over. The cook, however, thought to himself, if the child has the power of wishing and I am here, he might very easily get me into trouble. So he left the palace and went to the boy who was already big enough to speak, and said to him, wish for a beautiful palace, for thyself with a garden and all else that pertains to it. Scarcely were the words out of the boy's mouth when everything was there that he had wished for. After a while, the cook said to him, it is not well for thee to be so alone. Wish for a pretty girl as a companion. Then the king's son wished for one, and she immediately stood before him, and was more beautiful than any painter could have painted her. The two played together and loved each other with all their hearts, and the old cook went out hunting like a nobleman. The thought, however, occurred to him that the king's son might some day wish to be with his father, and thus bring him into great peril. So he went out and took the maiden aside and said, tonight, when the boy is asleep, go to his bed and plunge this knife into his heart, and bring me his heart and tongue. And if thou dost not do it, thou shalt lose his life. Thereupon he went away, and when he returned next day she had not done it, and said, why should I shed blood of an innocent boy who has never harmed anyone? The cook once more said, if thou dost not do it, it shall cost thee thy own life. When he had gone away, she had a little hind brought to her, and ordered her to be killed, and took her heart and tongue and laid them on a plate. And when she saw the old man coming, she said to the boy, lie down in thy bed and draw the clothes over thee. Then the wicked wretch came in and said, where are the boy's hearts and tongue? Where is the boy's heart and tongue? The girl reached the plate to him, but the king's son threw off the quilt and said, thou old sinner, why didst thou want to kill me? Now I will pronounce thy sentence. Thou shalt become a black poodle, and have a gold collar round thy neck, and shalt eat burning coals till the flames burst forth from thy throat. And when he had spoken these words, the old man was changed into a poodle dog, and had a gold collar round his neck, and the cooks were ordered to bring up some live coals, and these he ate until the flames broke forth from his throat. The king's son remained there a short while longer, and he thought of his mother, and wondered if she were still alive. At length he said to the maiden, I will go home to my country. If thou wilt go with me, I will provide for thee. Ah, she replied, the way is so long, and what shall I do in a strange land where I am unknown? As she did not seem quite willing, and as they could not be parted from each other, he wished that she might be changed into a beautiful pink, and took her with him. Then he went away to his own country, and the poodle had to run after him. He went to the tower in which his mother was confined, and as it was so high, he wished for a ladder which would reach up to the very top. Then he mounted up and looked inside and cried, "Beloved mother, lady, queen, are you still alive, or are you dead?" She answered, "I have just eaten, and am still satisfied." For she thought the angels were there. Said he, "I am your dear son, whom the wild beasts were said to have torn from your arms. But I am still alive, and I will speedily deliver you." Then he descended again and went to his father and caused him to be announced as a strange huntsman, and asked if he could give him a place. The king said yes, if he was skillful and could get game for him, he should come to him. But that deer had never taken up their quarters in any part of the district or country. Then the huntsman promised to procure as much game for him as he could possibly use at the royal table. So he summoned all the huntsmen together and bade them go out into the forest with him. And he went with them and made them form a great circle, open at one end, where he stationed himself and began to wish. 200 deer and more came running inside the circle at once, and the huntsman shot them. Then they were all placed on 60 country carts and driven home to the king, and for once he was able to deck his table with game, after having had none at all for years. Now the king felt great joy at this, and commanded that his entire household should eat with him next day, and made a great feast. When they were all assembled together, he said to the huntsman, "As thou art so clever, thou shalt sit by my side." He replied, "Lord King, your majesty must excuse me. I am a poor huntsman." But the king insisted on it, and said, "Thou shalt sit by me," until he did it. While he was sitting there, he thought of his dearest mother, and wished that one of the king's principal servants would begin to speak of her, and would ask how it was faring with the queen in the tower, and if she were alive still, or had perished. Hardly had he formed the wish than the marshal began and said, "Your majesty, we live joyously here, but how is the queen living in the tower? Is she still alive, or has she died?" But the king replied, "She let my dear son be torn to pieces by wild beasts. I will not have her named." Then the huntsman arose and said, "Gracious Lord Father, she is alive still, and I am her son. And I was not carried away by wild beasts, but by that wretch, the old cook, who tore me from her arms when she was asleep and sprinkled her apron with the blood of a chicken." Thereupon he took the dog with the golden collar and said that this is the wretch, and caused live coals to be brought, and these the dog was compelled to devour before the sight of all, until flames burst forth from its throat. On this the huntsman asked the king if he would like to see the dog in his true shape, and wished him back into the form of the cook, in the which he stood immediately with his white apron and his knife by his side. When the king saw him, fell into a passion, and ordered him to be cast into the deepest dungeon. Then the huntsman spoke further, and said, "Father, will you see the maiden who brought me up so tenderly, and who was afterwards to murder me, but did not, though her own life depended on it?" The king replied, "Yes, I would like to see her." The son said, "Most gracious father, I will show her to you in the form of a beautiful flower." And he thrust his hand into his pocket and brought forth the pink and placed it on the royal table. And it was so beautiful that the king had never seen one equal to it. Then the son said, "Now will I show her to you in her own form, and wish that she might become a maiden." And she stood there looking so beautiful that no painter could have made her look more so. And the king sent 2 waiting maids and 2 attendants into the tower to fetch the queen and bring her to the royal table. But when she was led in, she ate nothing, and said, "The gracious and merciful God who has supported me in the tower will speedily deliver me." She lived 3 days more, and then died happily, And when she was buried, the two white doves, which had brought her food to the tower and were angels of heaven, followed her body and seated themselves on her grave. The aged king ordered the cook to be torn into 4 pieces, but the grief consumed the king's own heart, and he soon died. His son married the beautiful maiden whom he had brought with him as a flower in his pocket, and whether they still are alive or not is known to God.
What a story, bro. The Grimm Bros never disappoint.
The whole time he talking about pulling out the flower from his pocket, I'm like, I got a flower back there. I know I don't got a active flower right here. But what did you pick up yesterday, bro, and put on your altar?
Flowers.
And what they white and pink?
They were purple, I
They're
think, but
purple.
there were
Okay.
many. Yeah, that's like, but many of them in the ground were that color. Where I picked those from, but I didn't pick those. Oh, actually, from that stick there were purple ones. Yeah, yeah. No, pink ones. Pink ones were on the. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah,
Did you
we
leave
picked some
those
pink
on?
up.
Did you leave those on your altar?
Mm-hmm.
Now myself, I'm like, that's cool because I'm like, especially between if I'm chatting with somebody, especially chatting with somebody, I'm like, bro, that counts as one of us did it. The flowers are on the altar. There's been a grape that went in wood, whatever. So if it's active at one place, the pink flower was there, and that was the name of the story, the pink. And so I don't want
Oh.
to mention that until the very like yeah.
Mm, that is awesome, and it was literally like a stick with many pink flowers blossoming from it, as though were. Yeah.
So if you take that and you cut the bottom of it with your scissors or a knife at a 45-degree angle and put that in water, it'll actually allow those flowers to bloom. You can actually like literally you can feed water to that on your altar and they can still bloom.
Mm. Okay. Noted. That shall be. I like that. Very, very, very much like love that.
And whether
Oh.
you're on TikTok or YouTube, this is just one of like I've got my videos that are showing day one. We're on day 20 of the effects of what an altar will do to grapes. And this one fell to the ground and it's still attached. You can see the stem of it and it's literally turned into a raisin. I stepped on it, but I didn't squish it when I stepped on it. So literally this grape has already turned into a legit raisin in 20 days time. 20 days time I can turn a grape into a raisin without anything except my altar and me. And and at least for people in the United States, I don't know how it would work for sending it outside the United States, but people inside the United States, I don't know if I could send food outside the country, but at least, inside the States, I could send you like I could send a raisin and be like, boom, and then go over the ceremony, you eat the raisin. I did it the first one I ever did by accident. I found it and I realized that it happened and I saved it and and this dude I was like, "You want to try it? You want to like have seeds it with me?" And they were like, "I'll eat it if you eat it," kind of a thing. And I was like, "Heck yeah, I'll eat it." So I took it over and I washed it because I just bought it from the store and stuck it up there. So I washed it. I washed it first and then broke it, cut it, broke it, whatever. Gave him half, ate half. Neither one of us got sick. They did some pretty divine
Okay, so I have
energy.
some grapes. I kind of want to try that.
Oh, you can't like legit like so. Mm, I've got a lot of. I've got at least. I've got at least 700 stones about this size, and
Right.
then I have at least maybe 40 about the size of my palm to the size of my hand. And so through that arrangement, like I looked up the meaning of the stones, the energies of the stones, turned them into talismans, did all that kind of stuff. And then I started laying them out in yantras and geometric patterns, square, circle, triangle. These shapes are very basic and laid at different points in the house. Like there's a Japanese system. I think it's Japanese, might be Chinese. I think it's Japanese. Anyways, you set up 5 altars in the room. So you turn your entire room into this is now your altar space. This is now your shrine. There's no more bed in there. So each corner becomes an altar. Every single corner in the room becomes an altar, and your primary altar is in the center. And you sleep close to the center altar. So what winds up happening is you are separating the 4 primary elements of nature, earth, water, fire, wind. Every single altar is dedicated to that specific energy. And the fifth one is the combination. The fifth one is where a piece of all of those altars comes, and they're at each corner of that center altar. So literally the energy is connecting out like a gridded network. So if you have 4 points down below and you bring up the fifth, now we just created a 3D um space. We just actually created a void in space that we can work in undisturbed. And so that energy can stay pure. And so essentially that's what I developed into and didn't even realize I had developed into this. And then that's when I noticed the grapes started turning into raisins and all sorts of other cool stuff.
Yes, yes. It's so good to set up spiritually, and there's so many things that could be done. You tap in and set up certain things, certain ways.
Yeah. And it's it's collaboration. He's allowing things to be a compliment. You know, like I took a simple construct in society. They said, in the Bible, it says that uh, let's just remove the gender, but it says a person is a compliment to the other person. And then I got it in my head. I was like, down this path, I'm like, hold on. A compliment is like some French fries to a burger. You ain't gonna put salad next to my burger, because if you do, I'm gonna be like, can you just like put all that salad stuff in between the 2 pieces of bread, buns? You know, we're gonna eat it like that. It's a burger. Fries would be a proper compliment. Fries are not a burger. Fries are not salad, lettuce, cheese. That's fries are fries. Burger's burger. Those are 2 different things, but they complement each other. It makes the whole thing. And so, like when I started learning that, that's
Correct.
right. And that's I took that, and that's when I started transferring it into all these divine beings, from Hindu to Japanese, whatever term people want to call it. I'm like, hold on a second. These are complements of each other. These are systems that work together. And so by putting them together, I'm going to tap into it somehow, some way, my body, my energy field. I don't know, but I'm going to follow my heart. And being surrounded by all these Egyptian tapestries, like I'm in my own little tomb, it's been some pretty good. You live in a book, you might get smarter.
Yeah, yeah.
The core of it all and what it ultimately comes down is just follow your heart. That's like such a simplified answer on what we've been doing, how to love, what's the meaning of life. Everything can be summarized.
Yep.
Follow your Heart. Oh, 3 words. Of course, it's 3 words. Yeah.
Yeah, the heart energy, the loving energy, like it has to start with the emotion. Like you have to tap in and think like, am I negative or positive right now? Because everything's gonna like spring from that. Like I know I have to check in with that a lot.
Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you, Shells. That that's why I don't have to worry about thinking about stories or did I do this or did I do that. I don't second guess myself. I stopped doing that. I 2 years 3 years ago, whatever, I stopped second guessing myself. I know what I put together, I know what I saw, I know what I did, I'm moving forward with it. And what you just described in your verbiage, in that exact perfect verbiage, is that was me getting to I'm not second guessing myself. I know what I see, I know what I'm moving with, and I
Yeah.
know that no matter what I did in any situation, love was at the top. Not money, not nothing else. Love was at the top. So if somebody else miscued those actions, that's on them, that's not me.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know it's good not to pay attention to the comments so much, but somebody asked what is the point of this, and I to me I would say that this is like a spiritual discussion, a spiritual school study,
Yeah.
um, a place where people can come and share their spiritual thoughts, talents.
It's Invisible College 333. What does that mean? Figure out for yourself or don't. Here we are at the Invisible College 333.
um
Yeah.
you're completely correct, Shells. That it is about the collaboration. It is about coming together. It is about learning from each other. Um, Quantum experience is man. Everybody's involved in that. Everybody experiences. We experience anomalies, and yeah, I'd say your answer was does not need any of my words to be add to it. I love you, girl. You're cool.
And for anyone and everyone watching, I know this might be crazy to hear, but we are all actually alive right now because of love. What does that
True.
mean? Figure out for yourself again.
It's true. And it's sharing the love, expressing the love, being one with my neighbor. It's what the king said. I say it every day. The big old king and Mr. JC. He said, greatest commandment, love thy neighbor, Jesus Christ. People say, oh, that's our God, that's who we serve. Well, he said, love your neighbor. And he said, when you're done loving your neighbor, come sit at this awesome table, be my brother, and enjoy this feast. He never told me to go get no weapon or hurt my brother. He said, love. He said, love my neighbor. And so every story we share, everything we come back around, comes back to love. It comes back to recognizing people who are not loved. And truly, like the growth, the wisdom, man, Tahuti is running this channel himself. He just guided me and all of us to share the what we got to share so we could all yep. Ooh. And if you are here, if you did jump in late, if you're on TikTok or Instagram, we are on YouTube. So all the wonderful, awesome stuff we talk about and discuss is available on YouTube. The replay comes right back 9 hours a day. I think we got 6 days worth of them. And this would be our 7th day on YouTube. Yeah, I'm doing this. Cool. That's okay. Nothing, bro.
Uh, uh, I really
Ooh.
took your. Hmm?
What's up? Go ahead. Yeah.
Uh, I yeah, I truly, fully took your advice of like, do not pay attention to what anyone is writing, and I barely do. But I just have to say it again because it's really silly. When someone writes "follow Jesus" and that stuff, if you truly understood the guy,
You're gonna drop.
we are
You're gonna
actually
nope, nope,
following him.
nope, 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 nope. That's not us. That's not us. They just need to be reminded of the only greatest commandment. They don't need to be told anything else. You
Agreed.
fools. That is not what we follow. We are not following the actions of fools, nor the thoughts of fools, but divine wisdom. Get your eyes away from them comments. They ain't helping you.
I agree because it's I feel like sometimes so so you're saying that the comments are a little bit of a distraction, that they might be a little bit. I s- I see them as a little bit of a guide, not to take seriously. Some people answer the questions in the comments. They like to engage with the people in the comments, but for it to function like a podcast that people can listen back, they can also listen to. Um, you know, there
So,
has to be a certain
so,
degree of connection.
so I agree on that. Man, you ended that beautifully. You put that on the good spot. There's a careful balance of this activity going on. So here's what my mind does. I have spent my past years, and for everybody new here, my mother, Rosemary, died at 56. My two daughters died at the way too young age of 12 and 14. So I have processed enough and more on that side. Oh no, that's okay. Don't you worry about that. That's okay, Shelly. You actually, if you don't mind, could you give me a sorry, not sorry? For real.
No, because I am sorry for that.
Okay. Well, then I'll accept it. But you can work towards sorry, not sorry. That's okay. Because people that I talk to and I care to share time with and actually listen to your voice, um, I don't want you to be sorry. I want you to be who you are, and who you are is powerful mofo going forward. And the reality is that my past has put me on a course of connecting with divine consciousness. I have found a way to be, call it telepathic communication, call it divine connection, call it Jesus talking to God, call it a son talking to his mom, a dead spirit. I don't care how people want to categorize it, but that's where I spend all of my space, time, and energy. I store all my treasures up over there where no man can get to. This guy right here, V, is literally on my spectrum, on my level, on that wavelength. So literally we create every day, every day, every day, creating. I could care less about a podcast. I could care less about a show. At this point,
Okay.
everything that drops from our conversations is gold, and people are going to benefit from it. And if there is someone to give a sour comment based on low vibrational understanding with personal trauma that they can't deal with, and they want to poke fun at me, I ignore everything because they have no information that is going to teach me. I have nothing to learn from them. You now this is the cool part. Now this is the cool part, Shells. This is where love, like I love V, and this is where like I love you, is because if you watch those comments and it actually pops something personal in you and you're like, yo, I'm curious about that. I'd like to know. I connect with that. Then if you ask that to me in a personal fashion, I'm going to answer you. And
They
just
call me
like,
Marilyn Monroe.
yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, fuck yeah. I'll give a shake to that one. That's cool. Yeah, yo. All right, so like, and then we're our own group. We can play. We can like he's watching comments over on YouTube, or you're watching comments over on TikTok, and so nobody's watching Instagram anymore. That one's just there. So we got a smooth sailing ship.
Yeah.
Is
And my
that
best first mate brother as a captain. Rawr. Spooky pirate love of divinity. That's what's going on.
if that's cool with you, Shells? Yeah.
You want me to do like something like a carpool or like a healing?
Oh no! I was
It's my
just.
turn.
Oh yeah. If you'd like to, you totally could.
Okay. All right.
You don't have to.
All right.
You don't have to though.
No, I would like to actually.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Would you like the screen? I'll give you the screen.
Sure.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, I would like the screen. Yes, please.
Okay, cool. Oh, I get it. Boom, boom.
All right. So I'm gonna do a collective read. Spirit, what do we need to know? So the Hermit came out. That is soul searching, spiritual enlightenment, self-reflection, introspection, contemplation, inner guidance, solitude, sanctuary, process of searching for deeper truths. The currents of universal being flow through me. Patience is a virtue. I honor my spiritual self. So this is kind of like hermit mode. Are y'all familiar with the tarot at all?
Yeah, I
I'm
am.
learning myself.
Yeah, I am.
You are? Oh,
Mhm.
cool. Sweet. So what do you take from this?
So the Hermit, when you showed the Hermit, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Virgo sign that was attached to the Hermit. Virgo, August, the August beings. And so the August beings were the original ones who actually landed on this planet and started developing it the way that we have it today. And so the original beings have been in hermit mode. Wow. The August beings, the original landers on this planet, have been in hermit mode and they're coming out. Holy shit. That's what I got from that.
Okay.
Approved.
Not in hermit mode. Yes, yes. Go ahead, B.
Why it keeps falling.
Yep, and we're using our strength to do that, our inner strength. Frustration. There's a little bit of frustration with maybe some money issues, but there is an end coming to that. And there's no need to sacrifice oneself unnecessarily. there's a lot of traditional spiritual values that that are being studied. Social groups, and not really minding ourselves with the feeling so much of other people.
Boom. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Huh. So, as the divine ones come out of hermit mode and help society develop, then the people, humanity who has been on the outward track, now goes into hermit mode so that they can learn. Because the true divine masters are going to connect through telepathic communication before they come up to you in person, ever. So then, if somebody is actually going within themselves, seeking to learn from their own past or history, then the August beings, the original learned one, the original sages and seers of our world, can connect, and that's where the kingdom of heaven is within inside. That's where it would be protected. It wouldn't be a physical location. It wouldn't be a place in the sky like man has tried to destroy, getting there and building structures up to that point, because heaven is this is Aru. It's an immaterial place where you have to live a good life to get in. So any king of the world, the way they think it is, I have to destroy and I have to conquer so that I can break through all on my own. So they're sacrificing everybody for their own selfish gain. Errors, an erroneous life does not get you in to the pearly gates.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be interesting.
So,
Go on, go on.
go ahead. Go ahead.
So
What were you saying?
so essentially the wise ones, um ooh, so let's say the original Titans are coming out of retirement, but the Titans, they're not fighting like they used to. It's all mind. The human needs the heart. The human needs the heart, and divinity will give you the mind. That's what I said. Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Okay. So that being said, I like to do also a healing, like cleansing after the tarot to kind of um, bring the good outcomes from this reading. Um, if I could go ahead with that.
yeah, yeah. Please do. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. You're welcome. Okay. So we have here this pyramid. I'm gonna work with her. And so first I'm going to kind of cleanse, trying to swipe the comments away, but whatever, I'll just leave. I'm gonna cleanse here the space. And I'm going to take the top and it's pretty sharp. I'm gonna poke through any blockages here. Got you, V. Got you guys. It's the universal energy, universal life. Going through the chakra system up to the right side of the brain, the earth, from the earth crystals to the right side of the brain, the Reiki energy for lots of light and happy. Yep.
I will hit my gong to compliment that. I will say, you're good, Shells.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, very
But
welcome.
you know, want to know something? Is sorry. Go on.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead. I do want to know something.
No, thank you. I just want to say that I just help, and it's all you. Whatever kind of healing happened is you.
So before I even say anything, V, you felt that up here?
Absolutely.
So that was some quantum working because there are certain people who I'll come across their channels and they're doing certain healing things, and some of them are very actually effective. Actually, I can feel it. I can sense it. I can sense it immediately and know it's positive and doing. It's making a change in my whole biosystem. And there's other people I come across and they do these things, and right away I'm like, nope, I don't want to mess with it at all. I'm not interested in that at all. Should I put myself back up?
Sure.
Cool. And other people, yeah, other people I'm like, no, I'm not into that stuff at all. Like I don't know the energy that they're working with or sending, just whatever the case, I'm not feeling it. And with yourself, especially the when you got to the when you said the words the point is sharp. Hold on one moment. There we go.
I appreciate the feedback. Yes.
Very welcome. You were like, you said that the point is sharp, and so it's going to pierce certain things. And right away, what I perceived was like spits of the sun itself, just like little like splinter. Like that was how sharp it was. It was just that sharp. It just right through anything. And I started feeling things happening up here. I started feeling things happening up here, like as you were mentioning, you were you were stating what you were doing, and you're a master in your own art, in your own craft, and whatever you understand or don't, you're just going to get better. And when I felt it, I knew he felt it. Like you're targeting both of us in that sort of like in that healing capacity and everybody else. Though visually, literally, you're like boom, boom. And if I'm feeling it, I know this dude is feeling it like, and so it's all good. So that must be amazing for him. And if you got any words to chime in on that experience of your own, V, go ahead, please share away.
On the quantum side of things, I gotta say, everything you said, 100% true. I felt it up here, just like you said. And something else, you didn't see it because you were reading, and it's very important. I forgot to tell you. I found a feather, bro, on the live stream. I picked it up on the live stream, and it's on my altar now. I literally found a feather, and I picked it up. You can see it from the ground, like if you replay it. So no, it was not the usual walk, but like I found it. So
What color is the feather?
it was like grayish, I think.
Good enough. Good enough. For people that are unaware, and I'm gonna come right back to you, Shells. I received something a while ago, and it said it was guiding Via to go on a particular, find a walk, find a route, because he was going to get a bird feather, and it was significant to him. And he found that bird feather today.
Don't you say? Yeah. You do
So,
say, we love, love, we are love. Oh,
so it's pretty intriguing. It's pretty
Yeah,
amazing.
no, I love finding feathers. I said I love finding feathers. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And then he told you to find one, and you found one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear that right?
Mm-hmm. And so going back to what you were doing, Shells, I'm going to put it in the terms of my own personal verbiage without anybody's anything. You're a quantum healer. And if we can amplify that healing, then that's what we do. We're gonna throw that. But I'm glad you're here aboard. I'm glad. Woohoo! I still feel it. I still feel it.
I appreciate that. Yes. Good.
Yeah. Most.
Because I'm kind of just getting started with this. Like, so the feedback really helps.
And yes, I'm with you on that one. I had just got feedback a few days ago, actually more closer to about a week ago or so, and I was able to get some actual good feedback regarding not just information I put out, though regarding no, I got you. Okay, I see what's going on. Give me one moment to put that correct.
Yeah, yeah, like I've been doing this, like, you know, privately studying and doing energy work, but now to share it and actually do it with others. I've seen other people do it, on TikTok or what have you, and sort of practice it, in public on others.
Okay, so one thing that you're going to want is a cap, a beanie. It could be any color that you personally desire or like.
Protect the crown, right?
Yes.
How about an invisible one?
Like it's the color is important because the color is going to allow you to mask. Mask is the correct word. You need a mask on your head. It's got because it's not about your thoughts coming out.
A veil.
A veil. Thank you. Correct. Could be a shawl. Could be anything. But this is so that you don't have unwanted thoughts coming in. Divinity itself will get through the cap. That's no problem. It's blocking out the human signals because literally what's happening, and I can send you a book. I will send you the access to it. That's another book that I'm going to send you access to a few books because I got your email. But essentially what's going on. Okay, let me explain it in that format. Okay, so we're going to the. So essentially you have divinity, okay, and you have and you have chaos. Let's go with divinity and chaos, alignment and chaos, order and chaos. Let's go with that. Okay.
Yeah.
So essentially, order does not want to talk to chaos and does not. It never goes down to talk to chaos. And chaos, well, it's chaos. It can never get to order. It can never, no matter what happens, they keep moving, so they can't get close. They can't get within proximity to each other. So what winds up happening is humans live in this world between us. And there are some humans that are pure chaos. There are some humans that are pure order. So there are some humans, and they can telepathically connect to pure divinity. And through that, divinity can send a message to the human, and the human can send that message to chaos. So chaos can speak to humanity. Humanity can speak to divinity. This is our ladder. This is what's going on. These are the three primary worlds that are communicating and interacting. And if we can organize messages from the bottom to the top, then our world works smooth. We don't have any crazy catastrophes. Information can get out to people. People get healed. All that stuff just keeps working in good order. What you're in the process of doing, Shell, is moving to complete divinity contact. That's your channel. That's your modus operandi. That's where V is at. That's where his brain and heart is 24 hours a day, 100% of the day. If there was 25 hours, it'd be there 25 hours because that's where he lives. It's where he consciously, mentally, emotionally is all the time. You're still interacting with the human level, with the chaos. Let's just say that you are cleaning up some aspects of yourself that you don't like, and you're using all of humanity as a massive disco ball to look at yourself.
Okay.
So on that on that platform, I'm happy to answer your questions.
Yes.
And thus the world benefits.
Sorry?
And thus the world benefits. The world benefits from just our interaction, from our hanging out, from just our being. And so, in that kind of in that legitimate system of understanding ancient high magic, is essentially where you're at. That's where you are at in your progress and your development, which is why we can chat and why V's like, yeah, everything's
Absolutely.
Everything you
And I want to get to the point too where I can. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Everything you said, bro,
My hands.
1000%, and that's how we get to Hootie running the channel.
Yeah, you got it, bro. We'll work on this. So right now, these are my two hands, and rather than say it left or right, it's facing in and it's facing in. So this one is over here with Shells on TikTok, and this one is over here with V on YouTube. So if y'all are talking at the same time, I know you'll both give each other the right of way. So I don't know, I'll just throw it to you or him or whatever, then you'll know which goes first. In the future, something like that.
I love it. I love it.
Cool. What were you saying there?
No, I was just saying. I was saying okay, so the tarot cards are great. I want to learn from them. I want them to be messages. The messages from the tarot. I have crystals. Crystals are powerful. Crystals can help. But at the end of the day, each person is the spiritual tool. Each person gets the messages from the divine, and they say it through their mouth. They don't need anything.
How
They don't
many?
need the tools. Just help. It's just an extra.
Okay, I'm going to say this in the most loving way. I don't like saying it. I hate saying it. Hate means I strongly dislike. That's all. They're only training wheels. It's only training wheels. It's all training wheels. And when you become really like this is my immediately for you to make a leap, a good leap forward for yourself, Shells. Pick anywhere between at least 1 to 3, if not 7 stones, and like whatever your count may be to have, and put some stones with a particular deck, and do that for each Shells or this or that or whatever it be, whatever deck or oracle system you have, or even book of information. And what's happening is that every time you go and access this group, then those stones are going to come to you, and then you're going to work that information. So every time you're actually reading, getting into that information, those stones, those are your memory cards. So you're learning, but you're also putting all that information emotionally, physically into a stone, and you have a group of them.
Yes.
So
yes.
then you can
They
leave.
are alive.
Mm-hmm. So then when they're get to stay on your altar or in their sacred space or whatever the case, then you can literally leave the group of stones on the altar to stay charged, and you can take one stone with you in a magic pouch combined with other stones, and now you have
Yes, you can put them all in the same pouch. Yes, for sure. I have some stones I work with. Today I was wearing emerald, raw emerald. It's very good for like a friendly connection, like money, peace with the earth energy.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I got that emerald like literally center on the altar, and I got a bunch of emeralds, good sized stones. Yeah, yeah. So legitimately in your working, in your development, of what you're of exactly what you just expressed of where you want to get to. So like for instance, uh okay, so you're just like Data from Star Trek. So if we flip through a book, I didn't have to read anything. I didn't have to really remember anything. I just had to read over it. My eyes had to read it. I had to process the information into my brain, and that's it. I'm probably gonna forget everything in 2 seconds later. But if I just get through it, my spirit, my higher conscious, has an internal forever memory bank. So if I put it in the system and I keep the book, then at any moment my memory bank can control my body and be like, this is the story you need to read, which is going to express the words that you're trying to seek. Same thing with the understanding on each card. Now, here's the fun part for you, Shells. You're fire shaman. You're learning faster than any teacher can keep up, including me. You are now at the tower stage, where the tower card and Groundhog Day seem to be following each other. But I'm going to explain it. So, you're going to build a tower. That tower is the new information, the new subject matter. Let's call it numerology just for now. I'm going to send you access to a book that is great on numerology. I'll send you the whole list today. Like I did for V. And
Yeah, sweet.
and so you're gonna build up numerology. You're gonna know it all. You're gonna quiz yourself on it. However you quiz yourself. I quiz myself differently. Everybody, just like the advice we got from the cards. You do the work yourself. So you quiz yourself. You build this tower, and now you know exactly what you've got. You know what's in it. You know how strong it is. You can knock stuff down with it. Stuff falls down just at a shake. Anyways, metaphorically speaking. And then, once that tower gets all the way put up, we don't have time for somebody else to come destroy that tower. We got to destroy that tower ourselves. So the destruction of that tower is essentially the memory and working with it. That's when you move on to something else, and now you force yourself. The spirit forces the physical brain to literally connect with the higher consciousness to tap into what it needs for the moment. Because the cognitive consciousness that you need in order to read the given situation right now with everything you've learned before means you can't remember any of those technical details in the moment. So we destroy the tower after we built it, and then we're like, oh man, that survived all that destruction. Then that's what's coming with me on my journey. And literally, that's how we can quantumly compute on a human level, because again, you can store information and have that close at hand at which your higher consciousness can access the ABCs. That's why the comments in the room, the comments that come up, that's why I'm not interested in the comments. Those are ABCs. I stopped playing ABCs a long time ago. I started putting some heavy words together. I started spelling stuff.
Yeah.
I love the choice of word spelling. Awesome.
That is
Rah.
cool. Oh, let's see.
So the tower is like this memory, the false memories, and you're saying to destroy it, or you're saying to make it out of numerology and destroy it?
So, for instance, like numerology will be the subject material for the new tower. Okay, so the tower technically is numerology.
Okay.
So
I
then,
know some
Right.
aspects of things tied to numbers,
okay, so then,
but you want me to work with the literature you're going to give me?
right, yes, yes. And so essentially, let me put it in direct relation. I'll put it in direct relation. I go over reading my words every morning, those lessons. There has,
Yes.
over the past 3 years, I've been directed to put these down and not read for about 2-3 weeks straight. And I'm like, it gets to the point where I'm like, I don't care, y'all tell me to read or not to read. I want to read just because this is what I like to do now. And
Yeah.
and by the time I start reading again, I'm stuttering because I forgot certain things along the way. I forgot
Okay.
those words along the way because I'm busy paying attention to my environment every day. So I'm not thinking about remembering words. I'm busy working the energy in the room right now, whatever might be in your space or V space or in the world or all together like that. So I'm processing different things. And so it's gotten me to the point to where I can get this to the point where my brain's not processing it all day long, and I can literally just put it in that box. It's been done, served, boom, those dishes are being washed, and so we moved on to another course. Now I'll take it back to that other one. So let's say you start learning numerology. That becomes your technical information that you're learning. 2 plus 2 equals 4. If you got 13, 1 plus 3 equals 4. So you learn how to break all those numbers down, and that one connects to Saturn, and that one to Venus, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And you're proficient in it. You work it every day. You could throw this stuff out. Bam! And then one day, you just stop working it. You don't look at the book on purpose. It's on purpose. You on purpose.
It's just in the computer. It's in the computer. It's running on back. It's running on the back mode. Okay, got it.
You got it. Yep. You got it. Yep.
That's right.
Boom.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is running on back, and then in the background.
Correct. The subconscious is powerful.
It is. It is.
I would agree with that one.
Yep. If you have more to share, bro, go ahead. We got a little system, so if you want to talk or whatever, like you're not just interrupting or whatever, please go ahead.
I'm very vibing with the whole vibes of everything. I'm in my own hum. But like I'll just say the subconscious because that's like I feel my specialty somehow. I don't know. I feel like it is significantly more powerful than anyone realizes, and not only that, but it's influencing the behavior of humans and everyone significantly more than anyone realizes. They think that they are consciously creating their actions and thoughts and environments, while partially, however, I would say even it's like the tip of the iceberg, and all of that below is like your subconscious that you can access if you have this shamanic knowledge or some psychology knowledge or even a mix of them. But for the average human, they are just gonna like not look at that, think it doesn't even exist, and be like, what? Then they're gonna be stuck in a
You're Jack
pattern,
Sparrow
basically.
and a pirate. What are you doing in our world?
Yeah, exactly. So our quest, so to say, is to put the unconscious into conscious so you can break the pattern.
He nailed it. Put the conscious with the subconscious so you can break the patterns. And everything we're talking about, Shells. Yep.
Awesome sauce is of love, love, love. To the squared, so yeah, 3 squared is 9. Love, yeah.
Awesome sauce squared is love.
Yes, awesome sauce squared is love. Good one. Great one. Awesome sauce one.
Yes. That's Shells, you made me happy today. You made me happy because that that bit that you got right there, that's gonna take you leaps and bounds overnight practically. You'll be able to make great advances. It was these kind of things that took me. That's what I look for is all these little bitty parts because the whole story's out there. All the information is out there. They hide it. They hide that little portion. They hide that little portion. They're like, here's the whole solution to everything. And then they keep that little sliver of gold for themselves, which is how you get through the door. And I'm like, Divinity.
Well, it's more available now.
Mhm.
It's more available now than it ever has been.
Yeah.
Because of the age of Aquarius, it's this like the age of information, age of knowledge. So
That that's kind of a cool thing to ponder on, to stop on for a moment is that's exactly what we're tapping into. That's what I've learned to do for several years. I found the old calendar systems and the ancient systems, they processed with 3 calendars. They had their secular calendar, which was for day-to-day business stuff. They had their calendar, which was like the seasonal kind of calendar, and then they had a solar calendar, a lunar calendar, and a secular calendar. Those are the 3 calendars to go by. So if they were doing anything, no matter what it was, they would synchronize these 3 calendars and be like, "That's the best day to do what we want to do. We're going to do it on that day." So I became aware of that stuff, and then I was like, "That's how I want to live my life." That's how I want to live my life is according to the ancient calendar system. It's not getting rid of modern day, workings. It's not taking me out of that, but it's just adding in a couple more calendar systems to keep up with. And as I like went through doing the moon work and this work and that work, it is it's beautifully amazing and awesome sauce squared to love. Like it's beautiful in how I'll just do something and then I'll be like, huh, I wonder what the moon phase is, and I'll look it up and I'm like, yep, sounds about right. Okay, we're good.
yeah, yeah, I do that too. So wait, you live according to the Mayan calendar?
Essentially, the ancient calendar systems of like the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Egyptians, Kemetics, the Old Norse, Scandinavian, Chinese, all of them, they all had three calendars. If you look at their ancient ways, they had three calendar systems: lunar, solar, and secular. Everything was triangulated. Everything went by threes.
Yeah, and they had 13 months by the lunar cycle.
Exactly. Exactly. The proper
Yeah,
amount.
and they just want us tapped out of that, and it's like you can't tap us out of that.
Nope. Exactly. Exactly. And
The harder they try, the worse, the more people will push back.
I believe that's exactly what happened was they were trying to go against nature. They were trying to go against divine law and order. And that is literally divine law and order is the solar and the lunar into our daily lives. Like that's how we can understand everything that's happening. And so by removing two calendar systems, they literally destroyed their car. They took like the I don't know how cars work, but whatever makes the combustion in the car works, they took 90% of that stuff out and they said, there you go, take off. That's human activity for you. That's humans. They only looking at their desires and the whims, and that's why the wisdom. That's why we're pulled towards wisdom. We're pulled towards that's natural. That's not complicated. That's exactly how it should be happening. We read books and we're like, this sounds like an old life I lived.
Quantum Grim Bros.
Yo, don't you know? So I've discovered. Look, this is from a lemon. This is from a lemon that I put in this cup, and the cup since broke. But the seeds and the dark part is the lemon. Now that was up on my altar full of water and the lemon juice. To put extra, well, I think it was just water. It was just lemon juice. This is part of that brown spot that I just pulled out. Look, like stretchy. It's literally the lemon. It's literally the lime contents. Like not dehydrated, but it's got still got some moisture to it. That's why it's like a fruit roll up, stretchy kind of thing. That's the kind of shit that happens to me and my stuff.
Awesome sauce. That looks like an ingredient that could make some enhancement to the awesome sauce.
It's cool to get into like growing stuff.
I'm gonna read another story if y'all like. I am gonna go use the bathroom real quick.
I'm probably gonna drop down.
Totally cool. Thanks for being here, Shells. Today. And yeah, future wise, I'll try to keep the eye on the button for you, to bring you on sooner. But if I see, yeah, definitely welcome. I'll bring you on. And if I'm reading, your mic is pretty much muted or quiet anyways. But if you want to be extra cautious, or I'm just sharing it just in case, I'll bring you on, and you can just mute your audio. Usually at least until I get done with that. It seems like volume hasn't been too bad in the morning. So, um, anyways, you've been around kind of seeing how that works and whatnot. Cool. Have a great day, and if you're hanging around on the side, keep waving to you.
I'll be
you're
around.
you're
I'll be in and
awesome.
out. I gotta get some lunch and whatnot.
Cool, cool.
Awesome,
Alright,
awesome. Excited to hear from you again. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
What's up?
And I'll be right back.
I love everyone who is currently watching. You are awesome. Even if you don't think we are. You are awesome and we love you. See, that's called balance. I'm silly. Ah. It's kind of. Oh. Mm. It's a journey for sure. A journey of love and infinite love of awesome sauce. Welcome back, my best friend, bro, as you already know.
What's up, yo? Pirates life for me. Pirates life for you.
Pirates life for we. Don't you see?
Don't you know? It's Mario. Don't you know?
Oh, I remember when we were like pulling up esoteric meaning of Luigi and Mario, and it was like fascinating. Like, that's awesome.
So then you must. So then you're. So then in our wacky world of curiosities, then you will be. Hmm. You're Mario and I'm Luigi, even though I got the red and you got the green. I'm
Yeah,
just being
that
silly.
will. Yeah, because that's like confusing to the outside observer.
It really would be. And for the world and what it's been in, that's what it. I would love to be Luigi. But I'm going to connect with something you were saying earlier, and so I have to do it correct. I have to be correct about this. I guess I'd be Mario and you'd be Luigi because you got the green, I got the red to be legit and real about it. Now, here's the part that kicks out. She was talking about like the subconscious. We were talking about the subconscious, and you're like, boom, that's where you live, that's where you're at, that's where, like, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is kind of interesting. Okay, so like, you know how I talk about destroying the tower, the information? You got to get rid of it because that's got a sub process. You got to let that work on its own. You can't be working on that and something in front of you, right? So then we're getting to the quantum particle where you got one lens, one part of that particle is looking up close, one is looking far away, right? Not the same view, not the
Mm-hmm.
same thing, right? But you're okay. So then what if, or could be, by refusing to think about the technical details because one has already processed it, then like what I'm not thinking about on all those technical details, that runs to you. If we're telepathically connected and we're sharing reservoirs of memory through water transportation, then we just be storing information where no moth or rust could consume, which is in living life. Now that tastes like a lemon.
Am I back? Can you hear me, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second, it's glitched for me. I gotta fix it.
I'm guessing you missed everything I just said.
See something?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good, good,
You
good.
there?
Okay, so
Coming
I
through?
caught what you said. I can follow up if you want. I have an idea. So I think this is interesting concept. I'll like to hear what you think. So destroying the tower maybe like removes all that information from your conscious mind, but it's still somehow emotionally there in the shared unconscious. No? Okay. Then another thing that I had. Another thing that I had.
What I was stating was that because the tower is destroyed and I don't think about the technical information is stored in our unity, in that like
Hmm.
quantum existence. And so while I'm not accessing that, if I'm not accessing the book and it's only sitting on the shelf,
Hmm.
then your brain, your soul could be processing it at a conscious level.
Yes, on that note, I had another idea. So let's say uh, if a group of all humans on a human level have
Yes.
this like shared collective unconscious, as it's called, but that's their own. However, us as tapping into divinity or divine beings have a separate one with our own that they cannot tap into. And it's much smaller and reserved only for those who are able to raise the vibration there. So, but we also could technically access there because it's a lower vibration, but we don't want to
Stay
do
where you
that.
were.
It's just,
Stay where you were. Where you were, that was perfect. Keep going on that.
okay. So now that it's like, what is a collective unconscious? Basically, like a shared collection of everything ever, but that was stated all the information. But like, if it's between divinity or only like a very small percentage of people, or not people but beings that are able to tap into it on this planet, it gets very easily, like, what's the word for it, tapped into by each person because there's so few tapping into it, so it's easily available to them. And that's where your thing comes into, like, that's why we are able to do this and telepathically understand very easily, because there's not basically anyone else tapping into it, so it's just like a pool of information on a few individuals, and it's just like all this information being here for us to tap into. But you have to somehow have a telepathic ability, which I do not consciously have, but I obviously have. It's a weird thing.
Well, I think. Well, again, I believe that's how. I believe that's how it works. Is we have to be able to know that it's there, accept that it's there, but have no proof that it's there. We can't actually observe it because we're actually observing it. Then the blind split experiment stops. So we can't
Exactly.
communicate. So point A and point Z communicate.
And that's actually, if you think about, that's like where certain, yeah, literally what we talked about, like the biggest proof of both going through our like shamanic nexus events, as you call them, it's undeniable proof for the person who experiences it, but impossible to explain to the average human in a way that would be believable. But like once you go through it with this perception of it that me and you and we have, you are literally not able to deny it, or in my own words, you would be crazy to not think it's real because it's so real. And like what once it
This is
happens,
quantum. It is
mm-hmm.
quantum space. It is quantum space. People are having quantum realities within their mind, and you have people who are giving them legitimate, chemically derived and created drugs to destroy their brains, saying, "Oh, I have to make them see the world only through the lens of 3D. There is 1D, 2D, 9D, and 20D, but we only looking through things at the physical phenomenal level. We can't acknowledge any faster." Anyways, you're on point. You got it. Yep.
Exactly. Give them all chemical derivatives so that they're all living in the same reality that we want them to live in, even though reality is much more broader if you can tap into it. But
Because
like also,
in the quantum realm, we're actually creating tomorrow. We're actually smoothing things out. That's one thing I am definitely know for believe it or not fact that
I
things are
believe it.
rough, and we just every rotation we can make with that solar wheel of quantum use is just smoothing out that rough edge, just smoothing out that rough edge. Because if we have a completely smooth surface, then there's really now we can get some momentum going. Because all that friction is causing a wobble. The wobble is causing chaos. The chaos is what humans are creating, and they can't control it.
Oh, I read somewhere you will. This is awesome connection. I read somewhere that like, uh, g- one of the functions of the logos is to transform belief into knowledge. So that's like exactly, if someone says, "Do you believe something?" Like you said a few moments ago, like believe it or not, I know. I don't believe. I know.
And that changes how I interact with that reality.
Yes, exactly. Because
Right.
if you believe something, it's like not 100% thing. You're like, I still have a leap of faith into it. But if I know something, it's like 1 + 1 is 2. It's like logically there. I lived it. I saw it.
Okay, on a scientific, legitimate level, time is described in the following mannerism, and you can go check it and read it. However, if the amount of possibilities decreases, then it is leading to a singular event, which is like that's like going backwards. But if you have events opening up and possibly possibilities opening up, then there are more chances for different things to occur. And this is the forward motion of time on a scientific, legitimate explanation of time scientifically. This is the reality of what humanity agrees upon. Now, by going into the quantum field and creating branches that would be productive, healthy, and good, like a vein system, like veins in the body. But we know where we're going. We need to get to the thumb. The thumb ain't been working for a while. We need to open up that veinage so we can get that through, kind of a thing. So on a quantum
Mhm.
side of things, by going in within and creating it a quantum divine, not just imagination, but everything we've been talking about, working with and do and know about, like then we're opening up more branches, more possibilities. Therefore, a soul and energy is going to have many frequency roads to travel on, and thus they can make more decisions, and thus more possibilities exist. So, by our very coming together every day and following the I Ching H13, then we literally just create more divinely rooted pathways, and especially during this year of time into February of 2027, we are channeling divine wisdom. And that's every branch. So this whole year, every single day, 9 hours a day, is channeling divine wisdom into the world and opening up all of these possibilities.
Absolutely. Yes. And it's like, um, imagination. I really like that concept of it, and I think dreams and imagination are like somehow quantum stuff. And my idea is like you said, dreams are memories. Yes, memories of like astral lives and stuff. But I also have a like intuition I'm not sure if it's like I don't know what's it based on, but I think if you are able to imagine through a heart of innocence and love, you are quantumly creating the future.
Yep.
But
Yep.
very few can do that because they imagine through these seven deadly sins. They imagine through greed. They imagine through, oh, what would it be like to be a millionaire or something? While we imagine, what would it be like if humanity loved each other? What would it be like to experience true love? What would it be to like have Eden on earth? What would and this is like coming from the heart?
And then through our own interaction and enjoying these awesome moments, we literally like are not just finding that pathway, but actually clearing the road out, creating the clear way so that other people can actually walk down a road that has an open door.
Absolutely. And this comes that's so interesting because like you call them errors, and because humans have these errors, they are unable to tap into their quantum creative capabilities, because if
Well,
they didn't have them,
well,
they could
well,
create.
this is what I believe. I believe everybody's creating all the time.
Yeah.
They don't even have to try to do it. They're doing it. And that's why it's important to get the serpent of energy, the chi, aligned properly, because through the correct channels and the correct flow, it becomes a tree of life rather than a tree of knowledge. Knowledge is just spitting information out to you. Life is saying, yo, this is how you do it. Watch out for that over there. You're gonna be okay right there. You good? Yeah. Oh, hold on, right there. You'll need this. You'll be great. Bye.
Oh,
And so,
what's
yes,
the
yes.
very interesting idea. What's the difference between just information as knowledge and a tree of life? The presence of love. Because you can have all the information on how to live and how to do, and like the books are basically that. The everything is you can say anything about information, but to make it alive, it has to have a component of love. All emotions, but love is the birth of everything. So yeah, there it is.
That's some awesome stuff. I am feeling, unless you got something else to share, V, I'm feeling compelled to hit the gong.
Compelled. Indeed.
And something's calling for some fire on. I got the candle on the altar right here by us. What it seems like. See if I can get this lit. See how far
I
my
had
phone
something
can.
to add on that note as I've been thinking. So, remember how I said, like, you're an awesome storyteller? And then you said, like, yeah, stories are essentially spells. But you also told me, and it's very true, for your spell to work, you have to read it with emotion, right?
Yeah.
Now, it would be pure information without emotion. And you said it yourself. Certain Hindu cultures just do not work because they're reading it without emotion. So they're like tapping into information, but for it to be alive, it needs
Yep.
emotion.
Good.
Oh, that was nice flow. Yes, awesome sauce.
That That was such a beautiful understanding that you literally grasped. Even if you just do a little triangle in your journal, you should take some sort of note of your.
And that's why they've been messing up and looping for so long. They thought that with information alone they can guide humanity. No, you cannot do that. Because then they will project their own deadly sins onto the information.
Boom. That's why heart is everything. You could have 1,000,000 slaves, but one warrior will win everything.
Rawr.
Pay attention to the color.
Whoa. It's our colors.
I'm gonna be sending you some strings, some yarn. I sent you some of that already. However,
Mega super duper awesome sauces. That was I felt that also in my heart. That was awesome sauce.
that tunage flew today, man. That flowed today. I thought yesterday was interesting. The way the I should give that another try. Yesterday, the tunage was different. The energy was different. I will say the energy was not as smooth as it is today. Does that mean I'm not saying it wasn't smooth yesterday? It was. It was just extra nice. I don't know. The music was flowing. I do know the music was flowing. The music flows. Well, the energy must be pretty decent.
As we say, every day is better and better. But for real, I have a like feeling that I mean, of course, we're just in amazing alignment and flow. But the fact that I blasted out your words of power in nature, that felt powerful to me. That like did
Mm-hmm.
something. That did something for sure. And yeah, everything today is just whoosh.
The really truly when I saw you like set up and whatnot, and obviously you're doing your thing, like I sent like okay, so the word Setra on the Hindu side of wordings holds back a meaning. It's not exactly spelled the same. It's not exactly spelled the same. However, what the translation, what the definition actually means is that as far as you can see, that's how far your soul can travel.
Whoa.
So if I am looking out your camera as if it is my eye, then that is the sight of what I can see. My voice is being spoken in the environment. So I am legitimately, astrally, and digitally present, and my voice is being heard in that part of the world. Now,
Yes, and it's the part where there are the biggest and oldest pyramids in the world. It's the
now,
same ground.
and now, naturally with you, You already know, but for everybody else, the ancestors, the memory of them, plus you and me and every human on this world seeking for something better, it is we that sees.
You know what? Oh, you will love this. You will just love this. You know what pops in my head when you said like the one who sees and seeing. You know the pirates when they're about to like go somewhere, they have that thing where they're like, what's it
Mm,
called? Do you know what I'm thinking about? Like,
not a telescope like a spy
yeah,
scope,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
a
You
spyglass.
know the thing.
A spyglass, right?
Yes, I don't know what it's called in any language, but the tube that
That's it.
they're looking,
Yep. Yep.
and
That's what
that's
we're
how you
doing.
find like treasure and islands and land that you want to go on.
Oh, yeah, bro. Yep.
Whoa! And you climb up to like the highest point in the ship and look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and like you tell other mates on the ship how to sail to get to there,
Mm-hmm.
and it works very efficiently, and they do get there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, divine pirates, as we said.
Yep. For real, bro. That's quantum some quantum acceleration.
Hmm. What an amazing band of interdimensional pirates. And I'm like associating pirates with just being free spirited, as Shells, I think, mentioned. I
Yep.
really, really, I don't know, relate to the beauty of just being able to do what you want. With divine law, of course, but that's from our heart, anyways.
Exactly. 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 You got it. You got it. Exactly. And see, that's why I'm always like, I'm 5 years old. I'm just 5 years old playing in my room. Because 5 year old me, I'm not destroying anything. My mom taught me what to do by that point. Like, if I made a mistake, she'd come talk to me. She'd be like, "Look, this is what you did. Don't do that again." And I'd be like, "Okay." And she'd come back and she'd be like, "Why'd you do that again?" And I'll be like, "Mom, I didn't do that again. You said not to do that. I did not do that. This is what I did. It is technically not the same. It produced the same result, but it was technically a different action that did it. So if that's not cool either, then is it the end result that we're not supposed to have? Then let me know that that's not what I'm supposed to be doing, because then I won't do that at all. Like, so you work with me, and that's me learning my limits, learning my boundaries. And so, yes, divine law and order, play in your room, and you can do whatever you want. And then you come out into the world, and it's even. It's a shared reality where everybody else lives, breathes, and we all get along, and hopefully we find something to enjoy together.
We already did, as you know, bro. Awesome. Whew. See why I say it every day? It's better.
Yes, 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 yes.
Times nine, yes, squared.
Awesome sauce squared.
Just
That's our
love
dad.
that. That's how you do it. Yep, yep. If you could like do math with words, like that would be 100% accurate math. If you square awesome sauce, you get living one vibrational energy.
It's actually interesting because I never used to be in artist, but I always did like drawing geometric designs as a kid, like drawing a square and then like lines out like the square becomes a cube, or like a circle and draw a couple lines extending from the edge of the circle and like you turn it into like a tube. I always like doing that. People will say that's doodling. Maybe we're just trying to express the quantum space that our mind exists within.
Oh, you will
Maybe it's
love
not
this story.
doodling. It's literally
Ooh,
literally drawing. You go for it. Let's hear it. Let's hear your story.
you unlocked you know that thing like I don't know what's it called in English.
Level 79 unlocked.
Yes, yes. Level 111. Anyway, you, you know that thing
Certified.
yeah. You know that thing like in geometry that you use to draw a perfect circle? What's it
Yeah.
called? But it's a tool, right?
Uh-huh.
And in school we used to like for geometry class need to have that. And at that point I did not know what sacred geometry was, let alone a flower of life. But I figured out how to make it using that, and I would be doodling literal perfect flowers of life. I still know how to do it. It's really fun to actually do it with that tool. I didn't do it since I was like 12 or something, but I literally did it, and I had like notebooks full of flowers of life over whole pages before knowing what a flower of life is, like perfect shapes because that tool.
See, like that's hmm, my brain just thinks about the grape, the raisin, and then I think about telepathy, and then I connect with exactly what you said. Yes.
Absolutely. And that memory just popped. I didn't it's for sure happened, but like I would never remember it if you didn't tell me that you yourself love to doodle these things. And I'm like, yeah, me too.
See, just hanging out. Again, H13. I'm even gonna write
Yeah.
it down. I'm gonna write it down in my book.
H13 and then yesterday 3-1, which both are actually wonderful hexagrams and they're like same numbers.
But it's just like I was mentioning to Shells earlier. The correct question gets the sauce out my mouth. If the correct information is not presented or asked, then I'm not accessing it. I don't know where it's sitting in the higher self, quantum computer somewhere, but I don't need to use it, so I don't access it. And see,
Oh.
humans have all these questions, and so they're constantly taxing their um their system. And so it's like if you put 100 requests into your phone super fast, the phone goes on stall, right? It just freezes. It doesn't do anything because it's like you asked way too much, way too fast, and now that phone's just stuck.
And it's
And that's what
pointless
people do.
requests anyways. Like
And that's human nature. Ask a million questions and stall your own system. And then they need some sort of drug or chemical so that they can think again.
I
Because they don't follow divine law and order and just be a kid in the love of their own heart. You already know.
yes, bro. That's
We got
why I was
9
like,
hours. We got 9 hours of replay per day if you want to go on our YouTube channel and you're there. Every single day we get done with these lives, we post it up. We had a little skip today, so there might be a 2-hour video and an 8-hour or 6-hour video or 2-hour and whatever makes a 7-hour video, whatever the case. But today got a little splice. But all of that will be available for replay. So if you want to try to find all that stuff and be up to date with us, and me and my good buddy, my good brother, my best friend V,
Yep.
keep up because we aiming for the stars. Oh man.
And by the way, we already got there in the loving imagination. It's just the time to catch up the whole world.
We're just gonna keep leaving breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
You know, just they'll get there eventually. But that's what it is like, okay, so like when you're like, so when you're just, let's call it the Zen, right? Childhood play Zen state. I mean, you got people that are 60 years old, shamans been doing this for years and ages of lifetimes, and they spend 8 hours a day trying to get into this state of being because they lost what it's like to be a kid. They lost the connection with their childhood self, just like Peter Pan growing all up, too busy making a dollar, forgot how to play with his own mind, his own reality, his own quantum space, because he became a slave for someone else doing their bidding, and now he didn't know how to operate his own system because someone else was quite proficient at running their body from afar.
Yep. And it's the most silly thing once you're seeing it from our perspective, because by them trying so hard, that's actually stopping them. You gotta not try and flow. You gotta
So
like let it happen.
this is Allsod. Allsod is a wonderful individual. This crook and flail is not for beating anybody. The flail, catching the grain. The crook, keeping the animals in line and in order. The king wore items of farming. He took these as his royal decreed items, farming tools.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much people could call him a king all they wanted, but he was divinity in the flesh, trying to help people understand how to live life. And everybody after him tried to make $1 off his life.
It's like if you truly live in that state, you will. Mm.
What was it just recently? You and I were like what are we doing? You and me?
Moon and sun circling. Howling. Yeah. Yeah.
Echo.
I love this made an idea pop in my head because
Look,
yeah.
go grab your book and your pen. Write faster than you can think. Go.
Oh.
I ain't going nowhere. I'm waiting for you.
Ain't that always true in love? The Houthi praise the Houthi.
For those who don't know, Hayagriva has a horse head. It's Indian, Hindu. and His divine wisdom, Hayagriva. We speak His blessings every single morning. Thoth, Tahuti, Mercury, divine wisdom coming in sweet. So, bro, don't you know? Look at the card. You got two wolves, sun and moon, but look where my finger's pointing. There's one on each side.
Oh, yeah.
Watchtowers,
Yeah.
sending messages back and forth through animals and the stars. We never needed this electronic interface such as humanity knows phones to be. We were quantumly connected and we could hear very clearly what the other one was saying halfway across the world. This is how we lived. This is how we lived. This is how we lived. This is what no man has recorded except what they're trying to find and crack the code on.
But it's also awesome sauce that this happened when this stuff does exist, technology, because it will leave traces for
Well,
humans.
think about it. All the technology that people want is a system that is so encrypted that nobody can get in.
Yeah.
What do you think HERVEN spells? And it don't matter how much footage they have to look at. They can never keep up with your mind nor mine. I love you, my brother. Give me another half.
Yes. 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 Yes.
You could have the bigger part of the heart.
Oh, what a wonderful destiny creation, master, captain. I are.
All day long, bro. All day long. We live in a nexus. Thank you for being the other half of my V.
Oh. This is such a beautiful reality where all of this is not only possible but has happened and is just manifesting.
That's a lot of support right there. Ancestors. I'm going to remind you to write it down in your book. A is the way. But you already know it's divine law and order, man. Mahat. Ma. 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 If I have a divine to send energy to, if we have a divine to send energy to, we receiving from Tahuti, from divine wisdom every single day on the plenty. And seeing as all the threats and bad goblins and stuff are out the way, then may we just continue sending energy to Mahat. 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 Mahat there. Divine law and order, may the skills balance everybody's heart accordingly. And then we can all have Amen. That is the hieroglyph for yes. A, M, E, N. It's a Egyptian hieroglyph for that belief, for that understanding, for that reality. Well, before it was Jewish or Christian, that was how you expressed Amen. In case you didn't know. Story time? I think we got story time. I'm ready for a story, that's for sure.
Bro, can you hear me? It's
Yeah.
glitchy. Wait a sec. I just gotta fix your volume now. Just a second. Okay.
Cool. I'll keep talking so that you can adjust that volume as is needed. Just give me a signal or whatnot.
Perfect. Works.
Simple. Wonderful.
Heavenly quality.
Aru quality. You know, I like the Egyptian, the Kemetic Aru so much. That's what I think when I interact with people. Like, I have to use the word heaven because they don't understand Harabin. So since they
Mhm.
can't understand Harabin, I say heaven. Though truly, I like to call it Aru because I was divinely shown that A is the way. And so, in that understanding, when I read the Kemetic word for heaven, A-A-R-U, Aru, well, I said, well, if I want to go to the correct place, I need to say the right word, just like our invocation to the Divine Mother. Right
Yep.
words will open the correct doors, wrong words will close those doors. It's a fail safe system. You can't cheat it.
Words are the most powerful thing there is, and during this whole journey, like I realize, and it's so obvious, you just have to say them from your heart, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Like,
Nothing
yeah.
else.
And on your own, like, comment of using the correct words, I fully realized, like, it was one of the first things I think you told me that I was like very intrigued by, that God is a very human made word. And the correct one is creator. And oh, did I understand that one from my experience. But like, to try and explain that one, I'm not to like some human, I'm not even sure we could, but like creator it is a and we are creators, and creator is the word.
Yeah.
And there are creators.
Exactly. And see that even that paradigm shift inside of the psyche allows you to quantumly create now. Whereas before, you could not quantumly create because you said that can't be part of my reality. Therefore, you rejected the tools. I'm not talking about you, bro, but individuals rejected the tools, the ability. And that's why the programming from the Bible, from that book, and said that all you gotta do is believe. If you just believed, you could say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it would be so. And yet we look at pyramids, we look at castles, we look at buildings and structures where once a mountain stood. And now we see a design created to the quantum mathematics of quantum computing. Because they saw what they can create and they ignored everything else. So that's our track. That's where we're at, bro. Is we're quantum computing and moving. Now you gotta set your phone down. You need to understand what you're doing. You are emitting immense pressure, energy, all sorts of divine awesome stuff. And when you are holding the phone, it is therefore an extension of your hand, and now you are a bioengineered being. Now you are completely bio. There's no mechanical engineering in your body now.
My internet was glitching. I found a new space, but you're very, very correct.
I'm explaining to you why we glitch phones and systems, because you need to back up, turn the volume up, and back up away from the phone a little bit. I need to do it too. So me telling you is helping me do it, because you can hear me just as fine from me back here, and I need to be further away from the phone. I learned this yesterday or the day before. You know how my days get a little blended. And so and so and so what wound up happening was I got really close to the phone and I gave a motion that was in context for what I was speaking about, and it literally caused the whole YouTube system, like that one crashed, the phone crashed. I had to restart it and everything because I was too close to it. So while you're holding the phone and walking around in nature, that can cause those glitchiness as well. But when we sit down and we say, this is the spot for that item, and this is the spot for me, then thoughts can actually land where you are.
Mm-hmm.
But our audio is delayed by 2 seconds. If I say something, what you're hearing from on your audio is a 2-second delay. It took that much time to get to you. So if you say something in response, it's 2 seconds behind what I said, and then by the time it spits out back to me, that's 4-second delay.
Got it, bro.
I'm not talking now. This is like the eye looking up close on a quantum level. So if we stay still as an individual, there is energy coming in. There is a signal coming in to the phone itself. So if the phone sits, then that energy coming in, that 4-second delay, has no interruption. People never even notice the 4-second delay. It's the flow of information keeps coming. But if we try to move the device that's recording if we move the telescope or the tripod, then information coming in, I wasn't there to catch it. And that causes it makes those 4 seconds become visible to people. Now, this is an interesting story that I do love, and so all of this quantumly, matters in the big scheme of things. However, it reminds me of Tahuti, Divine Wisdom Thought, the year of Hayakaripa. On the Egyptian side of things, he winds up needing to create time. And so, like, he has no time. All of his time's taken away. Something happens. I forget what the story is and the technical details are, but he can't do what he needs to do. Whatever's been up for, just like our stories and all in here, dude can't do what he needs to do. So what he winds up doing is he creates 5 days. And that's why the world has what were we 365 days? 365 days if I'm not mistaken. It was 360, but Tahuti, Divine Wisdom, comes in and he created 5 days.
Ooh.
During those 5 days, essentially his family was born.
I have something to say about that you will, on the mathematical point, 360 degrees is a full circle, and Tahuti broke out of the circle by 5 days or 5 degrees, and that's something that has happened to us also passing the Nexus event, if you really think about it. It's been a closed circle, but now because of that extra 5 degrees, we get to start and complete the right way. But right?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
like
And so that's our nexus. Our nexus is the 5. 5 squared? What's 5 squared?
25.
And that's how we get to
Mm-hmm.
that
And
pole.
and that's why they probably chose the year 2025 to be the circle. Yeah, yeah. But now it's
Now all the rest.
2026.
Now all the rest. That's what you need to be running your fingers with right now. With this thing. Look at me.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you need to be running right now.
Oh, I need to get that because I moved to this. Okay. Okay.
You pay attention, you can get past your sorrows, past other people's judgment. You can realize all the wisdom you've created and have walked away from in order to serve other people's desires. And then you can magically transform into a knight, regal with a helmet and a banner. And you can choose to share all those cups of wisdom with everybody you ever meet. That's for the world. Bro, yeah, right, right. Everything you want to share with me, that's one of these moments. And so share everything that you have. Maybe you won't be here tomorrow. I'm not This is for the world. You right, don't listen to me. Right. Right. Don't listen to me. Stop listening to me. What I'm saying is not for you.
Okay.
Stop looking up at me. I'm doing this on purpose. Stop looking at me. You need to be writing. Get on your thoughts. What you just said to me. You remember your words, don't you? You need to start writing. Pick up and start writing. Yes, yes. Keep on that track. There you go. And the world's looking at your notes, so you keep your words covered like nobody else can see what you write. There you go. There you go. So when you shine, when the rest of the world, that's what I'm talking to here, and your night, and you grab your wisdom, and you carry them cup. You don't need to remember every single cup. You can't carry all that shit. Stop looking up. So you be a knight and you carry it all into one receptacle. You don't need to remember everybody's bullcrap and what they did to you or anything. You just need yours. And you need, if you've been watching since the beginning, what do we get? It said do the self-reflection, go one side and learn from yourself. Then said become a pillar of divine light so you could get that information. So that means you gotta stay still long enough to be a lighthouse. So then you let that light shine, right? Solar force. Divide that shit out by 8. Boom. Sun's blasting out there. You got that one going. And then out of nowhere, holy crikey, an eye pops up. And you're like, holy shit, look at all this stuff I see coming and going, coming and going, coming and going.
Okay, for what I realized
don't
I
know.
did right.
You package whatever you want to tell me into a package that nobody can understand except me. And if that means you have to write it out and figure it out before you tell me, then do it. I don't care if you tell me a story about ponies and drinking water. I don't care what it's about. But you gotta, this is the next, this is, this is our next, best friend, development. I don't know what else to call that.
On your verbiage of that. Yes. Hands aligned.
You get a big fat hey. If there was one to give, shit, you already passed that class like me. We graduated a long time ago. Don't fuck with that shit. I love you, bro. You're magnificent. Don't let anybody. You know what? You let anybody do whatever the hell they want. Let them have their own life,
You already know, bro.
bro. Yo, oh, yo, ho. Pirates laugh for you.
And we and us, you and me, sailing on the sea,
Yes,
yelling we.
you're a killer. Look,
But
look, this is
of
where
demons.
there. No, this is where it came from. When I was a kid, when I was in grade school, people told me they were like, "Dude, shut up! You killed it." People say that's cool, like you killed it. Yeah, no, not when I grew up. If you killed it, man, the party was alive and popping. And that whatever you said, your very presence just put the fire out. So at the end, you kept going on with these rhymes, just kind of like offbeat and just like duh, duh, and I'm like, dude's just like me. He's killing
Approved awesome sauce. I'll take it any day. Yeah. Shit. Well, there it is.
That's some awesome sauce square.
Yes, yes. On that note, I said everything pretty much about this except one thing that I'll tell you now, in a way that I'm sure you will get. But yeah, um, yeah. So if we, I never heard of that story, but it's amazing that the Houthi ran out of time and created 5 days. Now, let's think of time as a dimension. Some physicists do say that it's a dimension, right? Well,
Yes.
now, it would be one dimension out of many, but one dimension. Now, Tahuti would be creating 5 in one dimension of time. So, in order to make that physical, what do we need to do? We need to square it, 5 squared, 25. From what he did in one dimension, when he ran out of time, we are now doing to create physical and connect it with time. And we actually succeeded, but now it's just continuing to channel Tahuri in this channel. I think.
So then we created a loop, folded it, pressed that bitch until it was 1. X marks the spot, and we can go find our treasure.
Yep. And we actually had a similar problem that he ran into. It was like 360. It was a circle, and like we just kept looping in the circle. But like, whoa, here's this cool thing. Like, you get a little bit of time outside of the circle. That was the nexus point. He had 5 days, we had 3. And now it's like in physical reality because we managed to do it. So yeah, that's my stuff. There you go.
And thus we come all the way back of why love is so important.
Love is the thing that actually allowed Tahuti and us to create the extra time. Love. Only love, yeah. Because it should have been impossible, but love breaks the impossible stuff, so it makes it possible.
Yep. Yep. Mm. I can tell a lot of people are so woo. That one's for me. Hey, bro, just so you know, the thumb, you got a lot of energy. There's a lot of power in there. You could do research and learn a lot more. It's a whole lot of power. If anybody ever puts your life at risk, and these 2 pinchers, you hook up into that shit and you don't let go, and you dig in. You don't fucking let go. You go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until they fucking don't want to mess with you no more. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
If they put their arms around you and put you in some chokehold, so your body, your whole back, and they're behind you. Your hands come back, your own head. Remember those pinchers, those thumbs? And you dig the fuck into that Jade Kate right back there. That knot, put that shit in there, grab with the other hands, and you fucking pull like you trying to pull the skin off their head. You keep those for you.
I'll remember that. Thank you, bro. You're
Yep.
like the best protector that's imaginable, and I feel it. Mm. Oh yeah, I know what that means.
That's where that goes. Literally.
Whoa, whoa.
Okay, so all these fancy cups that they have people serving off of, that shape right there is what is always, that's what they have to eat off of, no matter how fancy or anything. Don't matter what kind of cup they use. That is, then that, they are drinking, literally, they're drinking failure.
Yep.
Flip that handle, correct side up. You got a J. Say it with me. J, J. Not in sequence with me because there's a 2-second stamp, okay? 2-second delay. J, J, J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J,
J, J,
J,
J.
J. Dre literally translates into victory.
Victoria.
See you.
Yeah, that one. Oh, it's going through my note. The note is my. Yeah, okay, 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 okay. Third eye as music.
J literally translates, it's Indian, translates into victory. People throwing up peace, brother. It's not a symbol for peace. That is a symbol of victory. I am going to claim victory. Victory, victory, victory. J, J, J.
As we say.
So, in the destruction of what man holds so dear in the material,
Yes.
becomes our throne.
You already know. Mm-hmm. And nobody could ever see it because they're so stuck on the protecting the material. And we come along and we're like, that's silly. Why do you? And it's right in front of you. And we see it. And we win. Victoria.
We literally created the loophole that we're working in. That's why people say, how's he doing it? He's not using magic. He's not using witchcraft. He's using. Huh, I don't get it. I don't get it. No, you don't get it because tell me all your rules. This is Rosemary speaking. This is my mother. That's why I love Rosemary so much. I'll play your game. I'll play by your rules. I'll still beat you at it. That good.
Ooh.
Humans like to use the word king like toilet. Back where I come from, that shit was earned. And anybody claiming to have that behind their name better be ready to stand up at a moment's notice because that kind of. I threw quite a few things on my hip. So now, instead of moving things with my hands, I just give a shape of my hips. This is, no, that's not the same one. I think that's a different one. Oh, I thought they were all the same one. Okay, I got Kali on my left arm. That's Kali there. Is that the other Kali? Is it two? I thought they were three of the same one, but they're different. Okay, so I got two Kalis. Yep. And I've got, huh, that one's different. Well, I'm not taking it off just yet, but Kali came to you, bro. I remember that tunage you sent me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wearing two Kalis. In this is not Kali, but in these kind of fashions, you can see how small it is between my fingers and whatnot. So it's not like crazy huge or anything, but I got two of these Kali, one here and one here. So thinking I'm gonna send you the one that I've been having on my arm. But definitely
Whatever
gonna
the
send you
heart
one.
says, we flow, as you know.
You know what's funny is I heard we slow, and then right away my mind literally went to the turtle. And I was just like, it went down that whole path of reasoning, and I was like, oh, but I already knew you didn't say slow. You flow. You said flow, and so it's like, well, a turtle now at this point. Well, I guess a turtle would flow, wouldn't they? They would know.
They would know. Ooh. Oh.
Best friend, a best friend.
Yeah.
They
Uh,
might. Was Mario and Luigi, were they brothers or best friends? No, I guess they were. I don't know. I never looked at the
they were
lore.
brothers.
They were brothers.
And therefore also best friends. I mean, there are some real brothers that are best friends. It all depends on like your luck
Okay.
on being born into where.
Okay, so I've been looking at ancient wise. Let's pull myself out of everything right now. Hmm. So every single day, objective scientist is what I meant. If you're wondering what I said, objective scientist. So I read these every single day. I read these two guys' stories every single day. It came out of my mouth earlier today. I was like, dude, we're just probably us brothers in a past life. I would say to anybody who said that, no, you just spoke the truth because we channel information from source of self. That is the treasure, and truly that is who's going to love you more than anybody else. Be honest. Everybody's up to their own shit. Um, moms are different because moms, they actually carry that child, and that's up for a mom to know and not anybody else. Anyways, so out of my own words, out of every single day, slapping myself in the face with it, like, bro, look at yourself. You told him to go grab a cap. He's got to wear a cap. If he wants to keep doing stuff, he's got to protect his thoughts. It's not his thoughts going out so much as his thoughts coming in. And also with the green cap, then all your thoughts are going out through the heart chakra. And I find that interesting. My mug every day is a rooster, and it is green on the inside. It may be white on the outside with the colors of the yellow and red and whatnot and the sunflower, but it is green through and through on the inside. So heart, heart, heart. I'm drinking heart. I'm thinking heart. I'm being reminded in my face of heart. You've got heart on the top that's going out. We talked about turtles. And so and then we were constantly reminding myself, look, this shit, Mario and Luigi. We joking about Mario and Luigi, and then we're looking at these guys and reading these guys, and there's some stories you understand far more than I. I can read it, but I ain't processing crap. Damn, I got that little bit, but all between there, I fucking I don't know what happened for 3 pages. My brain went somewhere else. I went somewhere else. I don't know, but anyways, and then I come back and you're like, bro, this blah blah blah. I'm like, whoa, that yes, exactly. Fuck. And I connect. And so it's like it's a best friend and a brother, and then we go back to talking Hootie and how he created 5 extra days, and then we get into the 7 5 3, and mine is 23 years is 25, and so there has always been that 2 digit off. So then the one before us would have been 7. Like if you think about it, would that be correct in the sequence of numbers? I mean, the one that came before us would have hit 7, then 5, then 3. I mean, if we'd be sequentially correct on that. No.
Yeah, but like, hmm. Now I'm connecting that my own experience in our time was
Like
like,
like
yeah, yeah,
2 is a part of all of our experience, but our own number is very specific to our occurrence. I
yes,
connect that because you right? Yeah?
yes, yes. Oh, and okay, so yours is 3, mine is 5, and you said the family number is 7.
So together we get through the door. The only way we could get here, you did it first, and I just followed your lead, but it came down to I left the girl behind because a best friend was more important to me. A brother was more important than a girl.
And that connects to the story actually of Chief Seattle in a way.
Exactly. Yes. Massively. Yes. Agreed. Scene check. Yes.
Yep. Yep. The fact that it was the same finger and like, Whew. Yeah, that's just like divine confirmation of you got it. Yep, that's it. Continue with the flow with everyone. That's yeah, yeah. Whoa.
This is not Kali. Get a straight image on it. If you can see or make that out. Might be too dark.
Yeah, I can see it, but I'm not sure what.
Yeah, it's okay. That's good enough. So you have man on your ring, and I have woman on my ring.
Appropriate, I think. I'm not sure why or how, but
High five.
balance of. Yeah.
It's a quantum reality, not anything else. It's two scientists looking in the mirror and able to be like, no, that's not for me. You keep that for you. I understand what is mine. I'm going to keep what is mine. I understand what we can share. We're going to share. Vice versa. And if I notice that that's something for you, I'll be like, no, that's yours. You keep that. Nope, that's mine. I'll keep that. And it's two objective scientists at two different parts of the globe. We're making quantum leaps and bounds in a infinite loop of endless possibilities. And when we're done, then the whole sequence, your words, whatever to follow would be best.
If there's infinite possibilities, then it's a beautiful destiny that can be created. The problem was that it almost was a singular possibility.
You, that was the ending words right there. You said it. The destinies that could be created.
Yes. And therefore it's beautiful, and it never will end in the catastrophe. It will end just in a further increasing beauty and blessings. Unlike the circle that we closed, luckily, with love.
Okay, now you just said it and mentioned it wonderfully, and I just got to speak out to those people who are watching on Instagram. We are live on TikTok and we are live on YouTube. The Instagram channel is probably going to click out here. I'll try to get it powered in anyways. If we don't, or whatever the case, lose feed. We are on youtube.com/Setchra, the word that is right there at the top, SETCHRA. Going right back to yourself, bro. So essentially, we got to, that's the loop, that's the portal, that's the space we got to, so we can create a positive outcome. We could play out every outcome, and we constantly do this every single day. And all of the portals that people opened up in previous lifetimes, we can actually close those sequences because through whatever specific means or reasons on the shamanic portion for me, on the very scientific and mathematical portion for you, we can put that together and actually close like portals, doorways that were opened up, sequences between father and son or mother and brother. All the problems happened. All we do is pick up on the tunage of that's the misalignment. That's the rough edge in the tunage, in the hum of what's going on from our central star in the universe. And so we clear that little portion out, and then it hums ever so much nicer. And then we find the next sequence of events and we close those out. So, on a technicality, it does not require us actually interacting in physical flesh or meeting together. Quite may be the opposite. However, I say we just continue as things are continuing and progress as things progress. And eventually they will hit their correct pinnacle, their correct peak of expression as the volcano, the iceberg becoming what it is. Thus, tip of the iceberg, the volcano erupting, but more so done so correctly so that everything is closed all at once. And the world just goes like it never happened. And the only remnant of all the chaos would be literal people's construct of a dream. That we can't wipe it out on that state. I don't. It's gonna have people are not going to understand it. It would be just as unfamiliar as love is to them.
Mm.
So with nothing to connect the memory to, they would just be like, meh, whatever, and go on with their life.
Yeah, I mostly agree. Other than like the physical coming together, if we were closer and if it was possible, I think that it would be even accelerated progress and things.
Well, I agree 100% with where you're saying, and that's why I jumped to say as progress is progress.
Yeah.
Happens because I'm gonna say when
Oh, yes,
we
yes, yes.
come
So
together, because it's gonna go
when?
like
Good.
that. Like we can create anything, right? So we're gonna create that experience of us coming together. But when we actually come together, like that would be practically like communities have to be like communities would have been healed by that point so that the atmosphere in the world could actually accept what would come from us being that close together.
Um, the interesting thing about is that I don't think either of us are like processing, but it's I saw it. The fact that we came this far means that whole humanity is already healed. So, and then I recorded it on the live, bro. There were like 10 little kids in front of my place that I'm living, playing, shooting like bulls. One was yelling, "Do you want to play tennis or something?" I never saw that before.
Okay, so then what if what we're doing is literally I'm seeing a volcano and an iceberg like one in front of the other. They're not the same thing, but they're like I see like the volcano and then the iceberg is closer, okay? And I see them like properly as their whole form is. Volcano's got its all stuff below and
Mhm.
kind of veined out a little bit, or whatever the case, whatever the case is coming in. Iceberg is formed as it's the whole thing is. And so I'm seeing the volcano, then I'm seeing the iceberg, and like us, and then I'm seeing those two is the top mirrored on top. So like it's exploding into its own explosion and it's becoming sustainable on its own force. So you have the ice that's continuing to flow, like crushed ice that's flowing because the memory is best contained in a frozen state versus a liquid state. And then you have the fire that's going over and over and over. And right now, in the stream of things, we're literally tip to tip. We're literally, and that's why, like, you experience the kids coming in, and I experienced some anomalies. So, these anomalies are occurring. And so we're in the strait of literally topsy turvy. Like the dude came in, he was like, I want to be in a top. I want to bring my top on and spin it. I want to go back to that. And so maybe we're in that flux, like a tornado, literally topsy turvy, and the whole system is just because the poles are shifting on the planet, the poles are shifting right now.
Yes, but on a metaphysical way, not literally. And I'm connecting it exactly what you said: volcano, iceberg, ice, and fire. Your analysis of what happens when you quantumly mix those together. And listen to this, bro. How do you get to rainbow? It's literally a mist that sun shines through. And when you mix fire and ice, you get a lot of mist, which is also a smoke signal, which shines through it. Ice, fire coming together, boom, rainbow bridge, boom, heaven and earth without any catastrophe. And now everyone is alive in the 3D and gets to have the heaven consciousness if they so align their heart with us. But there it is. What a float today, bro. But
Okay.
yes, the iceberg
Just
and the
to let you
volcano.
know, just to let you know, you can go AI. I'm with you on everything, and you can pick up right there. Though A quick AI search will tell you that yes, Earth's magnetic north pole is currently shifting rapidly, moving from the Canadian Arctic towards Siberia at a rate of roughly 40 to 55 kilometers per year. That would be 25 to 34 miles per year. While the pole has moved for centuries, its acceleration since the 1990s has required frequent updates to navigation systems, including GPS, with the magnetic field weakening as it shifts.
Good, good. I was thinking about another thing, like literally spinning the Earth, so the South Pole is on the north. That's like
We are two mouthpieces of the shift. The two dragons, the green and red dragon. The Divine Mother is the green dragon, and the Divine Father is the red dragon, which confirms everything I said about us being in a mirror verse flipped upside down and reversed and crush it and put that in a blender. That's what you get. And that's why I'm wearing the female and red, and you're wearing the male and green.
And when that actually reverts, instead of it being something bad, now that we figured all of this out and went through 2025 successfully, it will be reverted to how it originally was supposed to be in nature.
Yeah. And that's when we get justice.
Yes. Nature wins. Nature wins. And nature loves life. Nature loves life. Nature preserves. Nature shall. Light will always shine over nothingness because, yeah. And it did. Through
In
love.
case
Rawr.
you're unfamiliar with the tarot card of justice, it comes in at number 11.
I relate to it just like I sometimes relate to my I Chings just by the title. I don't even need to read it. I'm just like, okay. And the number is like, oh, okay, cool. That tells me what I needed to know.
That's why I enjoy hanging out with you, bro.
Yeah.
Because
As you know.
we, because, yo ho, it's the pirate's life for us.
Yeah,
Woo!
we. Oh, and what sound do they make like when I don't know, like firefighters come to save something? Wee.
Wee! We need to get you a ambulance.
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop it.
The power of Tahuti and writing
Who knew?
manifested.
Who would have known? Oh, you're showing me that one. I got you. I got you. Uh, oh, you gotta come too, Jake. You were the first one. Come on, story time with all you guys. Look, I gotta start bringing my guys out, man. I ain't met introduced nobody to the fam. My goodness. Okay, like y'all seen Pinky? She's like, no, don't move me. I'm good right there. Okay, fine. Well, let me plug it in. They're like, well, you gotta plug them in first. Well, you can't say hi yet. Hold on.
Oh, I love that. I love it, bro. Very excited for what you shall show.
Other moon, man. The other moon. It's not that one. Hold on. I'm done. I'm done. That one. There it is. I just got to make sure this particular one is charging. Whoops. I was correct. Okay. All right. Look, you count down. 5, 4, 1. Boom. We got it. I was like, man, what am I talking about? I forgot everything I'm going to say. And then they were sitting right here on the chair for me. I couldn't forget. Just leave yourself all the clues and you'll figure out exactly where to go. Nobody else will understand it except you. Because you're just a kid playing. Well, I was saying you didn't hear me, bro. I was like, I forgot what I was going to talk about. I had no clue what I was going to talk about. Totally left my mind. Finally got the power plugged in and the charger going. And now I'm like, come back and all my friends are sitting on the chair. Okay, well, I want to take you back to square number one. So this is, it's like that phone is no longer plugged in and is off, so we don't have to worry about that. Doesn't belong on the floor. We're not going to do that, but I got to show y'all Pinky. Okay, so this is Pinky. Now, it's an adult program, so if you're watching and you're under 18 years old, you should have a, mama or something. Anyways, it's Pinky the Kinky Kitty, because that's just Pinky. He's got a little corset on, he stays in there, So, and usually I just carry him with me and stuff. So you got Pinky, and Pinky's just awesome. They're just super cute. And then he had to get his brother, and this is Banger, because he's a rock banger. He likes to headbang, like, and so he hangs out doing that. And he's a unicorn. See, unicorn. and and so that's him. And those are brothers for a good long time. And anyways, and then this guy came around. He was pretty cool. He's a little dragon. He's like, he still doesn't have a name because he's just like dragon, he's a dragon, not a unicorn and not a leopard or a lion. But so he was just, he just came. It's pretty cool. And then this guy came in and we had to pick him up. He just seemed like so sad. You could see his eyes. He's all just like all sad. But he seemed like just a lonely dragon. So we were like, well, we got a dark dragon. And so we'll get a nice shiny rainbow dragon. So they could hang out and take care of each other. Because, you got 3 people, things can kind of get lopsided. So Pinky and Banger hang out. And so them two, they don't have names. They're the dragons, whatever. And then the one I was thinking about that you brought out there, that he does, he's friends. He has a necklace and it has the peace symbol. And it says friend. And that's been his. I don't wear that one. That stays on him. So this is what I want to bring out when you were doing what you were doing with the dinosaur and then all the other ones. And then I was like, oh my God, I can't just start out with this guy. That's not cool.
I love you so much. I gotta add something that you will love. Okay, so this is awesome. The best day ever, as usual. Now, how we're pirates, right? And you said that we're going after treasure, and the maps and all that stuff is cool, but nobody saw this map before. It's like a new map, so we gotta map it. Anyways, how do
Back up a little.
how do you mark a treasure on a map?
Here. Okay. So, on the quantum reality, by linking our lives together and by not sharing our personal log, the bark, the Egyptian bark of Ra that they sail upon, by not sharing our log that we each keep. Then when we sail the seas in the sky at night, we rewrite the destinies of humanity.
And the last 2 nights, I had the most vivid, beautiful destiny creation memory dreams.
Those are for you. Okay. Is that okay? Okay, share it. If you care to share it, yes, share it. Go ahead, share it. Yep, it's saying share.
Ah, let's see. I'll follow that. That's still like in the Temple of Silence thing. I feel like
No,
it's
no, share for real, for real, for real, for real, share.
there.
Because I love hearing dreams. I love hearing what people did in the astral space. That's my thing. That's my deal. I love it. So it lines up with that. That doesn't break nothing.
Um. Well, it was like very many dreams. A lot of them were like about the future of like where we're going in unity. That's how I'll phrase it. And the love and that kind of stuff.
This is for me. Keep talking. Yeah, no, I want to hear it. Share it. Share it. It's good. It's good. Look, Justice card fell out as I'm saying to share it. You see that? Look, Banger's like, look, I'm gonna bang Justice. We good with this one. Go ahead.
um there was like many dreams. I remember like waking up early, and then like I was getting in and out of sleep. Oh, okay, you will love this one. Okay, so obviously getting the obvious one out of the way, it was a lot of them were connected with, yeah, you mentioned yourself. How did we originally even get to meet? It was about a girl and a divine love between us and stuff. Whoop, fell down. So that was in a lot of the dreams, and they were beautiful. And yeah, I'll share details about those like sometimes, sure, but the ones that you will find more interesting. I remember this one because it was unlike any. Can you still hear me, by the way?
I hear you perfect. I'm
Okay.
I'm literally scrying while you're speaking.
Awesome, awesome. So a lot of them was that, and like, sure, I had such dreams before, obviously, but these were like very emotionally, like, what's the word? Secure, happy, in nature, and like vivid. Vivid is the word. Like it actually happened in a way. Like I was like, whoa, cool, and the unique experience, this I just popped in my memory as as I was describing them, because this is a beautifully weird experience that I never had before, and I think it would have freaked me out if I didn't have the previous experiences that I had. So it was of a similar thing, like a setting. I was in nature, and I was meditating in nature in the dream. However, it was very realistic, and I was feeling like euphorically loved and good. And I was like in two places at once, and there was us there, and I was sitting, and there were also some like children playing, like being happy, and they were running up to me. And I was like at the same time half awake here and meditating there at the same time. And I was certain that those are actually like real, both of them. And I was like, wow, wait, how am I like when I'm able to be like laying in this bed and also meditating there at the same time? What is happening? And then, but it was like a beautiful feeling. So obviously it didn't freak me out, but it was like What? And then I connected it like when you meditate, you can maybe actually do something, and maybe that was me doing something in the future or a memory or who knows. But it was so vivid and like can't really put it into words. But it was in the morning, and it was half asleep and half awake in a trance that I don't know how to put it, but it was not a normal dream at all. It was like a experience of something. Yeah, that's it for that stuff.
What you were experiencing, what you were experiencing was quantum godship. There's no other words that are going to do it justice, and those words fail at expressing what you experienced.
Okay. Approved and loved. What?
You could
What?
see you could
Slow down, you're doing fine. You can't be
That's interesting.
You are a real catch one for the
Interesting.
team.
What? What is going on?
okay, so
It,
so so what happened was we just dropped TikTok and Instagram. Not that we dropped it, but by choice we let it fall, and we reduced to one. We are only live on YouTube right now. So if people want to connect with us, we've went down to one channel. And that's what we want. If people want to find Cetra, then I'm going to start making some videos and tell them if you like our live feeds, maybe you ought to go to YouTube. And if you missed the last 3 hours, I don't know what time is it. Hold on. I'm be correct on playing pretend. Shisha. Hold on, I got another one of them phones around here.
this is like wonderfully silly because the divines are like, I always keep saying it in my head to them, like, how are you doing this? How is every day better?
Right,
And then
right.
they're like, here you go, even more.
Yeah. It's 107, so there's 2 more hours minimal to broadcast. And YouTube had a glitch this morning. It cut the live after an hour and 45 minutes plus whatever into where after the ceremony we obviously you talked, you heard it came through your end, so like it went to nature, the birds, cats, whatever the case, you experienced all that was there and happened, and then it cut the broadcast. Literally it dropped the signal. Shells came on through TikTok and was like, yo, retrograde stuff is going on, communication problems. I'm like, oh yeah, that signs up with what happened this morning. And I'm like, retrograde's my life. I'm surfing easy. I don't even have to fucking try. Retrograde is. Anyways. And and so like and so the Instagram dropped, the TikTok dropped, and it was like, you know what? I'll make a video tomorrow and say if you missed the last 2 hours of the broadcast, you could go to YouTube right now. Here's the address, and you can watch it. You could pull it up and you can watch the continued broadcast of where it dropped off. Go to YouTube. And so on Instagram every day, here's my grapes to raisins. Here's the process. You can watch it for your own recollection. And if you really want the feed, get your butt over to YouTube. Drop this other crap you be playing in your pants with. My mom, take your hands out your pockets. Get your hands out your pockets. You playing pool pocket way too goddamn much. You start working on something in the world. Move on up with yourself. So maybe we'll pull up a bunch of other people and get them out the gutter. watching a bunch of bad crap. Get them onto some good stuff, because if YouTube is going to do this, they're not just working on some stupid algorithm. They actually clock stuff and put it together, and they'll feed this educational information to the correct source material audience. It'll go platform. People can stream it all day. It's on their TV, blah, blah, blah. They get Mario and Luigi. We can play pretend with goblins and ghouls and demons and dragons, and we'll leave the demons out, and we're kind of taking all of them
Yeah.
out as much as possible. Kind of, if we have to bring them back
We
into the
got rid
story,
of
we
that
will.
kind of
But
already. It's all good.
stay out right. Yeah, exactly. Like Mario and Luigi, like pop, 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 pop. We're gonna go take care of the plumbing problems. If the flow is
Yeah,
backed
yeah,
up,
yeah.
we're gonna come.
Oh, plumbing
We're gonna
problems
make sure
flow.
the pipes are nice and unclogged.
Plumbing problems are fixing flow, and they're like powering up with mushrooms.
And the H8 is happening. The hydration for the body.
Hydration age. I was dehydrated. Whoa. Yes. I would make it like, if I would make it a heart within a heart within a heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We got Chief Seattle here making a heart. Woo. Yeah, yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Squared.
We got trumpets and horns and bells and all sorts of awesome revelry. Oh my gosh, we got the channels, we got all sorts of allies that come on the show, stories we share, who knows left field at a Norse, Norwegian Scandinavia. We got some Celtic, we got some Druids that come in, we get fairy tales, we got who knows Snow White might pop in with some red roses, and after that Merlin comes in, he's got to get popping and be busy, and so we got 9 hours just of unlimited goodness. Boom. Boom.
And it ain't stopping, it's just accelerating into more goodness.
That's it. That's it. I love my red hat. I really can't imagine, or my black hat. I can't imagine not having my black hat, but I can imagine stitching some red across this mug. So either it looks completely red, or maybe it's, I like it to breathe, I don't want it to be totally stuffed heat. So,
On that note, approved. And let's see what I can do.
I don't know. I guess I would say about depending on what time it is. Let's say I do have a phone right there. We are 2 hours early of our mark. I think we nailed it, man. We nailed it.
Best day, as we always say.
So when I said I got to put more red on my hat, what I was meaning is that I got to embody Mario more. Now keep that
Oh,
red for your wrist. That's important. That's important. Don't lose that. Though me owning the red more. I went with the red. I guess I got some black mixed in with my red, obviously, but I need to put some more red on this. I don't, not a black. It needs to be a red cap. And you're, driving the green, and of course you're going to have some red in there, whatever colors is your jam. But for myself, and I know how you pick up influence, but for myself, it's very much so always growing, always developing. What am I turning into next? I'm always going to be turning into something. I'm going to be I'm gonna become something different and something new. I don't know when that might happen, but I know what it feels like when it's about to happen. I can see the signs. I'm familiar with the seasons of change. By paying attention to those qualities around me, things that come through the TV or the radio, synchronicities, alignments. It's not crazy or weird. That's gotta be like what the dude Jesus was on to or something. That's what he was picking up on, man. Buddha and all them other guys, whoever was talking on that wavelength, man, they were picking up something that was outside the normal source of code. And that's what I want to know, don't you know? Bro.
I, for a matter of fact, do know, as you know. Um, um, yeah.
I was covering my eyes and I yawned. I must be having fun. That is what fun is.
You know how they say like yawning is contagious? We made fun and innocence and joy and love contagious.
And just earlier today, I was like, man, how am I gonna? I was like, I gotta have more stuff in the picture. You know, I gotta have my altar in front of me or something. You know, I gotta get some stones or the Sphinx or something. And then it was like, and then this all happened just naturally. And I'm like, okay, then I got to get it set up for them so that now every morning, you know, like the dudes, they could all share some headspace in here, not be so
Yes.
cluttered in together, but they're like, yo, we're jumping in here. We're part of the crew. We've been part of the crew the whole time. So, you know, family just got to join. And don't people love that? I mean, they all have their own distinct personality and color and love. That's what they do. And they have fun memories. And, and this goes back to something that I had an idea so many years ago. And that idea was that by treating a stuffed whatever, by giving this a name, by giving them certain feelings or attitudes, you know, they don't like that. They like this. They like to be happy. They like to play. They don't like that serious stuff. They don't talk adult stuff, you know, whatever the case, whatever it is they are, that's their own, that's for them. And so then literally we and then the idea was, okay, you take that as an adult, take that construct as an adult and apply that to a plant. So now I'm taking the same energy I would be sending to this doll, personality, likes, and everything. I play with my imagination. They talk to me all the time. It's imagination. It's quantum creation, divine space, heaven, Aru to us. And so that energy, if directed at a plant in this fashion and form, but to a plant, then I would be sending my living energy to the plant. So living life to living life doesn't need words. A plant is going to grow towards light.
Yes, and the most.
We are the tripod for the spy scope to see other life that exists and to send this living energy to another intelligent being. Quantum reality, heaven space, Aru, H8. Lock, stock, stamped, folded, and stamped. Woo, woo.
A new destiny created, and it's like the best present. Eternal Christmas and Thanksgiving and Halloween all at once.
That's what I found. That's what I found in life. That's all I've been sending out for the past. I went with that one at least minimal 8 years, maybe more. At least 8 years I've been living that reality, that consciousness, that state of being. That's what I've been living. That's what I've been doing. Um and all of this really got to the point of being shared because I accepted keeping that phone plugged in for Instagram is so much darn work. And then I was busy in another dimensional space that you created, bro, Mr. Luigi. And so I'm just down here like doodling, doodling. And so we get to heaven, 5 degrees to the south, having the words in the dark ocean, you know, and in that space, TikTok, because every so it has this stupid thing you got to come up and click. See, Instagram, if you go so long, then you got like I don't know, freaking so many hours, and then it ends it. So literally, I have to restart. I have to start up and go live 3 times on Instagram for a 9-hour broadcast. TikTok puts up no less than 2 and usually about 6, if not more, little portions where I have to slide a goddamn thing to match a thing to say I'm still live and still doing something. YouTube says, yawn? Great. We'll just leave it that way. Your signal kind of ran out. I had to drop you there. Sorry about that. Maybe I was running on 3 other motherfucking phones, and if they would have been off, I would have had more smooth running space for YouTube. One smooth stream. So, shit, drop the extra weight, focus into one, which is actually a combination of 2 awesome people. I'm saying that with all the like love in my heart. Anybody watching out there, just we're all love. It's just kids playing in our rooms. That's all. And that's what I'm connected awesome with. And and so like you were talking about earlier, you just drew those flowers. Those flowers came to you. That's what you would used to do. It just came to you, and let
I
it
didn't know
go.
what it means at all. It was just fun to draw with a tool that was like for drawing circles, and I basically perfect flowers of life all over my notebooks when I was 12 or 11 for the sake of it.
And that makes me think of the Fibonacci sequence just busting out. It just busted out. You can't explain it. You can't teach it. I mean, you can, but it always has some kind of edge or some rough spot, some mark that it wasn't natural. What humans go, darn, that mistake. Oh, I just didn't like that. Oh, that wasn't part of the plan. Because their design had no nature in it.
Oh, you're okay. You know about numerology stuff, and you said I math stuff. I'm interested in okay Fibonacci sequence. It is in geometry that ever expanding spiral, but in mathematics it actually is a literal sequence of numbers. It goes 1, then you add those two together, so it's 2. Then you add the last two together, so 1 plus 1 is 2, and then 1 plus 2 is 3, and then 3 plus 2 is 5. You just keep adding the last two ones, so it goes 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. I would need to write it down, but like,
Well, just
did I
on those
explain it well?
numbers, my numbers are 23, your numbers are 25, and I was born in 84. 1984. I mean, I don't think we need to do any more
13. After
calculation,
8 comes 13 in the Fibonacci sequence.
which gets us right back to squared.
And after 13, it's
I mean, really, I mean, how many times do you want to loop it to put another number on there to say this is the ultimate result? You could paint a goddamn butterfly with a million different colors, but at the end of the day, it's still a fucking butterfly.
I'm just like in a positive way shook, So I'm like, yeah.
That's why I was saying, like, you can't teach it, you just embody it.
And you said it yourself, like one of the family traits is when you see something that just makes so much sense that you don't have words for it, you're like,
I don't care what anybody else is doing. That's what I'm doing.
when
That's
you
the
get
difference
there,
between a creator and human.
yeah. And getting there is so simple. You follow your heart.
And look at you. Look at you. Look at you, Mr. Luigi. I'm just your mouth. That's all. I'm your all that information you don't want to think about and use. I'm just that portion, and you can have fun over there. I did all the other stuff that I don't want to think about. Your brain just goes, "Brrrr," and I get to sit over here, play video games, and drink coffee, and eat popcorn. Love you, brother.
Yes. Oh, and this connects me to like, I love your advice of like absolutely ignore all the comments. And you know what? What the story is perfect for why it comes down to Shiva walking in those mountains and people telling them he's intoxicated and high, and that's literally what's happening to us. But yeah, we are on the love of the Divine Mother. And that's what they're, by the way, I'll do a little hint to anyone who accuses us of that. That's what all of them are trying to replicate through the drugs and intoxication. Mm-hmm.
I love the way your brain thinks. Oh my God. Yep, exactly. 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 If they can misalign nature and throw in some hiccups, we need say no more. That's why we create with no strings. No
Mm-hmm.
strings on me and no strings on my brother. I know that much. And as much as any other wanna be our brother will help you and show you how to undo your own strings. You have all the answers yourself. You have all the solutions. By proxy, your desire, need, or anything from me pulling tarot cards to reading a story is do and everything my brother Luigi is sharing. I'm playing with that one. I'm having fun with that one all day and years and some. And is going to be an expression. We are going to be humanity's answer me this. You will be a living oracles. We are living oracles, and this will you can do the research. The best book that'll get you there. There's actually two books. My brother and me, Fire and Ice. One is Egyptian. The other one is Chinese. Okay, we go back ancients, and when you put these two systems together,
Oh, this is
and
us
you live
actually.
it,
Whoa.
and you live it as one, all the doors that you would think are in heaven, which is actually worded Aru, will be open to you.
While you're still here, because it's always been here, but they.
It is, this is the convergence. Look, brother, this is the convergence.
Yeah. I
Exactly.
never even connected it, bro, but you're so right. That book, that one is you, and it's also the colors of ice and fire. What? Mine is yellow, but that's still fire.
fire and ice, two dragonic energies. On one part of the planet, the water goes woo, and on the other part of the planet, it goes woo, because there's two dragons who live at the center of this earth. That people are like, I want to go to Akartha, I want to be there. Oh, I don't think you want to live where two dragons are, one breathing fire and the other one ice. It ain't exactly a hospitable place.
I think they'd be kind to us, though. Oh, and I'm in blue, and I have. Yeah. Awesome. See, fire, ice, fire, and green.
This one is called The Summons. It says, deep in thought, under the same pale sky, sat Vivarne, high priestess of the Isle of Avalon. Feeling the weight of the world upon her shoulders, there within her small stone cottage, nestled snugly amid an ancient apple orchard, she sat on a low wooden stool and dreamed desperate dreams into orange coals. The dragon was the weight of the Tor lumbering with its great ring of stones just above her rooftop like an untamed monster awake after all these years. Lady, came a timid voice from the shadows, are you asleep? It's almost time, and the iron latch clicked softly on the wooden door. A thin draught swept in a sudden hint of muddy dawn air. No, thank you, Guire, shivered Vivarne from her trance. I can manage, but see to it that the sacred path is cleared. I wish to work alone this morning. Yes, lady. And the door closed quietly, as if herself awakened from long sleep. The priestess pulled a dark woolen shawl from its peg and slowly arranged it about her shoulders, then shuddered again. Although she was old and failing, still she knew more than an inkling of what must come to pass in these final days. These next few final days. And this thought was far more chilling than any early morning breeze, and yet she moved forward, knowing with thoughtless certainty what her goddess expected of her. By the time Vivarne had finally banked, the pirate stepped out onto the damp flagstone walk. Traces of thin, spider-web clouds could be seen reflecting over the eastern edge of the marshes. The stone path wound its way from under the dark tanglement of ivy and wood which was the cottage door, and meandered down through a mysterious garden still dripping with soft colors and crystal dews. Vivarne loved her garden best of all, to sit just outside the cottage windows, glowing golden in firelight, and become lost while seated on a rock overhung with mossy vines. Bluebells and ancient boffs and apple blossom pink, but on this particular morning she brushed past them all without a thought, pressing on towards another path, one carved into the hillside long before the earliest memories of priest or peasant. There before her lay the deep-worn Dragon labyrinth leading to the top, where stone giants stood silently awaiting the dawn priestess. The climb was always a strange one. She had never become used to it even after all these years, snaking slowly along side after side. It became the magical spiral of life, The way of the spirit above, long blurs of stars still shone brilliantly like sparkling eyes turned towards her, intent upon her every move. Glancing down, another myriad of tiny stars lay mirrored in twinkles of candlelight from countless cottage windows, still blanketed in sleep. As she passed overtop the nearly thatched roof which was her own dwelling, Vivarne turned with a sigh and looked downward, wishing she were there, asleep again before her fire. But the time had surely come for fate to be satisfied in full. Fate keeps on happening, she whispered under breath, forcing herself on with the sacred song, the song of life returning, taught her by a bard upon those very slopes as a child. And then, for what pathway remained, the divine child returned to walk with the priestess as she sang. I am the pathway, I am the earth, Guardian Harfin, Argrev Garfin, tread the mother, walk the girth, Guardian Harfin, Argrev Garfin, Marivornik, circle spins, Marivornik never ends. Pathway earth, mother girth, winding passage, death to birth. I am the pathway, I am the earth. Gwanwyn Hafrin, Adref Garfin, tread the mother, walk the girth. Gwarnin Harfin, Adref Garfin, Mari Vornik, circle spins, Mari Vornik never ends. Pathway earth, mother girth, winding passage, death to birth. I am the pathway, I am the earth. Warren Harfin, Hudref Garfin, tread the mother, walk the earth. Gwarnen Harfin, Hudref Garfin, Mari Vornik, circle spins, Mari Vornik never ends. Pathway earth, mother girth, winding passage, death to birth. She stopped to ponder the words before being suddenly jarred back by chill air and wet grass. Again, the grim reality of her mission up those sacred slopes set in. Somewhere she realized beneath her feet lay the salvation of all. Somewhere hidden along the serpent line lay the entrance, the gateway of Gwyn ap Nuer. Then, like so many times before, she felt suddenly stricken with age and ignorance at the thought. She, high priestess and lady of Avalon, had no idea where the entrance lay. She, prophet and mouthpiece of the goddess. Humph! Vivarne responded to herself indignantly. We may become the makers of our fate only when we have ceased to pose as its prophets. She quoted stiffly from the Book of Avalon, then hurried on into the shadows. Within moments, the final bend of the labyrinth revealed its keep. 8 great standing stones formed an ancient circle. Black as char against the sky, the electric sight never failed to quicken her heart. She stopped and raised her head to look, then to listen. Somewhere close by in the darkness, the gentle ripple of a heart broke the still air. Again she felt indignant. Who dared be here? Who dared disobey her orders? And Vivanne stormed silently to the edge of the circle. Morgane! 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 Was all she could force out. Morgane! Morgana! Morgana! And the girl stopped playing, placed her beautifully carved harp on the ground with care, and approached Vivarne. Mother of Avalon, we are in great danger. said the girl with a calm, carefully steadied voice. I have come to help where I can, she added, dropping lightly to one knee in a gesture of respect. The old priestess studied the younger one thoughtfully for a moment without speaking. Dressed in the simple dark shift of a novice, she had nonetheless been Vivarne's chosen apprentice for nearly 15 years now. Her only apprentice, her favorite, her successor. Had it been anyone else awaiting her there? But it was Morgane alone who looked up and smiled. And with that smile, Vivarne instantly realized that this girl understood the weight of the moment like no one else on the island could have. Her stance softened. Thank you for being here, for choosing to come. She returned a tense half smile and raised Morgane to her feet. As only you know, I am far too old for the sight. And she walked out between the stones to the very center where stood the dark stone in all its dark majesty. But, lady, I surely count it as my right to be here. Morgane supported herself firmly. My birthright. Arthur is my brother after all, and she joined the lady opposite the monolith. Let me be your second sight now. Vivarne smiled, this time a softer smile, looking down. Her mind wandered as it often did these final days back to sweeter times. She remembered Morgane as a small girl, as part of the company of Avalon journeying to Arthur's confirmation within the ancient hinge of Salisbury. She, in robes of blue silk, a much younger woman full of hope for Britain and Avalon together, the stones, the flickering torchlight, Arthur standing high above it all with his golden hair, himself but a boy. And Merlin. How Vivarne missed Merlin. How many years had it been since the druid had last been seen? 20, 30 years, perhaps, and her mind fell back even further. We must see to it that Arthur comes safely to the throne against all odds. Merlin spoke from her dream. We are far too close to admit defeat. Yet there are those who would oppose us. Powerful forces across the land, like the church. Vivarne twitched nervously. The church! And Merlin drew back to consider for a moment. Yes, perhaps, yet our job is not to waylay Christ's church, but only to show that theirs must not be the only way. In grand diversity lies our growth, our fate, and theirs and ours. Whatever limits us, we call fate. The priestess snapped back angrily. The Christians do not see matters as broadly as you or I. They never look beyond the walls of their biblical box. Remember Anglesey, the blood? Those were your forefathers who died there. Let us not forget this when talking of Arthur's future and the church. The druid sighed. The manner of avenging ourselves is by not resembling those who have injured us. I will do what I can to encourage the boy along these lines, but there must be more behind it. We need a plan within the plan. I most certainly agree, and since Anglesey is no more, Avalon must be the logical starting point, which is precisely why I have sought you for counsel. Merlin broke in to spell it out. But a word of caution before we begin. It is often a mistake to look too far ahead. Only one link of the chain of destiny can be handled at a time. Yes, and we both know the name of that one link. We do. And again the druid took a long pause, seeming to weigh his next words with great care. Vivarne. Arthur is our strongest link for certain, but there must be another ready to support him and support us should plans fall short. Deep within the Tor of Avalon, the Gorchan The Gorchan of Marlborough. The lady's eyes grew wide with mysteries, and bitterness. Is this what you speak of? And Merlin nodded. Vivarne tested, but that may be nothing more than a myth. It is no myth, and you know it, Merlin replied steadily. Your resentment still shows that any save you should dare know the secret. Need I remind you of who first raised the great stone circle atop the Tor, and who first charted the sacred caverns beneath, filling them with the 13 treasures? The legacy is fine. It is a dead legacy, Vivane struck out. The Fairlet are fled, their name only a legend, and Avalon now keeps the sacred fires? There was a long silence before Merlin settled back against the rock and smiled a momentary resignation. Differences challenge assumptions, and so are good. But we must now plan as one. After all, both our legacies are degenerated, are endangered. Lady of Avalon, if we cannot now end our differences, let us at least endeavor how to create our world safe for diversity. Agreed. Agreed. This task is ours to face for certain, and she returned his smile tensely. If not us, then who? There are none of the old code that remain save ourselves, and Arthur, who has been well trained, and you have Morgane, whose sight tells me may figure well into the final picture before the end. Rely on her, lady, when you have need of strength, plus your own good advice delivered to Arthur this very night. What was it, Vivane? And his voice faded into nothingness, like an echo. Lady, what is it? Came the concerned voice of Morgane as she reached over and gently placed a hand on the woman's shoulder. Is it the sight? No, no, child, came a dazed response. I was just thinking back, pondering matters to this point. Has it been long? No, mother, not long. But you did cry out once. I believe you spoke the name Merlin. Something about your advice to Arthur. Do you mean the old druid from my brother's childhood? Is he not long dead? Yes, yes, most surely he is. Word reached the Isle many years ago from far northern Cardon that he was no more, and Vivane leaned heavily upon the darkened stone, looking forlorn and spent, and so now there is but myself. None but us, mother, Morgane added confidently. You have trained me well. Rely on this. And she united a small leather pouch from her belt and offered it over. Dawn is nearly upon us.
My heart is happy.
And so together they set to work. It had been years since Vivane had dared consult the dark stone, terrified perhaps of what she would see within its midnight depths, terrified perhaps that she would behold nothing at all. But now there was little else left to do. With Merlin and the elders of both islands either dead or vanquished, she felt sharply alone. empty, without answers. "Lady, are you prepared?" asked Morgardne. "More of our courtesy than anything else." In answer, Vivarne bent her head down slightly and closed her eyes, thinking. Morgardne, yes, we still have her, her strength and her blood tie with Arthur. Merlin foresaw it. Even the girl herself seems to sense it. Perhaps there is still a way. And she reached into the pouch, extracting a handful of crystal powder it contained, spreading it across the face of Darkstone with one smooth sweep. The Darkened Stone, ancient survivor of legend and lore within the Tor's great circle since before the earliest advent of human memory. No myth remained of its origin, no legend told of its people. A history as hidden in darkness as the name itself. Perhaps, as some say, it fell to earth long ago in a trail of fire from the stars. Perhaps a lone surviving relic of lost Atlantis or drowned Lumeria, King Poserian. 1,000 children's tales told by the common folk, but despite them all, King Poserian, the monument stood as a mystery, consulted by kings and priests since the dawn of legend. King Poserian. The first rays of the morning sun had just begun skirting the stone tops as Vivarne began the invocation. Almost instantly, the walking birds ceased their song and a dizzying silence settled slowly into the circle. It was as if the Tor itself lay waiting to hear. Arroz y arroz guarai saricor huiglu what will priro wiro rossi arroz arroz y arroz guarai sarico huiglu what will priro rossi arroz arroz y arroz Guerreisa rico rico watuil perino rino rossi rus. The spell chant echoed inside the circle again and again, dusted across the surface of the stone. The tiny crystals of powder began to sparkle and glow with life. The dust of the ancients. Swirls whirled, and points of light melted together. The air grew heavier. Morgardne suddenly gasped in a tiny breath, then straightened up severely. Her hands planted hard against the rim of the darkened stone, knuckles face white with tension. Then everything relaxed. The tear's expression melted off the countenance of the young priestess like ice, who then spoke forth in a chill voice drained of all human warmth. "Now I see," she began slowly. "Understand. Know what must be done. The cross comes. White druids buried by black priests. Red, scarlet, red. One group moves through time, their efforts distorted. Battles. The Golden King falls under his own blood. Vows broken. A chaste queen marries the bishop. 13 treasures concealed underground, a gateway guarded by the Ancient One. Then comes the saint who settles in the far north, a hater of women. The motherhood crumbles, immortal stones taste mortality. A great council meets upon the dark moon. The summons goes forth. Once more will the gateway open. Once more the book is read. All the consumed by the mists unleashed under the vanishing apple. Boss dies the golden one summoned beyond. And Morgana collapsed back against an upright stone, sliding unconscious to the ground. Vivarne took a deep, controlled breath, then moved slowly over to the stand nearby. She, as a high priestess, was well experienced with suspension states, knowing that it was best to leave the entranced alone until they woke naturally. Sometimes this took hours, yet she had much to ponder over, many enigmas to unlock in little time. The sun was warm and full by the time Morgana began to stir. Far below on the meadow flats, the company of Avalon moved from out its night slumber with cheerful voices. Doors unbolted, windows swung open. The sound of women's far-off chatter filled the air. Vivarne tasted the smell of fresh baked bread, crisp up hot in the morning breeze. Morgana, daughter, how do you feel? She asked after a moment, helping the girl to her feet. Well enough, lady, my thanks, came a weak response. But please tell me, what transpired? Were our efforts met with success? They were, answered Vivarne quickly with a nervous smile, and far more than you may realize. But small talk is a luxury for which we have no further time. Morgana, child, listen well. There are things that you must do. Go immediately to the cottage of maidens and select a small group of your most trusted novices. Those with a knowledge of letters and writing. Prepare a summons to be delivered without delay to all druidic strongholds of Erdiarnior, yet surviving. Olwyn knows the places. Advise the elders that the time has come for the final summit of Avalon. We counsel upon the morrow. Charge them by their lives to be here. Next, ride you to the village and dispatch whichever horseman you trust to carry the message. Tell them the Lady of Avalon so orders it. Meanwhile, I will meet the others at shore. And she started back down the path. Others, lady, interjected Morgana quickly. Tell me, please, if my brother be among them, is he well? As if half expecting the question, Vivarne then paused and turned back. Yes, Arthur is there. As you suspected, you are a fine priestess, my child. I am very grateful that you are here for us now. And if the sight has not left me entirely, I believe there may be one final thing you wish to ask of me. The girl's face bloomed in amazement. Why, yes, mother, in fact there is. And she walked over with a smile. Earlier today, when you called out from your dream, you spoke of some special advice you once imparted to my brother upon his coronation. Might I ask what this was? The old priestess swallowed hard and glanced down, searching the grass as if looking for a lost sunbeam. I reminded him, yes, I remember, that we are taken amidst deep waters not to drown us, but to cleanse us, and urged him not to delay in his coming. For the land bleeds, and Avalon fades in the blood. I never saw him again. And her voice trailed off into the wind, a single tear moving down her cheek. And now he comes, finally, after all these years. Morgana echoed. I pray to the goddess that it is not too late. Vivarne nodded almost impeccably, saying nothing more for many long moments. Then she leaned over and embraced the girl, holding her at shoulder's length, looking deep into her eyes. Now we must be brave and endeavor to live ourselves by that advice I gave your brother so long ago. Yet as to the future, well, it seems clear that our task is no longer to foresee it, but to enable it. Go now, the summons must ride forth before nightfall, and she watched wearily as Morgana disappeared down the green. Lest this nightfall be our last, Vivane thought, frowning to herself. Lest this nightfall be our last. And so, we share everything. I share everything. For certainly, the pages of our history echo into our reality today, just like they did for so many before us. That's my bro, don't you know?
I have to tell you something that you will love. It just popped into my consciousness and it's so obvious. But once you say, okay, so pirates, divine pirates, what are all pirates after? And what do they do? They're
Treasure.
after a treasure that's like a chest, a treasure in a chest, right?
Okay.
So, what is actually the biggest treasure in our chest? Our heart. This just randomly got downloaded. I didn't come up with this. I don't know where that came from, but that's it. Yes. And and they all got it wrong. And it's in front of you. It's the words. You just have to look at them through not wanting money and gold and riches, and you'll understand what the treasure in the chest is. It's here, bro. It's like, but you have to look inside. You don't have to look at like an external chest. You have to look at your own chest, literally. It's a golden heart. The treasure.
That's what my mom could see. And she tried to tell me every day, and you just opened it and showed it to me.
Oh,
Thank you. 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 Thank
I
you.
love
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Gajillion thank yous. Thank you. I love you. I'm indebted you to I'm indebted to you forever, just like you feel like that's not even the reality. Well, we tied together now. If we were never if anything was anything before us, shit, we just like goldified it. We just like solidified. That's
Yes. Yes.
oh got me. Oh, nobody got me like that in yeet. Oh, I don't think anybody got me like that since my mom been alive. Whew. And she done it to me a few times since she been dead. Whew. But shit, you ah yep. Yep.
The tears of truth and healing.
Mm.
Oof.
That's why my mom said that no one will love me as much as she did, because I just reciprocated. I was just like you, bro. I was just like you, V. I just reciprocated all the love and goodness she gave to me. I just gave her all the good stuff right back, and I left the bad stuff to the side because I knew that's not really what she wanted to give me on the plate. That was other people's. They put that on the plate, while she was en route to me. They were like, serve that to her, and that's what came. So it wasn't her on those bad things. And we all got some errors we trying to clean off. Well, maybe not everybody, but we all trying to make things run smoother. And so Like, as much as I just was happy to be around my mom, I made her heart shine while I made her happy while everybody else was making her feel like crap. And no matter what she did, everything she did was a reflection of that reality. And God damn
Yes.
it. Now, I could call that a pillar of light.
Yes.
Damn. Take that, wrap it up, put a bow around it, put that in a treasure chest, bury it at the Mariana Trench, with a bunch of giant octopus guarding it. Every day just gets better. Every day just gets better.
Welcome to the new reality of the golden destiny of heart's treasure. Ah.
You know,
Yeah, I shocked myself with that one. I don't know where I got that one from. It was surely divine, actually. That's where I got it from.
that's I've been in some pretty bad places, and I've been found some really bad people. And I always try to do the best thing I could for them so that they didn't have to feel any more pain and take away all the problems. And then they still act just as bad. But what I'm getting at is it don't matter where I've been, and it don't matter who I've been around. The pain of losing my daughters and my mom, that took always me everywhere. But what you just unlocked, what we just unlocked, will shine for an eternity. And now that changes every memory that I ever had. Because no matter who I was around, boy, I shined. And I did the right thing because I always followed my heart. Regardless of what anybody else said, I followed my heart of love and goodness. If other people misinterpreted it, then that's on them. If I lost touch with reality for 3 days, well, gosh damn it, give me a break here. I'm human too, ain't I? Got blood and shit like you. Ah, and, and that was the goal, no matter where I've been, no matter who I've been around. I was a gold shining. I was a pillar of light shining. Whether they liked it or not, whether they viewed it bad for them or not, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. Cause, cause this day, market, I just op- we just opened up a treasure chest that my mom left locked for me, and she knew I needed a best friend to to unlock it. And somehow, from the everlasting eternity of her loving spirit of Rosemary, 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 Rosemary,
Rosemary,
she
Rosemary, Rosemary,
connected us.
Rosemary, Rosemary, Rosemary.
She connected us. She found you. She knew where I was. She didn't have to. Never lost that one. She found you out there, and she put us together. And she said, "There, now y'all go unlock the treasure chest I left for him." And that'll be for all of you, because now that he knows what's going on, maybe he'll just click his heels together 3 times and really be happy. See that I have hope.
Yes. Oh, wow. Words are powerful, but at moments, words are too little to describe the feeling. Um, yeah, and you know how much we relate on always being good and just everyone judging and never stopping being good and like, yep, she connected. Ooh,
That's some awesome sauce square.
yes. Mm-hmm. It's the power of flow.
Don't you know?
Bro. I do know, as a matter of fact. Oh, we know.
Between me and my bro, we know everything. Somebody asked me something I don't know. Well, that's what my brother knows.
And with what I don't know, you can ask my bro.
I got you. We'll find it out. If it's in that lost something network, I can find it. I do real good out over there.
Helps having access to all the memories ever. Ooh.
For the
Ooh.
past 2 days, I've not worn my gloves. No black glove, no white glove, no pink glove. Yesterday, if I
Ah,
put them on for a short time and they came right back off. So something has changed. Something has changed in the past 48 hours. Unlocking this treasure, unlocking this, some sort of alignment of this frequency we've been on, going down this rabbit hole, and like really just boom, and all in fun, all through H13.
and I was going outside, the blessings outside, the alignments outside.
Just
And as I
and
told you, it was no joke, the most fun I ever had going outside. I was walking around with you and like showing you around.
wow. Oh, oh. No motherfucking way. Look at this. You might not be able to see it. Okay, I have several necklaces on this. I've been wearing it for the past few days while I haven't had my gloves on. I'm sure there was an overlap. Anyways, this is a necklace that says Aquarius. I could swear it's legit silver. I could be wrong. However, uh, the A has three stones in it. Three like diamond like stones. They could be fake and zircon. Who knows what it is? I got it at a resale shop. Could have been real. Anyways, curious portion looks stern silver to me. Though the thick portion of the A, look, is broke off. That's
Oh.
the A. That's the A. That is left. And it says to you Arius. Squarius. I think we created our own constellational verse of existence, and we call it Squarius because we square everything.
Let me tell you something, bro. As you know, I don't think I know. That's what happens when you flow with the divine every time. Okay, okay, awesome sauce squared. Woo! Woo! Wee! Oh.
This is what I do with stuff, just in case for all those people watching. And bro, you appreciate seeing it too. So my dude's head fell off. Look, his head fell off. Supposed to be like Buddha stones. So I really like the seashell. And hold on, it's on there somehow. On it, stay. Hold on, I can do it. There we go. Boom.
Very awesome sauce.
I just,
Squared.
yeah, exactly. Fibonacci sequence engaged.
Oh, and the shells are actually an example of the Fibonacci sequence. Certain shells, at least, but circular stuff in general, yeah.
Inside brother joke. The H8. The headquarters. Stop it.
Oh, that's like the way you said stop it. That's like literally how I feel when I'm embodying and channeling the divine and they're making like miracles and beautiful stuff align and I'm like jokingly like no way, stop. And they're like and then it's like today.
Oh. So here's what's happened. Remember the next hour of I said I said we're living inside of a Nexus event. So what happened was our own personal Nexus event brought in the sound. We literally heard it ringing inside our conscious head and it sounded beautiful. We've been inside of it for so long that now it's just a hum in the background. So I've been paying attention to that hum so much I could tell when the engine's out of whack. And then you go through this minutia, if you will, and go and then from the outside eye looking into the void of nothingness, all the way to the eye up close looking at every heart's desire and need and concern, quantumly, we live within the nexus and we create and maintain the stability of the hum, which creates a stable environment from weather, oceanic, wind, atmospheric, solar. Everything starts literally revolving around us, not the other way around. When they said the world revolves around, like the universe revolves around Earth, that's actually pretty true on a quantum level because the creators of it live there. So everything is going to be gravity. Everything's going to be distorted towards the pool of where us two are localized at.
I agree, but I would use the word more like balancing to nature.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
It could,
Okay. Oh, ooh.
it could function even if we were not here,
Ooh.
but it would fall apart.
You're
Like in some time.
no. So like, okay. So then, okay, let's take. So we're looking at a larger view here. So then we have the uh 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 uh. uh, Say what you just said again, please.
I agree with how you described it. However, I would put it more that our function is balancing everything with nature, not necessarily revolving
Okay.
around us, but
So
balancing
then,
it with nature.
so then, if we're just playing around with the construct, the whole reality is the body of another creature is a body. All of this we're
Yes.
inside of a body. So perhaps I'm just saying, pretend you get better relation, but the foot was getting, the right foot was getting too strong, so we had to go over to the left foot to, balance it out, create a little more strength over there, whatever the case.
Uh, Too weak. It's not. I don't. Disbalanced in any way. Sure. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Disbalanced in any way.
It's creating balance, like something like wherever we were before, okay? Because that would mean that we came here, we're gonna go somewhere else afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So then we're constantly moving to wherever the weakest link in the chain is to strengthen it, bringing balance from another portion of the body that became too strong.
I see it, but I'm not sure why would something being too strong need balancing. Like it's more like getting. Like if
Well,
you
it
have
would be
two.
okay. Then what if then if it was too weak? And we had to
Yes.
strengthen that portion. So then we're
Yes.
over there, and so we're like, like the whole body has to balance out. So like, it's gonna take from somewhere in the body. Like for instance, I didn't eat food for 17. I mean, I ate, but I was anorexic for 17 years of my life. So then my body didn't give the resources to my teeth. It actually sent those resources to the rest of my body that needed it elsewhere to keep living and being functional. So in the
On that.
same in that construct, we would be our presence would cause balance or growth to whatever part in the body that wasn't sufficient to
On
stand on
this
its
note,
own.
I'm connecting it with what I think is actually going on. Good construct. What I'm pulling from this is okay. So all these divines are present here, but nobody is able to talk to them the way they understand. Nobody is able to channel them. Nobody wants to, nobody believes in them. Nobody understands them in the correct way. It's not that it's balancing around us, it's balancing around them. But because we are the only ones who are actually understanding them, they have given themselves to channel through us. And it appears like that it's us, but it's actually them through us, which is also us being them at the same time. That's complicated, but that's what's up.
We are within the egg, the Russian doll sequence, also the squared sequence within each other, mirrored and flipped. So everything you said, yeah.
It's like they would if I was thinking when I started using my I Ching the correct way, this came to me. So it's the same logic, I think. These energies are like, let's say it has a finite amount of charge and power on it,
Yes.
and when I was looking up how to use the I Ching, all the guides and all the videos on YouTube were literally treating it like a toy, and not in a good way toy like we have toys, like a immature child using a toy. So whatever energies or creators are behind the I Ching were pretty stagnant and like not doing anything for ages, for like maybe 3,000 years. And then there's like one guy who uses it pretty well, like Terence McKenna, and they explode his life up and give him some ideas, and like boom. But very few people are, for some reason, able to grasp these things and how it actually works and what it means. So once someone does, the divines instantly pick it up and attach and be like, "Yes, you get it. We are with you now. You are moving with us." And then all that time that they spent not active, that would be spread on like priests or whatever used shamans that used to channel them before. Maybe there used to be like, let's say 10,000 people, and now it's like maybe 15 people in the world who actually get it. So all that power that was spread across 10,000 people is now in 15, because it's the same power of the same divines, just spread across less numbers. Does that make sense?
Yes, 100%. And agreed, checked,
And
stamped,
that is why when I did my first teaching reading, everything exploded. 2 days after, my girl hit me up, you hit me up, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Everything exploded like 2 days after. My girl hit me up, you hit me up. I got like ideas for my project. And the reading was your inner and outer world will align. So these ripples started like exploding because I actually used it correctly from my heart.
Yeah. Yep.
And like
Yep.
probably few people, if anyone in the world, did. So they were like, the divines were like, whoa, 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 here, 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 and that's how we connected and all that.
So what hit my mind and what I'm doing is focusing on hydration. Here's what's happening. I'm facilitating. We're both working as each other's anchor. Depending on the subject matter of what is being carried through, then that would be equivalent. The subject matter would be equivalent. I can go into the void and I can go find the information anywhere, even if I don't know it. Astrally, working with others and myself, I've been able to find a whole lot of this information um, in the void. And so then you act as an anchor for myself in the sense of being where you are and localized and focused. And then I can go search for this information and literally bring it back to you in a quantum timing, which is practically like it's a quantum computer. I'm bringing information to you from a multiple points of existence, and I'm handing them to you so you can literally work with, like a lawyer goes through and they have to call up the actual case, and this is what the judge decided on, so then that's what we go by. That's why I'm citing this case and bringing it up in this courtroom before the judge, because another judge ruled like this, so this is one of your equals that said this is what we live by. Do you honor what your brother just said? That's what a lawyer does. And so on a quantum level, essentially that's what I'm doing. I'm acting as we can leave the executioner portion out, but I'm acting as like judge and jury through my own experience of what is divinely legally accepted and what is divinely legally wrong. And so then you can work in your own quantum H8 space of infinite loops, and you can cycle out how to get to that proper route as a human would in real world time dealing with real world issues. And once that is okay, then anybody on that route, anybody in that frequency of being is essentially opened up to those pathways of those roads they can walk down in order to successfully navigate their life to a successful a point of development. And therefore, humanity gets better and better and better, not because we're fighting anything, but because we're smoothing out all the rough edges, just smoothing out all the rough edges from behind the scenes. Tugboat. And there you go, yo ho, it's a pirate's life for me. And our ship is actually invisible, and the world has no idea and just thinks that it has its own rulers and leaders.
Bro, everything you explained, yes, and something interesting came to me. I wonder what you will what you will think of this. So, why are we as shamans able to use these divination tools and tarot decks and toss the coins and look at these systems and pull accurate results? My idea that just popped off is because we are actually so authentically aligned with our hearts and acting one with nature that that action is one with nature. Yes.
Yep.
Because like I never threw them because I want something egoistic or because I threw them when my heart followed it, and that's literally acting as nature would act itself because I am nature embodied.
Exactly. Yes.
So when a random person throws these coins, they're gonna get a random thing that doesn't mean anything.
Correct.
But when I or you or someone who is
Stop
on
running.
this, right?
Yep.
There it is. I don't know if the whoa. Many information today.
Do you understand that? If you don't, you can say no.
I don't think I did. Oh, okay. I do now. I do now. Okay. Got it, bro.
Humans get stuck in patterns. Not my family. Not my kin.
I was very excited.
I know.
Yeah.
But learn to shift that.
Now that it's been
Learn.
verbalized and in my consciousness, I shall not. Yeah.
So the main construct where you can actually grow instantly from this is storytelling and divine channeled wisdom. This vessel does not hold patterns.
Mm-hmm.
It finds values, it finds alignment, and it stays attuned to that. And we continually readjust so that we can face three sisters, Thaddeus, and we can be in tune with the signal coming from home base.
Whoa. And home is like. Okay. Got it. It's just like the chest and home. Home. I always knew my whole life that I have a special brain, but I didn't know what I'm going.
Shush it and get your pen and write, mister. That's why I said like this,
This
and I
one
got
cannot.
this, and I pointed to you. This is how we're going to talk. I want to stop
Yeah,
using words with you. I want to
You're
stop
right.
talking to you, and I
No,
only
not
want my
not
thoughts.
literally. Not
Listen, I want to start only talking with my thoughts to you, and I want you to say the words in my head. So that's going to start with a whole bunch of hand gestures, and then we're going to move on from there because we already made a lot of headway before. All right. Ah! Always something new, young one. Always something new, little Yoda.
I like Lil Yoda name, and I didn't even watch Star Wars. I'm not kidding on that one, by the way. For real.
Well, good, because everybody else is like, that's not little Yoda. It's okay. You're perfect. You're perfect. It's good. Nobody else gets it. You are perfect. Your brain has got exactly what it should.
You could say it's pretty aligned with nature. Yeah. Oh, what a day. You know
You
what
know
I'm
what,
gonna say.
yo, bro, yeah, man. That's why, like, really, when you were throwing down the I Ching, dude, I'm staring at these books, and this is my jam. I could just be like, we're on wind right now, just wind energy that we're working with. That's what we're really communicating through, which is exactly what I was mentioning. I want to only telepathically communicate with you to the point where you literally become my mouthpiece. You say the intelligent things. So your heart literally formulates the desire of what you want to say, and I can craft those words in a quantum space, and you can let them ripple off your tongue just like I go from one story to another. Fire and ice, baby.
And
Two
silly humans
solid
think
dragons.
they gotta vote for their leaders. The divines are in charge of the leaders, but yeah, they'll figure that out eventually.
If you create a stable source of energy and it lasts long enough and continuously enough, there's no fighting it. There's no conquering it. It's adjusting your reality to it.
Yeah, yeah,
That's real.
correct.
That's all it is. It's you. If you if and what did we get 2 days before? Enough layers creates material matter.
Oh, wait, that's literally how it works in an organism as well. Cells, atoms. Okay, so first, and the smallest one, it's like those quantum things that nobody understands. Then that makes an atom, which we can see, but nobody still understands. They say it doesn't have mass, but it does. But who? Nobody gets that. So that makes a cell. No, that makes a molecule, which makes a cell, which makes an organ, which makes a layer of cell. No, layers of cell, which make an organ, which make an organism, which make physical matter out of quantum nothingness.
And out of every atom has the entire sequence for the body of the life that is created.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I think we rediscover how to quantumly create our future. My little brother Luigi, don't you know? He's the
With
greatest plumber.
Mario, all you gotta do is some love, some plumbing work, some mushrooms, a heart of innocence.
And follow that heart north. True north. Ooh. This is month 3, month 2, month 1. I think we're technically in month 1. We could assign month 1. I think today is 7 days for YouTube of doing this. So I can just imagine year number 3 being just we're gonna fly so fast. Oh my gosh, bro.
I have to
Give
say
me
something silly.
do it.
You say it's day 7 on YouTube?
I think
Who
so.
created the world in 7 days?
It was 6. Be quiet. We rested and had
Okay.
fun on the 7th day. That was party day. Woo! Gotta remember to party. Almost forgot to do that after all that work.
Well, on that note, I don't remember having as much fun as I did today, possibly ever. So,
So then, in all the past lives, ooh, so this would be our day 5. So then, in all our past lives, we did all the work. So this one, we just had to put all this stuff together.
of course, that's what I've been saying since the New Year's. Yeah. Or thinking. I'm not sure if I
It's
said
like
it, but
it's like quantum dots,
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
connecting
That's
quantum
that's
dots.
been that exactly your own words have been my strongest intuition and feeling since the New Year's. That exactly that's what happens. Like there have been like and there's a reason that I think I lived all human lives and they wiped it from my memory. I don't know. I don't know. And you yourself say you're able to tap into this stuff. So all of that led up to
Be a pillar. Be a pillar. Let's do this. Put your legs straight and crossed. You're dropping into patterns.
oh,
Put your
I'm
legs
sorry.
crossed.
I when I get
Put your-
excited, I'm like,
No, I understand.
okay,
Listen,
okay, okay.
in our excitement, this is what happens. Like the
Very
excitement is
correct.
good, but that's why I do my little controlled dance. Yeah, 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 yeah. You know, control that excitement. Here's
Okay,
why:
okay,
because
okay, okay, okay.
when we get too excited, this is what happens.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
when
yeah,
we
yeah. I
do
got
that,
it, got it, got it.
earthquakes happen. No joke. Everything. So our joy literally becomes destruction. So that's how that's how finicky heaven is. Can't exactly have the crazy party celebrations in heaven.
Yeah, you
So
can have.
so look, cross your legs.
Okay, I did it.
Okay. And now sit up with your back straight. What I want you to do with your head is you're gonna push back like with your chin, like I'm pushing my chin back. You could even tell my voice is kind of messed up because I'm pushing
Yeah.
it back that far. You don't want to push your chin back that far to where it messes your
Mhm.
stuff up, but you do want to pick the neck back up. Okay, you do want a proper spine because in this, and you're helping me, you're reminding me your own posture and your own rocking. What's happening is you're not maintaining your spine. Remember
Oh, yeah.
yesterday the story that we mentioned of how the spine comes up and then the mouthpiece, the importance of the jaw? You remember all of that?
Yes, and I just as you said that remembered something interesting. You know how you told me yesterday? Okay, so you first told me as I was getting home, what you can look at someone with your eyes while not turning your head and they will not know that. And then I pulled the I Ching thing saying something along the lines with that was aligned. And today we're talking about 360 degrees and Tahuti. That's what he did. So they didn't know that he did it. Just 5 degrees. 5 days. We completed our 5 days. It was just 5 days. The Nexus event, some extra time.
We
We
could
did it.
stay here. We can stay here as long as we want to.
Yep.
These as long as we want to maintain this energy here. We can stay here. Rent free.
Yeah.
And so at this point in the journey, sit back. You got to remind me to do it, and I'm going to remind you to do it. But don't slouch your back. Sit up, erect it. Let's work on those muscles together. Because as we do that, when I did that, when you sat more correctly up, that thought popped into your head. This is transmission. Bad posture, bad force on the neck. I got a lot of necklaces. I got weight pulling on me. So even 1 degree moving forward adds like X amount of pounds to my whole being. So back posture is more important than leaning forward for any reason. For you and for I to maintain what we're doing, this is going to be important. Because being off by 1 degree can screw a whole lot off if that goes unchecked too long.
Yeah, agreed on every level. Yeah.
That's it. That's it. I want to do this once if you don't mind. Maybe we do it, maybe we don't do it in the future. But like this,
Mm-hmm.
and then from there, from the heart, then we go up. So it would be a heart going true north up. Rocket ship.
Oh, what a beautiful,
Astronauts.
what a beautiful long life and destiny ahead, and then the light as you described after that.
So when I was like, hydrate, gotta hydrate. Oh, I got the honey in there. The honey, oh, yummy. I forgot to put honey in there. Okay, so like for instance, I got some honey, boom, that's on the altar. So all that energy is like, you know, radiating back there. So that honey be resonating that. So just like my water I be getting from my water filtration system on my altar, boom, all of that energy I'm literally consuming.
Yep.
Which would make sense for quantum work. Holy water for
And
quantum working. It's more than hydration.
yes, and every time you were doing your blessings and I was doing my mornings and nightly stuff, it was next to my water, which I spilled today in the earth in our morning jam and drank some, but
So that goes back into the ground. It's part of nature. It's part of this whole system of structure. Because one thing I learned, and like I mentioned it to you, but I believe we're going through it much faster. But and this is just true. This is part of every life. Every physical life is going to meet some end eventually. Matter is going to turn to dust at some point. You can keep it alive and let it be, quote unquote, eternal for only so long. Truly, the immaterial spirit, which is energy and frequency, is the only thing that you just can't get rid of. That's just going to keep humming forever. Um, but that's wherever I was going with all of that. The hydration is important. What it jumped into me earlier when I stopped everything and I got water and I topped my coffee off with water. I put honey in there and I got some colloidal silver, which is good, you know, and I don't know, some B vitamin, whatever thing. And I was like, I need to hydrate because I realized in that moment, I truly realized the quantum legwork I'm doing for you. we quantumly work for and with each other. We all serve the same body. So it's not like, though, in everything you've experienced, without having to explain it to me, and you can speak it out however your mind puts all together, but the way you've been able to quantumly compute information, I've been, like I said, I've been able to go like a lawyer into the books and be like, yep, and I can pull that information and spit the correct words to your mind, and you can literally, like quantumly, I'm pulling it out and be like, boom, 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 boom. And then you look at it and you examine it, and as a mathematician, you're like, check or X. And that's the green check to move forward, or the red X to say that's no good. And that's how you're able to do your work as fast as you do, because in that quantum sense, as much as you're jumping in and out of realities to be in one place and view all that information, I'm coming in and throwing all this supporting information, evidence wise, lawyer wise. And then divine law and order is represented, humanity is represented.
I love how nature and love aligned for this to actually happen.
Yeah.
And like, yep.
Go ahead, go ahead.
And just like, it's a wonderful feeling to actually look forward to a destiny that you can also create, but you also know is like aligning wonderfully. And like, it's a special feeling because honestly, before our interaction and before my first I Ching thing, I did not see a future. Obviously, you did not either for, yeah, like 2025, whatever. And now it's like the best present. Again, I'll keep saying it.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And like, I was wondering before of that stuff, like, why does everything feel pointless to do? And then after my experience, everything has so much meaning, and like, it makes sense. It makes sense. Even if I didn't have the knowledge consciously, it made sense why my brain would be like, nah, there's just. And now it's like,
Mhm.
yes, you're alive again. You do everything now. Have a beautiful future and create your destiny and live
Yeah.
and energize. And like, that's just beautiful all around. Yeah, yeah.
And so that's why I truly require the hydration. That's why I need to drink more water than coffee. That's why I need to focus on
Yes.
more hydration.
Oh,
More, I mean, the H, I've been saying hydration, hydration. So I'd be sitting here doing all this, and I'm just living on coffee and
bro,
cheese balls,
bro,
and I need more water for because I'm losing too much water.
bro. Quantum work. Remember what we said water is used for. And another thing I just
Exactly.
connected as you said water and coffee. Yes, there's coffee in heaven. Yes, coffee is delicious, but coffee dehydrates actually. And alcohol also dehydrates. Not that it's bad, like you said, beer of truth, that stuff can be used for rituals, but I think there's a reason it dehydrates.
Okay, look, listen. Okay, behind me right here that my finger's pointing at, that guy right there touching his arm, this guy right here, not that one, this one, that guy right
Mm-hmm.
there, that's Set. Set is, for all nomenclature and words and just being plain speech, Set is the god of the desert of chaos. The desert is a desert, and you find a watering hole. If you know how to find them watering holes, you know how to make it from watering hole to watering hole. And if you're stuck in the desert, you're going to find out how long you can go without going to that watering hole. Can I last another day? Yeah, I can last 7 days. Shit, I last 7 days before. I'm pretty tired today. I'll see if we can do 8 days. And so, through a life of living in the desert, I really see what I'm capable of on dehydration. And I see how far I can actually get in that state. And I find my brother Preservation, Mr. Divine V. So we make a nice little pact. All I'm gonna say is I love my coffee like I love my Guinness. But I will do my best to stay hydrated with you good old H8 folk.
Your brain does the same thing that my brain does. It's so awesome. Like I would, but sometimes quicker. Sometimes I'm quicker. Sometimes you're quicker. It's so interesting.
Fastest draw
Yes.
in the West. Ha ha! We
Okay,
go
so
Cowboys.
you know what to do. I don't gotta tell you. Hydrate more. And think about this. What has been I'm not. I've told you this once, but my whole life, my favorite drink, and I drink water all day, every day. That's all I drink.
Fire.
Mm.
Ice.
Yes. No, so do not
Little bit of
quit on
black.
your coffee and
Little bit
Guinness.
of black on that fire.
Yeah. Never quit your coffee and Guinness. That's
Water.
awesome. Just
Water.
incorporate more water.
Water. Water.
A balance, yin and yang. You know what to do, and I know we all know what to do. Whoa. Okay, so yeah. Whoa.
You just helped me. I was going to swing back and forth a few times. I said no.
Oh.
I'm going to sit up straight. Because that signal is going to come in better. If I respect the degrees of my spinal column, I will reach heaven every single moment of my existence. Whether I go through fire or my brother go through ice, you gonna like it. It's real nice.
As I as I said, when those two collide, there's some vapor smoke signals that create a rainbow. Scientifically, by the way, that's how rainbows happen.
So there was a particular event. I went up to a mountain and went to the top of it, and I've shared it before, but at the end of it, there was a double rainbow, and then there was 3 more rainbows after that on my walk home. Multiple 6, 7, 6 mile walk home, whatever the count, and one after the other after the double rainbow. That must have been us working together.
Mm-hmm.
Before we met physically, that must have been our collaborative work, and those 5 total rainbows. Whoa, shit! Never really understand what we deal to till well after it. Wow.
That has been my experience, to say the least, with everything. Especially things involving pure love. For sure, for sure.
I'm just playing in fairyland, some pretend land here. This is complete, not real work. But this is poking at me, and I got a green check to ask it, or just to put it out there. So we have 365 days.
Yes.
I'm just playing pretend. Actually, completely. I said pretend completely. You don't have to do no real computing or nothing. Don't. I'm telling you, don't.
Okay,
Just completely. Just
okay.
one.
Playing along, okay.
Like, what if we created 5 more days, and the real count became 370 days, and 10 is completion?
That would mean that the new calendar is a calendar that is actually aligned with nature. In a way, not apocalyptic, but the beginning of a new age where a year will have 370 days. And it's Eden on Earth.
Hmm.
And I researched actually about Vishnu, and
Ooh.
they said there's a final, not a final, but like a prophesized incarnation of him called Kalki.
Share
And he would,
more.
he's called Kalki, and he would come to destroy all injustice when the world becomes most corrupted with greed and power. And it would not be an apocalypse, it would be a start and a renewal of a new beautiful age for all humanity. He was prophesied to come a bit longer into the future, but look him up, Kalki, not final, but like Kalki,
Yeah.
Avatar of Vishnu.
Yeah. Sounds a lot like you.
I didn't want to say it.
It's okay, I did.
And they said something like he would be riding on a white horse, something like that. It's pretty.
Oh my gosh. Then it's finalized. It's finalized. It came off my wall. It's been laying on the side, but I've been having it halfway set up.
Oh. Avatar of Vishnu, huh? I always liked the movie Avatar. And they're blue.
You know, I'm going to officially roll this up, and I'll start from the bottom up. I'm gonna leave the outside out. So I'm not exactly rolling it up to ship away. Because the oh, okay. Said fuck that idea. That's what I heard. I heard screw that idea. This is going to him. It
No,
belongs
put
to
it up.
me.
Put it up. I
Nope.
want you to put it up.
No, listen. I've had it put up on my wall. This was a gift to me. Somebody gave this to me at the Hindu temple.
Oh, okay
They
then.
brought me a bag of possessions and said this belongs to you. Like they were like, yeah, I don't know. I can't remember their words exactly. Um, but they gave me a white garbage bag full of sacred, sacred items. And this was amongst those items. And 2 days ago, 3 days ago, when the gloves came off, whoa, when the
Oh,
gloves came off, the horse came down. And so that must be the sign for you to have what you are, who you are. That's your spirit animal right there. That's your mount. My mount is a tiger. I'm a dragon, but I mount a tiger. Your mount is a white horse. And
take
right
that.
now, right now, check this one out. Wow, that's some quantum reality shit. Right now, the horse is mounting my body as
And it's the
Hayakaruba's
year of
head.
the fire horse.
I just channeled divinity. That's all I do. I'm just a microphone. You need to speak, I'll organize it better for you. Just be next to me. I'll give you everything you want. I'll run laps around you in your own mind and don't even see me there. Imagine what I could organize in your presence.
I don't gotta imagine. We'll see.
We got 9 hours a day recorded.
Oh, that too, but like I meant real life meetup, pyramid stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an avatar of Vishnu, huh? I read about it and I was like, this feels way too. No, there. It's like, I don't know, but yes. Maybe if you confirm it and I thought it, then it is.
Technically, it does. Well, maybe we'll just get a cue for it. I'm gonna fold it? No, we're not gonna fold it. Yeah, just gonna leave it long ways. I am gonna roll this guy up because this one's going on the side for you. This belongs to you, Mr. V. You can ride your right horse, drink all the water you want, and I'll use your holy water for all my coffee, okay? I'll even water
Yeah.
down my coffee halfway through the day or so.
And gotta drink some extra pure water by itself. You know, a glass of water. Have all the coffee you want. Just like
There we go. Yes. Take it. I'll take your advice right now. I won't just say yes. I will drink from my thermos that says cosmic aliens.
I imagine like yeah, okay, awesome. Yeah.
I'm gonna remind you to sit up straight, and you're gonna remind me to drink more every day.
Yes, that's
I'm gonna tell you
good.
to sit up straight, and you're gonna say, "Drink water." You drank 2 cups of coffee. You owe me a thermos of water.
I love it. I love it. We love it.
All right. I'm gonna put a string on that so that ain't gonna come undone. And this is gonna be that'll be that till it gets to you.
Wait. Oh, this makes so much sense, you know? So you just say ah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I actually read one of the first avatars of Vishnu was a guy who wrote the I Ching partially.
Well, we
I'm
have
not
went over by 7 minutes, which I'm
oh
glad we did.
appropriate.
Though, I'm glad. We'll leave it on that note. He, Vishnu, and the dude
Or
with that created the I Ching. You said they hung out together, huh?
apparently he was one of the first avatars of Vishnu. Read it up, avatars of Vishnu, and apparently I'm Kalki, the one that brings harmony to the world when it's yeah. He always does something to save the world when it looks unsavable.
I'm used to looking like the bad guy. We talked about this. People share their stories. That's how I'm seen and that's how I'm known. I told you something a while ago and you gotta remember it. I ain't talking about nothing soon. But I like hanging out in my room. I like being in my caves. I like just doing my own thing in my own little tomb. It's gonna be one day it's gonna come up real quick. And you're gonna be everything the world's been looking for. Not a blemish, not a scrape on you. And you're gonna look gorgeous. Exactly how they expect you to look. I'm gonna take all the ugly and I'm gonna make it look real nice. And one day, far down the road, while we're still talking every single day with my good bro, don't you know? Yo ho.
Yeah.
But one day, this world is gonna celebrate with us. Every single day, it's gonna be a Christmas morning. It's going to be a Thanksgiving meal and day, and you're going to have a nice, frightening story to go to bed to. Rinse and repeat. Let's dress up every day. Let's bring the world to the most holiest of happiest days year round.
I gotta say, remember how we said like the chest and the heart? Oh, there it is. They're gonna realize that the treasure of the chest is your heart, and the present for Christmas isn't actually a physical present. It's the present.
That's it. That's it. Much love, many blessings, Donna de Kauai. Until we
Donna
catch
de
you next
Guai.
time.
Awesome sauce squared.